having the character of folk music. A surname. Folland. A surname. Follansby. A surname. Follansbys. Plural of Follansby. Foller. Pronunciation spelling of follow. Follard. Simple past and past participle of foller. Following. Pronunciation spelling of following. Following. Present participle and gerund of foller. Follers. Third person singular simple present indicative of foller. Vows. Plural of follies. Folly. A surname. Holet. A surname from French. Holettes. Plural of follette. Follets. Plural of follette. Folly. A surname from Old French. Follies. Plural of folly. Follically. Alternative spelling of follically. Follically challenged. Alternative spelling of follically challenged. Follicle. A small cavity or sac, such as a hair follicle. Follicle mite. Eyelash mite. Follicle mites. Plural of follicle mite. Follicle stage. The phase of the estrous cycle during which follicles in the ovary mature. Follicle stages. Plural of follicle stage. Follicle-stimulating hormone. A gonadotropic glycoprotein hormone, secreted in part of the pituitary gland that stimulates the growth of ovarian follicles in female mammals and induces spermatogenesis in male mammals. Follicle-stimulating hormones. Plural of follicle-stimulating hormone. Follicle challenged. Alternative spelling of follically challenged. Follicle-stimulating hormone. Alternative spelling of follicle-stimulating hormone. Follicles. Plural of follicle. Follically. With respect to hair. Follically challenged. Walled or going bald. Follicular. Of pertaining to, having or resembling follicles. Follicular dendritic cell. A specific type of cell found in lymphoid follicles having filiform dendrites that bind and present immune complexes to B cells. Follicular dendritic cells. Plural of follicular dendritic cell. Follicular mange. Demodtic mange. Follicular phase. The phase of the estrous cycle which involves the follicular maturation within the ovary and is controlled by the hormone estradiol. Follicular phases. Plural of follicular phase. Follicularly. In terms of follicles. Follicularly challenged. Alternative spelling of follically challenged. Folliculated. Having follicles. Folliculate. Any cilia of the family Folliculinidae. Folliculids. Plural of folliculid. Folliculiform. Resembling a follicle. Folliculin. Eostrone. Folliculinid. Any marine cilia protozoan of the family Folliculinidae. Folliculinids. Plural of folliculinid. Folliculitic. Exhibiting or relating to folliculitis. Folliculitides. Plural of folliculitis. Folliculitis. Inflammation of one or more hair follicles. Folliculitis barbitraumatica. Synonym of razor bump. Folliculo. Related to follicles. Folliculocentric. Having a central follicle. Folliculodystrophy. A disorder of follicle growth. Folliculogenesis. The process of growing and developing developing for an ovarian follicle in the ovary. Folliculogenic, relating to folliculogenesis. Folliculoma, a tumor of the follicle. Folliculomas, plural of folliculoma.
When creativity and AI merged, every gap
Folliculomata, plural of folliculoma. Folliculometry, analysis of the growth of ovarian follicles, typically by means of a series of ultrasound examinations. Folliculose, alternative form of folliculus. Folliculus stellate, follicular and stellate. Folliculotropic, that has an affinity for follicles. Folliculotropism, the condition of being folliculotropic. Folliculus, follicular, having or producing follicles. Folly, simple past and past participle of folly. Follies, plural of folly. Olival, fuve, fallen. A surname. Fallingsby, a business area in the metropolitan borough of Gateshead, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3060. Follies, a large bronze coin minted during the Roman Empire. Follistatin, a protein that binds to and neutralizes activin. Follistatins, plural of follistatin. Follistropin, synonym of follicle-stimulating hormone. Follitropins, plural of follitropin. Follin, a surname. Follers, plural of Fulmer. Follistatin, misspelling of follistatin. Follow, to go after, to pursue. To move behind in the same path or direction, especially with the intent of catching. Follow a wheel, to match the pace of riders who are setting the tempo. Follow along, to continue behind or beside an animal, person, vehicle, or other object, especially as a companion. Follow board, a board on which the pattern and the flask lie while the sand is rammed into the flask. Follow boards, plural of follow board. Follow in someone's footsteps, to follow the same path as someone, to take actions similar to another's. Follow my leader, synonym of follow the leader. Follow on, to follow in sequence, to come next. Follow one's bliss, to use the awareness of what causes one to experience rapture as a guide for determining what constitutes authentic and proper living. Follow one's heart, to pursue one's emotional inclinations, to do what one feels is best or right without reasoning. Follow one's nose, to proceed straight ahead, to continue forward. Follow ons, plural of follow on. Follow someone off a cliff, to follow a leader or a de facto leader without question or thought, leading to potentially disastrous consequences. Follow someone to the ends of the earth, to follow someone to no end, to follow someone indefinitely. Follow someone to the ends of the world, synonym of follow someone to the ends of the earth. Follow suit, to play a card of the same suit as the previous or leading card. Follow that, an exclamation of surprise. Follow the bee, synonym of 3-card Monty. Follow the crowd, to conform to majority beliefs, opinions, or practices. Follow the hounds, to go hunting with dogs. Follow the lady, synonym of 3-card Monty. Follow the leader, alternative spelling of follow the leader. Follow the money, to analyze money flows in order to uncover corruption or other criminal activities. Follow the sun to holiday or winter in a sunnier climate. Follow the wind to choose what one does based on current circumstances rather than sticking to a plan or fixed set of principles. Follow through to execute or complete a commitment. Follow to the grave to cease existence or importance with a person or thing upon their passing or destruction. Follow up to take further actions remaining after an event, to continue, revisit, or persist, especially to maintain communication or verify. Follow up on to take further actions regarding something. Followed, simple past and past participle of follow. Follow home, referring to a crime in which the perpetrator follows the victim to their place of residence. Follow milad, a curl of a young woman's hair arranged to trail over her shoulder. Follow milads, plural of follow milad. Follow on, something that follows as a natural or logical consequence, development, or progression. Follow-ons, plural of follow on. Follow the leader, a children's game in which each person in a line replicates the actions of the one in front. Follow through, the continuance or completion of a project. Follow-throughs, plural of follow through. Follow up, a subsidiary action taken in response to an event. Follow-ups, plural of follow up. Follow worthy, worthy to be followed. Follow for follow. On social media services, the practice of following a user's account in exchange for said person to follow one's account back, usually with the goal of artificially inflating one's follower count. Followability, the quality of being fallible. Follow-up, able to be followed. Follow day, the day after tomorrow. Follow days, plural of follow day. Follow, obsolete spelling of follow. Followed, simple past and past participle of follow. Followed along, simple past and past participle of follow along. Followed by, and then, and after that. Followed on, simple past and past participle of follow on. Followed one's heart, simple past and past participle of follow one's heart. Followed someone off a cliff, simple past and past participle of follow someone off a cliff. Followed someone to the ends of the earth, simple past and past participle of follow someone to the ends of the earth. Followed someone to the ends of the world, simple past and past participle of follow someone to the ends of the world. Followed suit, simple past and past participle of follow suit. Followed the crowd, simple past and past participle of follow the crowd. Followed the money, simple past and past participle of follow the money. Followed the sun, simple past and past participle of follow the sun. Followed the wind, simple past and past participle of follow the wind. Followed through, simple past and past participle of follow through. Followed to the grave, simple past and past participle of follow to the grave. Followed up, simple past and past participle of follow up. Followed upon, simple past and past participle of follow up on. Followed up, simple past and past participle of follow up. Follow-eds, second person singular simple past indicative of follow. Followee, one who is followed has his or her posts monitored by another user. Followees, plural of following. Follow, a surname. Follow-els, plural of follow. Follower, one who follows, comes after another. Fellowship, alternative form of followership. Followers, plural of follower. Followership, an adherence to a leader. Followerships, plural of followership. Followless, second person singular simple present indicative of follow. Following, third person singular simple present indicative of follow. Following, pronunciation spelling of following. Following, coming next, either in sequence or in time. Following along, keeping up with, understanding. Following on, present participle and gerund to follow on. Following one's heart. Present participle and gerund to follow one's heart. Following someone off a cliff. Present participle and gerund to follow someone off a cliff. Following someone to the ends of the earth. Present participle and gerund to follow someone to the ends of the earth. Following someone to the ends of the world. Present participle and gerund to follow someone to the ends of the world. Following suit. Present participle and gerund to follow suit. Following the crowd. Present participle and gerund to follow the crowd. Following the money. Present participle and gerund to follow the money. Following the sun. Present participle and gerund to follow the sun. Following the wind. Present participle and gerund to follow the wind. Following through. Present participle and gerund to follow through. Following to the grave. Present participle and gerund to follow to the grave. Following up. Present participle and gerund to follow up. Following up on. Present participle and gerund to follow up on. Followingly, subsequently, consequently. Following, plural of following. Follows, a surname. Follows along, third person singular simple present indicative of follow along. Follows on, third person singular simple present indicative of follow on. Follows one's heart. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow one's heart. Follows someone off a cliff. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow someone off a cliff. Follows someone to the ends of the earth. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow someone to the ends of the earth. Follows someone to the ends of the world. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow someone to the ends of the world. Follows suit. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow suit. Follows the crowd. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow the crowd. Follows the money. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow the money. Follows the sun. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow the sun. Follows the wind. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow the wind. Follows through. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow through. Follows to the grave. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow to the grave. Follows up. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow up. Follows upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of follow up on. Follow spot. A spotlight that follows a performer as they move around on the stage. Follow spots. Plural of follow spot. Follow-through. Alternative spelling of follow-through. Follow-throughs. Plural of follow-through. Follow. Alternative spelling of follow-up. Follow-ups. Plural of follow-up. Folly. Foolishness that results from a lack of foresight or lack of practicality. Folly tower. A tower built as an architectural folly, i.e. for ornamental rather than practical reasons. Folly towers. Plural of folly tower. Folly. Present participle and gerund of folly. Faller. A surname. Fallers. Plural of Faller. Faller. A surname from German. Fallers. Plural of Falmer. Follicsacide. A particular steroid glycoside. Palbid. A particular fungicide. Val is a abbreviation of folios. Fal is a surname. Fals is plural of false. Falsum, a surname. Falsumite, a supporter of Jim Falsum James Elisha Falsum Sr. 1908-1987, American politician who served as the 42nd governor of the state of Alabama. Falsumites, plural of falsumite. Falsums, plural of falsum. Thos, a surname. Foltis, plural of folts. Foulis, plural of fall. Fawi, simple past and past participle of fawi. Falwe, present participle and gerund of folly. Faux, alternative spelling of folks. Fa, the univalent radical derived from folic acid. Phospholipolyglutamate, a phenol derivative of polyglutamate that has a biochemical role in the central nervous system. Phosphopolyglutamates, plural of phospholipolyglutamate. Vals, a surname. Falis, plural of falls. Acronym of Formula 1 management. Fomalhaut, the brightest star in the constellation Piscis Austrinus and one of the brightest stars in the night sky. Alpha Alpha Piscis Austrini. Fomalhautian, of or relating to the star Fomalhaut. Faminoxin, a particular fungal phytotoxin. Famber, a surname. Fambe, a surname. Fombes, plural of Fombi. Fa, initialism of Federal Open Market Committee. Fomit, to incite or cause troublesome acts, to encourage, to instigate. Fomentation, the act of fomenting, the application of warm, soft, medicinal substances as for the purpose of easing pain by relaxing the skin or of dispersing tumors. Fomentations, plural of fomentation. Fomented, simple past and past participle of foment. Fomenter, one who incites or promotes. Fomenters, plural of fomenter. Fomenteth, third person singular simple present indicative of foment. Fomenting, present participle and gerund of foment. Fomentress, a female fomenter. Fomentresses, plural of fomentress. Foments, third person singular simple present indicative of foment. Fombazole, the heterocycle 4-methylpyrazole, used as an antidote to poisoning by methanol or ethylene glycol. Foams, the morbid matter created by a disease. Formiroid, a hexaprenyl ketone, lanosterone present in fomitopsis. Fomi, an inanimate object capable of carrying infectious agents such as bacteria, viruses, or prions, and thus passively enabling their transmission between hosts. Common examples include towels, dishcloths, kitchenware/flatware, and laundry. Fomites, plural of foams. Fomiversin, an antiviral drug used in the treatment of cytomegalovirus retinitis in immunocompromised patients, including those with AIDS. FOMO, initialism of fear of missing out. FOMO, alternative form of FOMO. FOMOR, synonym of Fomorian. Fomorian, a member of the semi-divine race that were said to have inhabited Ireland in ancient times. Fomorians, plural of Fomorian. Fomers, plural of Fomer. A language of Benin and Togo, specifically, in the southern regions corresponding to the former kingdom of Dahomey. Also known as Fong or Fong, it is part of the GB family of West African languages. Fonmine, a surname. Finkius, alternative form of confused. Han, having a liking or affection for. Fond du Lac, a city and town, the county seat of Fond du Lac County, Wisconsin, United States. Fond du Lac County, one of 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Fond du Lac. Fond, a surname. Fondacci, plural of Fondaco. Fondaco, a trading factory, trading post, or colony operated by the Italian city-states during the Middle Ages and the early modern period, chiefly around the Mediterranean and Black Seas. Fondacos, plural of Fondaco. Fondac, alternative spelling of Fondac. Fondax, plural of Fondac. Fondamento, a key along an Italian waterway. Fondamentos, plural of fondamento. Fondant, a flavored, creamy sugar preparation used for icing cakes or as a base for candies. Fondant icing, a soft preparation made from icing sugar and water used to decorate cakes. Fondant potato, a potato that has been cut into a squat cylinder, shallow fried in butter and then simmered in stock. Fondant potatoes, plural of fondant potato. Fondante potato, alternative form of fondant potato. Fondante potatoes, plural of fondante potato. Fondants, plural of fondant. Fondaparinux, an anticoagulant medication chemically related to low molecular weight heparins. Fondas, plural of fonda. Fonde, simple past and past participle of fond. Fonder, a surname from French. Fonders, plural of fonder. Fondes, superlative form of fond, most fond. Fonde, present participle and gerund of fond. Fondish, somewhat or rather fond. Fondle, to touch or stroke lovingly. Fondleable, able to be fondled or suitable for fondling. Fondle, simple past and past participle of fondle. Fondler, one who fondles. Fondlers, plural of fondler. Fondles, third person singular simple present indicative of fondle. Fondle slab, a large portable touchscreen device, particularly a tablet computer. Fondle slabs, plural of fondle slab. Fondle some. Characterized or marked by fondling. Fondling. A foolish person. Fondlingly. In a fondling manner. Fondlings. Plural of fondling. Fondling. In a fond manner, affectionately, tenderly. Fondness. Obsolete spelling of fondness. Fondness. Tease. Plural of fondness. Fondness. The quality of being fond, liking something, foolishness, doting affection, propensity. Fondnesses. Plural of fondness. Fondom. The kingdom of a fawn. Fondoms. Plural of fondom. Fondant. A large copper vessel used for hot amalgamation. Fondant. Plural of fondant. Fonduc. Alternative spelling of fonduc. Fondren. A surname. Fondrens. Plural of fondren. Fons. Plural of fond. Fonsum. Characterized or marked by fondness, loving, affectionate. Fondue. The graded shift from one color into another. Fondue. A dish made of melted cheese, or chocolate, etc., or of a boiling liquid into which food can be dipped. Fondue fork. A long fork with heat-proof handle for dipping food into fondue. Fondue forks. Plural of fondue fork. Fondue. Simple past and past participle of fondue. Fonduing. Present participle and gerund of fondue. Fondoer. One who fondues. Fondeurs. Plural of fondoer. Fondues. Plural of fondue. Fondoing. Present participle and gerund of fondue. Fondai. A North African or Arabian inn or hotel. Fondux. Plural of fonduc. Fondai. Alternative spelling of fonduc. Fondux. Plural of fonduc. Fondus. Plural of fondue. Fondue. A fondue associated with Piedmont and Val d'Aosta, made from fontina cheese. Fondetas. Plural of fonduta. Fog. Plural of foe. Phones. Plural of phone. Thought. A surname from Chinese. Fawn disease. Synonym of nail patella syndrome. Hong Kong. Low quality, cheap or counterfeit goods, especially Chinese-made goods. Kaohsiung. A district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Foda. Digitaria exilis, a cereal cultivated in Western Africa. White fonio. Pomai. Fovisle. Fondmen. Abbreviation of foreign minister. Fauner. A surname. Fauners. Plural of fauner. Fawning. Present participle and gerund of fawn. Tonophos. A highly toxic organothiophosphate insecticide primarily used on corn. Phonoifua. Ellipsis of Phonoifua Island. Phonoifua Island. An island of Adumama, Tonga, Polynesia, Oceania, Pacific Ocean. HANA. Acronym of Freedom of Navigation Operations. Fons. Plural of fawn. Fons et origo. The source and origin. Fons enorm. A person who, by virtue of sovereignty, holds the exclusive right to create and confer legitimate titles of nobility and orders of chivalry. Fonseca, a surname. Fonseca's disease, chromoblastomycosis. Fonsecas, plural of Fonseca. Fonsicinon, any of a class of naph appearance present in Aspergillus fonsicias. Fonsicinons, plural of Fonsicinon. Ponzi, acronym of finding of no significant impact. Ponzi, a surname. Ponzi, plural of Fonsi. Hash clipping of Fontainebleau. Significant impact. Ponzi, a surname. Ponzi, plural of Fonsi. Hash clipping of Fontainebleau, a town near Paris in Sailent department, Ile-de-France, France. Font name, a given name or baptismal name. Font names, plural of font name. Font of all wisdom, a very wise person. Font stack, the list of fonts a CSS style sheet instructs a web browser to use. Font stacks, plural of font stack. Fontaine, a surname from French. Fontainebleau, a town in the metropolitan area of Paris in Seine-et-Marne department, Ile-de-France, France, home to a royal French palace. Fontaines, a surname from French. Fondle, of, relating to, or from a spring or fountain. Fontally, in a fontal manner. A commune of Alpes-Maritimes department, France. Fontan procedure, a palliative surgical procedure used in children with complex congenital heart defects. It involves diverting the venous blood from the right atrium to the pulmonary arteries without passing through the morphologic right ventricle. Fontan procedures, plural of Fontan procedure. Fontana, a surname from the Romance languages. Fontanas, plural of Fontana. Fontanelle, alternative spelling of fontanelle. Fontanelle, a soft membranous spot on the head of a baby due to incomplete fusion of the cranial bones. Fontanelles, plural of fontanelle. Fontanelles, plural of fontanelle. Fontaines, a surname from French. Fontainez, a surname. Fontainezes, plural of Fontainez. Fontange, a headdress popular among aristocrats in Europe in the late 17th century and early 18th century, made with pleated layers of starched lace and ribbon. Fontanges, plural of Fontange. Fontanella, a surname from Spanish of Spanish and Italian origin. Fontanellas, plural of Fontanella. Fontanite, a monoclinic prismatic honey yellow mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Fontans, plural of fontaine. Fonces, the incestuous chip of brothers Sans and Papyrus from the video game Undertale. A surname. Fonte, simple past and past participle of font. Fontenay-aux-Roses, a town and commune in the Hauts-de-Seine department, France. Fontenay-le-Fleury, a commune of Yvelines department, France. Fontenay-sous-Bois, a commune in Val-de-Marne department, Ile-de-France, France. Fontanet, a surname. Fontanet, plural of Fontanet. Fontenay, a surname from French. Fontenot, plural of Fontenot. Hos, a surname. Fons honorum, plural of Fons honorum. Fontas, a surname. Fontfall, enough to fill a font holy water receptacle. Fonthill-Gifford, a village and civil parish in southwest Wiltshire, England. ub.idvgtbre SD 9231. Fonticuli, plural of fonticulus. Fonticulus, synonym of fontanelle, membranous spot on the head of a baby. Plantina, a pale yellow cheese from Val d'Aosta in Italy. Fontanelle, growing in or near springs. Plantainus, plural of fontina. Fontaiella, a creamy Italian cheese, somewhat like fontina, sometimes used to make fondue. Fontinellas, plural of fontinella. Fontaine, present participle and gerund of font. Fontless, not having a font or receptacle for holy water. Fontlet, a small font receptacle for holy water. Fontlets, plural of fontlet. Fontography, the design and study of fonts or typefaces. Fontalizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody used as an immunomodulator. Fontology, the study of fonts or electronic typefaces. Fontemfrom, an Ashanti talking drum. Fontemfroms, plural of fontemfrom. Fontenfrom, alternative form of fontemfrom. Fontenfroms, plural of fontenfrom. Plus, plural of font. Fonts of all wisdom, plural of font of all wisdom. Fondo, a surname. Fane, a surname from Italian. Fondi touch, hitting an electrical appliance to make it work. Any similar rough treatment that proves successful. Fonzo, a surname. Fonzo, a surname from Italian. A mock deity of early science fiction fandom, a Fanish god. Fuda, a stylized lion statue similar to those usually placed in male and female pairs outside imperial Chinese palaces, tombs, temples, etc. Fudogs, plural of Fuda. Foo Fighter, any of various unidentified flying objects as reported by Allied pilots during World War II. Foo Fighters, plural of Foo Fighter. Foo Lion, synonym of Foo Dog. Foo Lions, plural of Foo Lion. Fuyat, alternative form of Fuyang. Fuyat, alternative form of Fuyang. Fuyat, a Chinese omelet dish usually made with meat and vegetables. Alternative spelling of Fufu. Plural of Fu. Fufu, alternative spelling of Fufu. Fufu Band, an impromptu musical band on late 19th century sailing vessels, made up of members of the ship's crew. Fufu Bands, plural of Fufu Band. Fufu Juice, aftershave or cologne. An artificial breast implanted after the original has been removed by a mastectomy. Fubar, a serious mistake. Fubars, plural of fubar. Plural of fu. Fuchi, alternative form of fuking. Fuchao, dated form of fuzhu. Fuchaoese, alternative form of Fuchaonese. Fuchaomese, a person from Fuzhou. Fuchaos, plural of Fuchao. Any solid substance that can be consumed by living organisms, especially by eating, in order to sustain life. Food additive, any non-food substance added to food in order to improve its flavor, appearance, or shelf life. Food additives, plural of food additive. Food allergies, plural of food allergy. Food allergy, an allergy to or adverse reaction caused by the consumption of a particular foodstuff. Food and board, synonym of bed and board. Food art that depicts food or drink. Food artists, a person employed to arrange food in an attractive presentation to be photographed for use on packaging, etc. Food artists, plural of food artists. Food babies, plural of food baby. Food baby, a protruding belly resulting from the consumption of a large quantity of food, the contents of one's digestive system causing the protrusion. Food Bank, a charitable non-profit organization that distributes mostly donated food to a wide variety of agencies to those who have difficulty purchasing enough to avoid hunger. Food banking, the act or practice of maintaining a charitable non-profit organization that distributes mostly donated food. Food banks, plural of food bank. Food bowl, a bowl that is used to serve food, especially to pets. Food bowls, plural of food bowl. Food cache, a cache usually made of wood on top of a pole or several poles where it cannot be reached by bears. Food canal, synonym of alimentary canal. Food canals, plural of food canal. Food cart, a wheeled mobile kitchen used to prepare and serve street food. Food carts, plural of food cart. Food chain, the feeding relationships between species in a biotic community. Food chains, plural of food chain. Food closet, synonym of food pantry agency that hands out food to people in need. Food closets, plural of food closet. Food coloring, U.S. standard spelling of food coloring. Food colorings, plural of food coloring. Food coloring, any substance added to food in order to change its color. Food colorings, plural of food coloring. Food coma, a state of lethargy and sleepiness that comes on shortly after eating a large or heavy meal. Food comas, plural of food coma. Food court, a common area for dining, containing or surrounded by contiguous counters of multiple food vendors, often adjoining a shopping area. Food courts, plural of food court. Food crop, a crop raised for human consumption, such as wheat or rice. Food crops, plural of food crop. Food desert, a populated region where food, especially healthy food, is difficult to obtain. Food deserts, plural of food desert. Food drive, a charity event dedicated to collecting food for the needy, especially to assist their ability to hold a feast on a holiday such as Christmas or Thanksgiving. Food drives, plural of food drive. Food fall, an event in which organic matter in the ocean sinks to the seafloor. Food falls, plural of food fall. Food fight, a typically spontaneous and disorderly outbreak in which food is thrown for amusement, especially across a cafeteria room as a form of chaotic collective behavior. Food fights, plural of food fight. Food fish, any fish used as human food. Food fishes, plural of food fish. Food for powder, dated form of cannon fodder. Food for the gods, a Filipino pastry dessert similar to the American dessert bar of uncertain origin. Food for the worms, alternative form of worm food. Food for thought, information or knowledge that is worthy of contemplation. Food for worms, alternative form of worm food. Food fraud, the intentional omission, removal, or substitution of ingredients in food for financial gain without public disclosure. Food frauds, plural of food fraud. Food garden, synonym of vegetable garden. Food gardens, plural of food garden. Food hall, the part of a department store that sells food. Food halls, plural of food hall. Food insecurity, a lack of food security. Food intolerance, an inability to consume a particular food without detrimental effects that is not caused by a food allergy. Food intolerances, plural of food intolerance. Food literacies, plural of food literacy. Food literacy, an understanding of the impact of food choices on health, the environment, and the community. Food miles, the number of miles a particular item of food travels from its source of production to its place of retail or consumption, used as a measure of the environmental impact in the global food trade. Food mill, a utensil for mashing and sieving soft foods, typically consisting of a bowl, a bottom plate with holes like those in a colander, and a crank fitted with a bent metal blade which crushes the food and forces it through the holes in the plate. Food mills, plural of food mill. Food mixer, a food processor. Food mixers, plural of food mixer. Food noise, a mental preoccupation with food that is differentiable from hunger and from cravings but tends to urge people to overeat. Food oases, plural of food oasis. Food oasis, an urban environment with an abundance of grocery stores and thus immediate access to healthy food. Food pantries, plural of food pantry. Food pantry, a small frontline agency that hands out packages of food from food banks directly to people in need. Food pipe, the esophagus/esophagus. Food pipes, plural of food pipe. Food plant, a plant which is a source of food for a given species. Food plants, plural of food plant. Food play, guided play for small children involving their meals, intended to get a picky eater to accept eating unfamiliar and unwelcome foods. Food poisoning, any foodborne disease, such as salmonella, that typically causes diarrhea, vomiting, nausea, fever, and abdominal cramps. Food poisonings, plural of food poisoning. Food porn, alternative form of food porn. Food processor, a small kitchen appliance for chopping or pureeing food. Food processors, plural of food processor. Food puzzle, a device that dispenses food for a house pet when the pet successfully solves a puzzle by manipulating parts of the device. Food puzzles, plural of food puzzle. Food pyramid, a pyramid-shaped diagram in layers where each layer represents a group of animals that feeds on the layer below. Food pyramids, plural of food pyramid. Food science, a branch of applied science concerned with food and its production. Food scientist, an expert in food science. Food scientists, plural of food scientists. Food security, the measure of the availability of food and the ability of a person's access to it. Food service, alternative form of food service. Food shop, a shop that sells food products that are prepared and ready to eat. Food shops, plural of food shop. Food sovereignty, a system in which the people who produce, distribute, and consume food also control the mechanisms and policies of food production. And distribution. Food stamp, a stamp or similar paper document, for example coupon, issued to be exchanged in shops or storage facilities for food, or by extension for other essential provisions, notably in a rationing system or as a non-financial form of welfare benefit. Food stamps, plural of food stamp. Food to street, a street line with food stalls, restaurants, and other food shops. Food streets, plural of food street. Food styling, the act of arranging food to make it appear attractive. Food stylist, a person who arranges food to make it appear attractive. Food stylists, plural of food stylists. Food supplement, additional nutrients or other chemicals, substances, augmenting those provided by normal diet. Food supplements, plural of food supplement. Food swamp, an urban environment with few grocery stores but several non-nutritious food options, such as corner stores or fast food restaurants. Food swamps, plural of food swamp. Food tree, a tree cultivated or managed for edible products such as leaves, seeds that are used for human consumption, term either including or used in opposition to fruit tree. Food trees, plural of food tree. Food trip, alternative form of food trip. Food trips, plural of food trip. Food truck, a van or wagon that serves as a restaurant kitchen to sell hot food to customers. Food trucks, plural of food truck. Food vacuole, a vacuole in which phagocytized food is digested. Food vacuoles, plural of food vacuole. Food waste disposer, a machine built into the waste tube of a domestic sink that shreds unwanted food and flushes it away. Food waste disposers, plural of food waste disposer. Food web, a diagram showing the organisms that eat other organisms in a particular ecosystem, predators being higher in the web than their prey, the network of interrelations that the diagram models. Food webs, plural of food web. Food wrap, a thin polyethylene sheet that easily sticks to surfaces around which it is placed, used to wrap food items or containers. Food wraps, plural of food wrap. Food writer, one who writes on the subject of food. Food writers, plural of food writer. Food writing, writing that focuses on food. Foodborne, alternative spelling of food. Foodborne. Foodborne disease, synonym of food poisoning. Foodborne diseases, plural of foodborne disease. Food-derived illness, synonym of food poisoning. Food-derived illnesses, plural of food-derived illness. Food fall, alternative form of food fall. Food falls, plural of food fall. Food grade, suitable for human or animal food. Food literate, conversant with the concepts of food literacy. Food to go, takeaway restaurant that sells food to be eaten elsewhere. Food truck, alternative form of food truck. Food trucks, plural of food truck. Food writing, alternative form of food writing. Foodaholic, a lover of food, a foodie. Foodaholics, plural of foodaholic. Food bank, alternative spelling of food bank. Food banks, plural of food bank. Foodborne, transmitted through food. Foodborne illness, synonym of food poisoning. Foodborne illnesses, plural of foodborne illness. Food-centric, focused on food, gastronomic. Food chain, alternative spelling of food chain. Food chains, plural of food chain. Foodcore, a humorous genre of music focused on songs about food, particularly parody songs. Food court, alternative form of food court. Food courts, plural of food court. Fooder, food for animals. Fruitery, alternative form of foodery. Fruiteries, plural of foodery. Fooders, plural of fooder. Fruitery, a place that serves food. Food of all, alternative form of food fall. Food falls, plural of food fall. Foodfest, an event where plenty of food is available. Foodfest, plural of food fest. Foodfest, alternative form of food fish. Fruitiers, plural of food fish. Foodflation, the continuous rise in the price of food which is higher than the general inflation level. Adha, supplying food. Foodgasm, a pleasurable sensation from eating food. Foodgasms, plural of foodgasm. Food grain, cereal grain grown as human food. Food grains, plural of food grain. Foodie, a person with a special interest in or knowledge of food, a gourmet. Foodism, the attitudes and practices of foodies, a gourmet's interest in food. Foodie, comparative form of foodie, more foodie. Foodies, plural of foodie. Foodieist, superlative form of foodie, most foodie. Podias, gluttonous. Fruitatham, an exaggerated interest in the preparation, presentation, and consumption of food. Fodas, a person who is very interested in food, a foodie. Foodesta, I foodie, I gourmet. Foodestes, plural of foodista. Foodnests, plural of foodis. Foodland, land on which food crops are grown. Foodlands, plural of foodland. Foodlier, an illicit food seller, especially in a jurisdiction where food is subject to rationing. Foodlighters, plural of foodlegger. Foodless, lacking food, without food. Foodlessly, without food. Foodlessness, absence of food. Food-like, resembling food. Foodloaf, a natural loaf. Foodmo, the fear of missing out on food trends. Foodmonger, a person who owns food and sells it at retail. Foodmongers, plural of foodmonger. Foodaholic, alternative form of foodaholic. Foodaholics, plural of foodaholic. Foodwar, a memoir that focuses on food or includes recipes. Food wars, plural of food war. Foodomics. The use of omics as a tool in food science. Foodophile. A food lover. Foodophiles. Plural of foodophile. Earthplant. Alternative form of food plant. Food plants. Plural of food plant. Food fly. The use of foods during sexual or erotic activity. Foodpreneur. Enticing food imagery. Foodpreneur. An entrepreneur in the field of cuisine. Foodpreneurs. Plural of foodpreneur. Food rate. The environmental impact or footprint of food, including the amount of land required to sustain a diet, the amount of carbon dioxide produced if the food is organic, and if it is local. Footprints. Plural of footprint. Food. Plural of food. Foodscape. A metaphorical landscape of foods and their production methods and cultural associations. Foodscapes. Plural of foodscape. Food seller. A person who owns food and sells it at retail. Food sellers. Plural of food seller. Food service. The business of providing food and related services. Food chain. The region that produces the food for a particular population. Food sheds. Plural of food shed. Foodstagram. The community of foodies and food-oriented accounts on Instagram characterized by artful photos of food. Foodstagram. Simple past and past participle of foodstagram. Foodstagrammer. An Instagrammer whose account focuses on food and cooking. Foodstagrammers. Plural of foodstagrammer. Foodstagramming. The act of posting photos of food to Instagram. Foodstagrams. Plural of foodstagram. Food stall. A stall typically in a market at which food is sold. Food stalls. Plural of food stall. Food store. A shop that sells food. Food stores. Plural of food store. Prior to that, a material that may be used as food or as an ingredient of food. Foodstuffs. Plural of foodstuff. Food style. One's lifestyle with regard to food, eating habits. Food styles. Plural of food style. Food styling. Alternative form of food styling. Food stylist. Alternative form of food stylist. Food stylist. Plural of food stylists. Food technology, that is, technology such as information technology focused on producing food. Photography. The practice of diners photographing food they are served in restaurants, usually for the purpose of sharing the photos on social media. Foodtai. The community of food and cooking-oriented accounts on TikTok. Food chat. Indulgence for food, especially craved ones. Food trucks. Plural of food truck. Food truck. Alternative form of food truck. Food trucks. Plural of food truck. Foodware. Utensils for holding, cooking, or serving food. Foodwares. Plural of foodware. Foodway. The alimentary canal. Foodways. Plural of foodway. Foodway. Alternative spelling of food web. Foodwebs. Plural of food web. Foodwise. In terms of food. Food writer. Alternative form of food writer. Food writers, plural of food writer. Food writing, alternative form of food writing. Foodie, eatable, fit for food or consumption. Foodieism, alternative form of foodieism. Foodieok, the yolk of an egg, especially when used as food for the developing embryo. Foodioks, plural of foodiook. Alternative spelling of fooey. Oh, dioxygen difluoride. Oh, an audible puff of wind. Futha, alternative form of fuferol. Fuferas, plural of fufera. Fufera, overly excessive or flashy ornamentation or decoration. Fuferas, plural of fufera. Fus, simple past and past participle of foo. Fufi, comparative form of foofy, more foofy. Fouvier, superlative form of foofy, most foofy. Fouve, present participle and gerund of fouve. Fouvo, alternative form of foo. Fouvo, anodyne, effete, unbefitting of a man or of an adult. Foufera, alternative form of foufera. Fouferas, plural of foufera. Foufera, alternative form of foufera. Fouferas, plural of foufera. Pois, plural of fouve. Puri, excessively frilly or frou-frou, typically in a manner calculated to attract attention to an otherwise unremarkable person or event. Fuck. Simple past and past participle of fuck. Fucking, alternative form of fucking. Fucking, alternative form of fucking. Fucking, fucking, a strong intensifier. Pubs, third person singular simple present indicative of fuck. Fuh, a person with poor judgment or little intelligence. Fool about, to fool around. Fool along, to proceed slowly and leisurely. Fool around, to engage in frivolous behavior, to monkey around. Fool away, to waste, squander. Fool for Christ, a Christian who flouts social conventions, for example by giving away all worldly goods in order to serve the religion. Fool killer, synonym of widowmaker, dangerous, broken tree limb. Fool killers, plural of fool killer. Fool me once, ellipsis of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you, ellipsis of fool me once. Shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. After being tricked once, one should learn from one's mistakes and avoid being tricked in the same way another time. Fool rah, a strong alcoholic drink made from distilled toddy or sura. Fool to oneself, one who knowingly makes a decision or takes an action that is to their own disadvantage. Fua, to act foolishly. Fue, to involve oneself within a dangerous and reckless manner. Fool's bargain, a bad bargain, one that leaves the person accepting it worse off. Fool's cap, a cap, usually brightly colored with bells and tassels, as worn by a court jester or fool. Fool's errand, a foolish undertaking, especially one that is purposeless, fruitless, nonsensical, or certain to fail. Fool's foo, an utter fool, a very foolish person. Fool's gold, a mineral or other substance often mistaken for gold, mainly iron pyrite. Fool's mate, the quickest possible checkmate in the game of chess. Fool's mates, plural of fool's mate. Fool's mushroom, synonym of spring-destroying angel. Fool's paradise, a state of happiness due to illusion or false hope. Fool's parsley, Ethusicinapium, an annual umbelliferous plant that resembles parsley but is poisonous. Fool's rack, alternative form of fool rack. Fool's spring, a period of warm weather in early spring before a cold snap. Fool's watercress, Apium natiflorum sin, Heliosadium natiflorum, a flowering plant native to Western Europe, the leaves somewhat resembling those of watercress. Foolhardy, alternative form of foolhardy. Foolhearted, having the heart of a fool. Foolish, foolhardily, foolishly in a foolhardy manner. Foolhardedness, the state, quality, or condition of being foolhardy. Full saint, a person who lives an admirably holy but eccentric life, at odds with conventional lifestyles. Full saints, plural of full saint. Foolability, the quality of being foolable. Fool, evil to be fooled. Foot, alternative form of fula. Foot, plural of fula. Fulda, the state or essence of being a fool. Foot, archaic spelling of fool. Foot, simple past and past participle of fool. Fooled about, simple past and past participle of fool about. Fooled along, simple past and past participle of fool along. Fooled around, simple past and past participle of fool around. Fooled away, simple past and past participle of fool away. Fooled up, simple past and past participle of fool up. Fooled away, simple past and past participle of fool with. Fully, a person who is fooled. A do. Foolius, plural of fooly. Fooler, someone or something who fools. Fooleries, plural of foolery. Foolers, plural of fooler. Foolery, foolish behavior or speech. Foos, plural of fool. Foes, a female fool. Foolesses, plural of fooless. Fooless, second person singular simple present indicative of fool. Foe, third person singular simple present indicative of fool. Foe, foolish. Foolish, plural of foolfish. Foolhardice, foolhardiness. Foolhardy, comparative form of foolhardy, more foolhardy. Foolhardy is plural of foolhardy. Foolhardy is superlative form of foolhardy, most foolhardy. Foolhardy, boy. Foolhardiness. Foolhardily, in a foolhardy manner. Foolhardiness, the quality of being foolhardy. Foolhardinesses, plural of foolhardiness. Foolhardize, alternative form of foolhardist. Foolhardy, marked by unthinking recklessness with disregard for danger, boldly rash, head-headed. Fool-headed, Fui. Foolhardiness. Acorn of foolhardiness. Foolhardy. Acorn of foolhardy. Fui. The state or essence of being a fool. Foolifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of foolify. Foolify. To fool, to make a fool of. Fooligan. A foolish or naive troublemaker. Fooligans. Plural of fooligan. Fue. Pronunciation spelling of fooling. Fue. Present participle and gerund of fool. Fooling about. Present participle and gerund of fool about. Fooling along. Present participle and gerund of fool along. Fooling around. Present participle and gerund of fool around. Fooling away. Present participle and gerund of fool away. Fooling up. Present participle and gerund of fool up. Fooling away. Present participle and gerund of fool way. Fooling is plural of fooling. Fool, a fool. Fool is plural of foolio. Fool, lacking good sense or judgment, unwise. Foolisher, comparative form of foolish, more foolish. Foolishness, superlative form of foolish, most foolish. Foolishly, in a foolish manner. Foolishment, foolish behavior. Folly. Foolishments, plural of foolishment. Foolishness, the state of being foolish. Foolishness is plural of foolishness. Fool, resembling or characteristic of a fool. Foolocracies, plural of foolocracy. Foolocracy, ruled by fools. Foolometer, something that measures the level of foolishness. Foolometers, plural of foolometer. Philosopher, a foolish philosopher. Philosophers, plural of philosopher. Philosophy, foolish philosophy. Cover, protected against or designed to be proof against misuse or error. Cover, simple past and past participle of foolproof. Foolproofe, present participle and gerund of foolproof. Foolproofly, in a foolproof manner. Foolproofness, the state or condition of being foolproof. Foolproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of foolproof. Fools, plural of fool. Fools about, third person singular simple present indicative of fool about. Fools along, third person singular simple present indicative of fool along. Fools around, third person singular simple present indicative of fool around. Fools away, third person singular simple present indicative of fool away. Fools for Christ, plural of fool for Christ. Fools rush in, ellipses of fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. A person who does not plan ahead and think matters through becomes involved in risky or unfavorable situations which prudent people avoid. Fools to themselves, plural of fool to oneself. Fools up, third person singular simple present indicative of fool up. Fools away, third person singular simple present indicative of fool with. Fools errands, plural of fool's errand. Fool's paradises, plural of fool's paradise. Foolscat, writing paper sheets measuring 13.25 x 16.5 inches. Foolscats, plural of foolscap. Foolscreen, pan and scan. Fool, the condition of being a fool, foolishness, folly. Foolheps, plural of foolship. Fotha, marked by foolishness or characteristic of a fool, foolish. Thok, the sound of a muffled explosion. Phone, simple past and past participle of fum. Frume, present participle and gerund of fum. Verus, plural of fum. Ho, a subordinate. Thok, a surname. Florence, plural of fun. Of, alternative form of font Old Russian unit of weight. Florence, plural of funt. Hilda, blunder. For, a surname. For, a surname, variant of Ford. Fordi, a monoclinic prismatic brownish yellow mineral containing niobium, oxygen, tantalum, and tin. Fours, plural of four. For, pronunciation spelling of fourth. A surname from German. Hoth, misspelling of fossa carnivorous mammal. Fothas, plural of fusa. Foosball, table soccer US, table football UK. Foosballer, foosball player. Foosballers, plural of foosballer. Hus, a surname. Fodes, plural of foos. Fooster, to bustle about in a purposeless way, fidget. Frooster, simple past and past participle of fooster. Foosterer, one who foosters. Foosterers, plural of foosterer. Foostering, present participle and gerund of fooster. Foosters, third person singular simple present indicative of fooster. Foza, alternative form of fooster. Foser, simple past and past participle of fooser. Fooserer, alternative form of foosterer. Fooserers, plural of foosterer. Foosering, present participle and gerund of fooster. Foosers, third person singular simple present indicative of fooster. A biological structure found in many animals that is used for locomotion and that is frequently a separate organ at the terminal part of the leg. Foot and mouth, ellipsis of foot and mouth disease. Football, archaic form of football. Footballs, plural of football. Footbath, alternative form of footbath. Footbaths, plural of footbath. Foot brake, a brake controlled by foot as opposed to a hand brake. Foot brakes, plural of foot brake. Foot candle, a measure of illuminance or light intensity on a surface equal to 1 lumen per square foot. Foot candles, plural of foot candle. Foot chase, a chase or pursuit that takes place on foot rather than, for example, in vehicles. Foot chases, plural of foot chase. Foot dropped, a gait of normality in which the dropping of the forefoot happens due the weakness, nerve damage, or paralysis. Foot fault. In certain sports, as in tennis or long jump, a fault in which the athlete's foot is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Foot faults. Plural of foot fault. Foot feet. The accelerator or gas pedal, so called when the throttle control was moved from the column to the floor. Foot feeds. Plural of foot feed. Foot fetish. A fetish involving sexual attraction to feet. Foot fetishism. Sexual activity involving a partner's feet. Foot guard. Alternative form of foot guard. Foot guards. Plural of foot guard. Foot heater. Synonym of foot warmer. Foot. The what? Foot job. A sexual act where the genitalia are stimulated by someone's feet. Foot jobs. Plural of foot job. Foot juggling. A circus act consisting of juggling objects with one's feet, but especially whilst lying on one's back with the legs raised more or less vertically. Foot kiss. A reverential kiss on the footwear of the Pope or other revered figure. Foot kisses. Plural of foot kiss. Foot lifter. A small object placed under another vertical object to lift it temporarily. Foot lifters. Plural of foot lifter. Foot locker. Alternative spelling of foot locker. Foot lockers. Plural of foot locker. Foot mantle. A long garment to protect the clothing when riding. A riding skirt. Foot mantles. Plural of foot mantle. Foot pace. Alternative form of foot pace. Foot paces. Plural of foot pace. Foot pad. Alternative form of foot pad. Foot pads. Plural of foot pad. Foot passenger. A passenger on a ferry who does not have a car or any other form of transport with them. Foot passengers. Plural of foot passenger. Foot patrol. A person or group of people that conducts a patrol or surveillance of an area by walking. Foot patrols. Plural of foot patrol. Foot peg. Alternative form of foot bag. Foot peg. Plural of foot peg. Foot per second. A unit of both speed and velocity, expressing the distance in feet traveled or displaced, divided by the time in seconds. Foot race. Alternative form of foot race. Foot races. Plural of foot race. Foot rests. A horizontal bar fixed on the bottom of a chair to provide support for the feet. Foot rests. Plural of foot rest. Foot roller. A cylinder with a bumpy surface, rolled back and forth under the foot as a form of therapeutic massage. Foot rollers. Plural of foot roller. Foot rot. A common infection of the hoof of animals such as cattle, sheep, and goat caused by two species of anaerobic bacteria, Fusobacterium necrophorum and Bacteroides melaninogenicus, infectious pododermatitis. Foot rots. Plural of foot rot. Foot screw. An adjusting screw which forms a foot and serves to give a machine or table a level standing on an uneven place. Foot screws. Plural of foot screw. Foot soldier. A soldier who fights on foot. An infantryman. Foot soldiers. Plural of foot soldier. Foot stalk. Alternative form of foot stalk. Foot stalks. Plural of foot stalk. Footstick, a beveled piece of furniture placed against the foot of the page to hold the type in place. Footsticks, plural of footstick. Footstool, alternative form of footstool. Footstove, a small box with an iron pan to hold hot coals for warming the feet. Footstoves, plural of footstove. Footsweep, any of several moves used to trip an opponent by forcefully moving one's legs horizontally at the feet or ankles of one's opponent. Foot sweeps, plural of foot sweep. Foot the bill, to pay for something. Foot traffic, a measure of the number of people or customers who enter a shopping mall or retail location within a specific period. Foot trap, the use of the bottom of the foot to control a rolling or low bouncing ball. Foot traps, plural of foot trap. Foot trip, the act of causing someone to fall or stumble by tripping them with one's feet. Foot trips, plural of foot trip. Foot up, to add up, to calculate. Foot valve, the valve of a steam engine that opens to the air pump from the condenser. Foot valves, plural of foot valve. Foot voting, expressing one's preferences through one's actions by voluntarily participating in or withdrawing from an activity, group, or process, especially physical migration to leave a situation one does not like, or to move to a situation one regards as more beneficial. Foot warmer, alternative form of foot warmer. Foot warmers, plural of foot warmer. Foot-and-mouth disease, a highly contagious and sometimes fatal viral disease that can affect animals with cloven hooves. Football, alternative spelling of football. Footballs, plural of football. Footbath, alternative form of footbath. Footbaths, plural of footbath. Foot candle, alternative form of foot candle. Foot candles, plural of foot candle. Foot dragger, alternative form of foot dragger. Foot draggers, plural of foot dragger. Foot dragging, the deliberate delaying of or reluctance to take obligatory action. Foot draggings, plural of foot dragging. Footfall, alternative spelling of footfall. Footfalls, plural of footfall. Footganger, alternative form of footganger. Footgangers, plural of footganger. Footgoer, alternative form of footgoer. Footgoers, plural of footgoer. Foot-and-mouth disease, a tendency to make remarks that are embarrassingly wrong or inappropriate. Foot-in-the-door technique, a compliance tactic that involves getting a person to agree to a large request by first having them agree to a modest request. Footjaw, a limb of a crustacean, insect, or other arthropod that acts as an accessory mouth part. Footjaws, plural of footjaw. Foot Lambert, a unit of luminance equal to 1/pi candela per square foot, or 3.426 candela per square meter. Foot Lamberts, plural of foot Lambert. Footlight, dated spelling of footlight. Footlights, plural of footlight. Footpace, alternative form of footpace. Footpaces, plural of footpace. Footpad, alternative spelling of footpad. Footpads, plural of footpad. Foot-pound, deprecated abbreviation for foot foot-pound force, a unit of work or energy. Foot-pound second, of or relating to a measurement system that uses the foot as a measure of distance, the pound as a measure of force, and the second as a measure of time. Foot-pound seconds, plural of foot-pound second. Foot-poundal, a unit of work done when by a force of 1 poundal moves through a distance of 1 foot. Foot-poundals, plural of foot-poundal. Foot-pounds, plural of foot-pound. Foot-scamp, a common thief who escapes on foot. Foot-scamps, plural of foot-scamp. Footslog, alternative spelling of footslog. Footstalk, alternative form of footstalk. Footstalks, plural of footstalk. Footstool, alternative form of footstool. Footstools, plural of footstool. Footstrut split, a phonemic split affecting most modern varieties of English with the exception of most accents of Northern England and the English Midlands, along with some accents of North Wales and Ireland in which the phoneme / letter / which occurs in both foot and strut in accents without the split is separated into two phonemes, /turnv/ in words like strut and cut and / letter / in words like foot and put. Foot tapping, a rhythmic tapping of the foot, especially in time to music. Foot tappings, plural of foot tapping. Foot ton, a unit of energy or work equal to the work done in raising 1 ton against the force of gravity through the height of 1 foot. Foot tons, plural of foot ton. Foot travel, traveling by foot, walking. Foot warmer, alternative form of foot warmer. Foot warmers, plural of foot warmer. Foot wobbler, a foot soldier, an infantryman. Foot wobblers, plural of foot wobbler. Footed, an amount of film or tape that has been used to record something. Footages, plural of footage. Foot that, a small beanbag or sandbag used as a ball in a number of sports and games. It is typically controlled by the feet, but in some sports every part of the body except the hands and arms may be used. Foot bags, plural of footbag. Football, a sport played on foot in which teams attempt to get a ball into a goal or zone defended by the other team. Football bar, synonym of Swiss bar. Football bars, plural of football bar. Football club, a club or organization where football is played. Football clubs, plural of football club. Football field, a playing field on which the game of American football is played. Football fields, plural of football field. Football fruit, the large round fruit of Pangium edule, which is poisonous but can be made edible by fermentation. Football fruits, plural of football fruit. Football hooligan, a violent football soccer fan who routinely fights with supporters of opposing teams and slund or with police, often the member of a firm. Football hooliganism, fighting at soccer games by football hooligans. Football hooligans, plural of football hooligan. Football match, a single game of football between two teams. Football matches, plural of football match. Football minute, a time interval that has been called a minute, but which actually takes much longer. Football minutes, plural of football minute. Football pie, a Scotch pie or meat pie sold at football stadiums. Football pies, plural of football pie. Football pitch, a playing field on which the game of football is played. Football pitches, plural of football pitch. Football player, one who plays gridiron football. Football players, plural of football player. Football pool, a competition in which people try to predict the results of football matches and win money. Football pools, plural of football pool. Football tennis, a sport played with a ball over a net on a tennis-like court, with the ball similar to the football one and the net to the tennis one. Football player, rare form of football player. Football players, plural of football player. Football, simple past and past participle of football. Footballer, Buckminster Fuller A. Footballer, one who plays association football. Footballers, plural of footballer. Footballers, the jargon associated with the sport of football. Footballfish, any of the species of deep-sea angelofishes in the family Hematelophidae. Footballfishes, plural of footballfish. Footballification, the act or process of footballifying. Footballify, simple past and past participle of footballify. Footballifies, third person singular simple present indicative of footballify. Footballify, to make more like or about a game of football. Footballifying, present participle and gerund of footballify. Footballing, relating to the sport of football. Footballization, alternative form of footballization. Footballish, having the physical characteristics associated with an American football player, being large and muscular. Footballess, a football player. Footballistic, pertaining to football soccer. Footballists, plural of footballists. Footballization, the process of increasing the popularity of football soccer in a region. Footballs, plural of football. Footband, a group of foot soldiers. Footbands, plural of footband. Footbank, a raised way within the parapet of a fortification. Footbanks, plural of footbank. Footbar, a bar for supporting a person's foot, as in furniture or exercise machines. Foottars, plural of footbar. Footbath, the act of soaking or washing the feet. Footbaths, plural of footbath. Foot, a removable insole for a shoe. Footbeds, plural of footbed. Footbinder, one who carries out footbinding. Footbinders. Plural of footbinder. Footbinding, the old Chinese custom of binding women's feet with cloth to prevent them from growing with age. Footbindings, plural of footbinding. Footboard, an upright board across the foot of a bedstead. Footboards, plural of footboard. Footboat, a dinghy or similar small boat attached to a barge. Footboats, plural of footboat. Footbone, any of the bones of the foot. Footbones, plural of footbone. Footbound, subjected to footbinding. Footbow, a bow whose arc is kept in place by the archer's feet when its string is drawn by hand. Footbows, plural of footbow. Footbox, a section of a sleeping sleeping bag, wheelchair, etc. shaped to accommodate the feet. Foot boxes, plural of footbox. Foot guy, a serving boy, attendant, page with similar duties to those of an adult footman. Foot bays, plural of footboy. Foot brake, alternative spelling of foot brake. Foot brakes, plural of foot brake. Foot brawl, the sport of football when regarded as violent. Foot breadth, the breadth of a foot used as a measure. Footbreadths, plural of footbreadth. Footbridge, a bridge over a road, railway, river, etc. for pedestrians. Footbridge, spanned by a footbridge. Footbridges, plural of footbridge. Foot candle, alternative form of foot candle. Foot candles, plural of foot candle. Footgear, the care of the feet. Footgear, a basal indent in a karst landscape caused by water. Foot caves, plural of foot cave. Footpath, a housing or caparison for a horse. Footpots, plural of foot cloth. Foot dragger, one who deliberately delays obligatory action. Foot draggers, plural of foot dragger. Foot dragging, alternative form of foot dragging. Foot draggings, plural of foot dragging, alternative spelling of foot draggings. Foot drop, alternative form of foot drop. But a surname. The simple past and past participle of foot. Footed drum, a drum membranophone whose resonance is improved by an open bottom that is held by the player's feet. Footed drums, plural of footed drum. Footed the bill, simple past and past participle of foot the bill. Footed hop, simple past and past participle of foot up. Footedness, one's natural preference for using the left or right foot, especially in board sports. Footer, a footgoer, pedestrian. Footer, simple past and past participle of footer. Footering, present participle and gerund of footer. Footers, plural of footer. Footes, second person singular simple present indicative of foot. Foot, third person singular simple present indicative of foot. Footfall, the sound made by a footstep, also the footstep or step itself. Footfalls, plural of footfall. Footfare, one who travels on foot. Footfares, plural of footfare. Footfault, to commit a footfault. Footfaulted, simple past and past participle of footfault. Footfaulting, present participle and gerund of footfault. Footfaults, third person singular simple present indicative of footfault. Footish, alternative form of foot fetish. Foot fetishism, alternative form of foot fetishism. Foot fetting, combat using the feet, especially the French system of savate. Foot thelt, infantry. Foot eye, the act of sexual penetration with the feet or toes. Foot fact, simple past and past participle of foot fuck. Foot fucker, someone who sexually penetrates with their foot or toe in a fashion similar to fisting. Foot fuckers, plural of footfucker. Footfucking, present participle and gerund of footfuck. Footfuckis, plural of footfuck. Footal, an amount that can be picked up by one foot. Footholes, plural of footful. Footgenger, a juvenile locust or grasshopper while in its wingless or flightless phase. Footgangers, plural of footganger. Footgear, sturdy footwear. Footgal, an amercement imposed for failure to expedite a dog. Footgla, a kind of stocking. Foot gloves, plural of foot glove. Footgoer, one who goes by foot, a walker, pedestrian. Footgoers, plural of footgoer. Foot golf, a variant of golf in which players attempt to kick a football soccer ball into a depressed cup set into the turf. Foot guard, a soldier who goes on foot without a horse. Foot guards, plural of foot guard. Foot gunner, any feature likely to lead to the programmer or user shooting themselves in the foot. Foot gun, simple past and past participle of foot gun. Foot gunning, present participle and gerund of foot gun. Foot guns, plural of foot gun. Foot vault, foot rot disease affecting the feet of animals, for example sheep. Foothill, a hill at the base of a mountain or mountain range. Foothill Farms, a census-designated place in Sacramento County, California, United States. Foothill Pine, a species of pine tree, Pinus sabiniana. Foothill Pines, plural of foothill pine. Foothill Yaka, synonym of our Lord's candle. Foothill, having foothills. Foothills, plural of foothill. Foothills County, a municipal district in southern Alberta, Canada, renamed from MD of Foothills now, 31 in 2019. Foothills Larkspur, synonym of poisonweed Delphinium jayeri. Foothill, resembling or having a foothill or foothills. Foothold, a solid grip with the feet. Footholder, in Welsh mythology, a virgin maiden tasked with holding a warrior's feet in her lap. Footholders, plural of footholder. Footholds, plural of foothold. Foothole, a deep footprint, a hole made by a foot. Footholes, plural of foothold. Foot, alternative form of futtock. Folks, plural of futtock. So that, without stopping or slowing down, immediately, at once. Foot, alternative spelling of footy. Footies, plural of footy. Footin, pronunciation spelling of footing. Footing, a ground for the foot, place for the foot to rest on, firm foundation to stand on. Footing it, present participle and gerund to foot it. Footing the bill, present participle and gerund to foot the bill. Footing up, present participle and gerund to foot up. Footings, plural of footing. Foota, alternative spelling of foot job. Foot dabs, plural of foot job. Foot kisser, a sycophant, foot licker. Foot kissers, plural of foot kisser. Foot lambert, alternative form of foot lambert. Foot lamberts, plural of foot lambert. Fiddle, to waste time, to trifle. Fuddle about, to pass time doing unimportant things, to mess around. Fuddle around, to pass time doing unimportant things, to mess around. Fuddle away, to waste time. Fuddled, simple past and past participle of fuddle. Fuddled about. Simple past and past participle of fuddle about. Fuddled around. Simple past and past participle of fuddle around. Fuddled away. Simple past and past participle of fuddle away. Fuddler, one who fuddles, a foolish trifler. Fuddlers, plural of footler. Fuddles, third person singular simple present indicative of fuddle. Fuddles about. Third person singular simple present indicative of fuddle about. Fuddles around. Third person singular simple present indicative of fuddle around. Fuddles away. Third person singular simple present indicative of fuddle away. Fuddless, without feet. Footless sight, in a clumsy or inept way. Footlessness, the state or condition of being footless. Footlet, a foot sock. Footlets, plural of footlet. Footlet, a surname. Footlicker, a sycophant, a fawner, a toady. Footlickers, plural of footlicker. Footlicking, sycophantic behavior. Footlicks, plural of footlick. Footlights, a stage light located at the front edge of the stage that illuminates the actors from foot level up. Footlighted, illuminated by footlights. Footlights, plural of footlight. Footlight, resembling a foot. Fuddling, trivial, silly, and irritating. Fuddling about, present participle and gerund of fuddle about. Fuddling around, present participle and gerund of fuddle around. Fuddling away, present participle and gerund of fuddle away. Footlings, plural of footling. Footet. Synonym of footlighted. Footlocker, a long, rectangular trunk or similar container that lies flat on the floor, especially one used for personal belongings and kept at the foot of a bed, commonly used in barracks and dormitories. Footlockers, plural of footlocker. Footlock, a log used as a footbridge. Footlogs, plural of footlock. Footlong, one footlong. Footlongs, plural of footlong. Footloose, tending to travel or do as one pleases, readily without many commitments or responsibility. Footloose and fancy-free, able to do as one pleases, unconstrained by social ties or responsibilities. Footloose and fancy-free, alternative form of footloose and fancy-free. Footlooseness, the characteristic of being footloose. Footly, of pertaining to or characteristic of the foot or feet. Footdaker, an assistant glass blower who forms the foot of the glass vessel. Footmakers, plural of footmaker. Footman, a surname. Footmanhood, the role or status of a footman. Footmanly, befitting or typical of a footman. Footmanry, the realm or sphere of footmen, footmen collectively. Footmans, plural of footmen. Footmanship, The post or position of footman, the skill or art of a footman. Footmark, footprint and impression made by a foot. Footmark, bearing footmarks. Footmarks, plural of footmark. Footmill, step by step, incrementally, little by degrees, 1 foot measure at a time. Footmills, plural of footmill. Footman, plural of footman. Footduct, a cover for a baby's feet or legs which attaches through the harness of a pushchair, stroller, or travel system. Footmuts, plural of footma. Footnail, synonym of toenail. Footnails, plural of footnail. Footnote, a short piece of text, often numbered, placed at the bottom of a printed page that adds a comment, citation, reference, etc. to a designated part of the main text. Footnoted, containing footnotes. Footnoter, one who writes footnotes. Footnoters, plural of footnoter. Footnotes, plural of footnote. Footnoting, present participle and gerund of footnote. Footbase, a walking pace or step. Footbases, plural of footpace. Footpad, the soft underside of an animal's paw. Foot-headed, simple past and past participle of footpad. Footpaddery, the crime of robbing travelers on the road. Footpetting, present participle and gerund of footpad. Footpettings, plural of footpetting. Footpads, plural of footpad. Footpage, a young man who is employed to run errands. Errand boy. Footpages, plural of footpage. Footpan, a pan used to bathe the feet. Footpans, plural of footpan. Footpass, a pass made by kicking the ball through the air directly to a teammate. Footpass, simple past and past participle of footpass. Footpasses, plural of footpass. Footpassing, present participle and gerund of footpass. Footpath, any set path or trail to be used by people walking. Footbid, provided with a footpath. Footpass, plural of footpath. Footpaw, a fursuit shoe which is shaped like an animal's paw. Footpaws, plural of footpaw. Foot pedal, a pedal foot operated lever. Foot pedals, plural of foot pedal. Foot peg, part of a motorbike, kayak, etc. to be pushed against with the foot. Foot pegs, plural of foot peg. Foot piece, a bandage for the foot. Foot pieces, plural of foot piece. Foot plate, the flat portion at the base of the stapes, pedestal. Footplate man, alternative spelling of footplateman. Footplate man, plural of footplate man. Footplateman, a railway worker who is either a locomotive engineer or a fireman. Footplateman, plural of footplateman. Footplates, plural of footplate. Footplating, present participle and gerund of footplate. Footply, footwork. Footplow, synonym of chacky takla. Footpint, the region at which tubes of magnetic field lines reach the surface of the photosphere to form coronal loops. Footpoints, plural of footpoint. Footpole, the narrow end of a lanceolate diadem. Footpoles, plural of footpole. Footpost, a bedpost at the foot of a bed. Footposts, plural of footposts. Footbound, alternative form of footpound. Footbounds, plural of footpound. Footprint, the impression of the foot in a soft substance such as sand or snow. Footprinted, identified by means of footprinting. Footprinting, any of several techniques for the identification of a member of a class of things based on some distinguishing feature. Footprints, plural of footprint. Footpump, a pump operated by a person's foot. Footpumps, plural of foot pump. Footquake, seismic activity caused by the feet of many people moving in unison. Footquakes, plural of footquake. Foot race, a race run on foot. Foot racer, one who runs a race on foot. Foot racers, plural of foot racer. Foot races, plural of foot race. Foot racing, the running of races on foot. Foot rail, a rail serving as a support for the foot. Foot trails, plural of foot trail. Footrests, a support on which to rest the feet. Footrests, plural of footrest. Footroom, space for a person's feet, especially while seated. Footrope, a rope attached to the lower part of the sail. Footropes, plural of footrope. Footoc, a hoof infection, infectious pododermatitis that is commonly found in sheep, goat, and cattle. Footox, plural of footrot. Footrot, a massage of the feet. Footrobs, plural of footrob. Footrol, a ruler that measures in feet. Footrolls, plural of footrule. Footrunner, a person who runs on foot. Footrunners, plural of footrunner. Foots, third person singular simple present indicative of foot. Putts Creek, a census-designated place in Jackson County, Oregon, United States. Foots the bill, third person singular simple present indicative of foot the bill. Foots up, third person singular simple present indicative of foot up. Foot out, alternative form of futsal. Footshake, a shake of the foot, possibly imitating a handshake. Footshakes, plural of footshake. Footdoc, a mild electric shock administered to the feet of laboratory animals during a variety of psychological and other experiments. Footshocked, simple past and past participle of footshock. Footshocking, present participle and gerund of footshock. Footocks, plural of footshock. Footy, the FC and the FC 100 index. Footsie wootsies. What? Footsies, plural of footsie. Foot slave, a slave that travels by foot carrying items for his master. Foot slaves, plural of foot slave. Footslog, an instance of foot slogging. Footslog, simple past and past participle of footslog. Footslogger, A foot soldier, one who foot slogs. Foot sloggers, plural of foot slogger. Foot slogging, present participle and gerund of foot slog. Foot slogs, plural of foot slog. Foot slope, the gently inclined hill slope at the foot of a hill. Foot slopes, plural of foot slope. Foot slut, a submissive who has a foot fetish. Foot sluts, plural of foot slut. Foot sock, a very short sock, covering the foot but not the leg or ankle. Foot socks, plural of foot sock. Foot soldier, alternative spelling of foot soldier. Foot soldiers, plural of foot soldier. Foot soldiery, foot soldiers collectively. Foot sore, having sore feet, but perhaps also a certain sense of satisfaction after walking or hiking too much. Foot soreness, the characteristic of being footsore. Foot speed, the speed at which a person can move on foot. Foot spur, a foothill that shoots from a mountain or range in a perpendicular direction. Foot spurs, plural of foot spur. Foot stalk, a stalk such as a peduncle or pedestal that supports another structure. Foot stalked, having a foot stalk. Foot stalks, plural of foot stalk. Foot stalk, a type of stirrup predominantly found on saddles designed for women. Foot stalls, plural of foot stall. Footstep, the mark or impression left by a foot, a track. Footsteps, plural of footstep. Footstick, a measuring rod that is 1 foot long. Footstakes, plural of footstick. Footstone, a gravestone placed at the foot of a grave, typically smaller than a headstone, and frequently resembling a large cobblestone. Footstones, plural of footstone. Footstool, a low stool for supporting the feet while seated. Footstool, supplied with a footstool. Footstools, plural of footstool. Footstove, alternative form of footstove. Footstoves, plural of footstove. Footstrike, the action of the foot striking the ground when walking or running. Footstrikes, plural of footstrike. Footer, shore of one's footing, not stumbling or tripping while walking. Footsweep, alternative spelling of foot sweep. Footsweeps, plural of foot sweep. Footswitch, a switch or pedal controlled by the foot. Footswitch, plural of foot switch. Footy, alternative form of footsie. Foot volley, a sport similar to beach volleyball, in which the feet and other body parts are used instead of the hands and arms. Footwalk, a pedestrian walkway. Footwalks, plural of footwalk. Footwall, the section of rock that extends below a diagonal fault line, the corresponding upper section being the hanging wall. Footwalls, plural of footwall. Footwear, toward the foot or feet. Footwarmer, something used to keep the feet warm, especially during a journey. Footwarmers, plural of footwarmer. Foot washing, the washing of a person's feet. Footway, a passage reserved only for pedestrians. Footways, plural of footway. Footwear. Items or an item of clothing that is worn on the foot, a shoe, sandal, etc. Footwears. Plural of footwear. Footwell. The space for the feet in front of the seat in a vehicle. Footwells. Plural of footwell. Footwell. Any wheel worked by means of the foot. Footwheels. Plural of footwheel. Footwoman. A female servant equivalent to a footman. Footwoman. Plural of footwoman. Footwork. Any movement of the feet, especially intricate or complex movement as in sports or dancing. Footwork. Plural of footwork. Footworn. Worn or eroded by the feet. Foot hat. A strip of cloth worn around the feet before the wide availability of socks or to avoid chafing, absorb sweat and improve the foothold. Foot traps. Plural of foot trap. Foot riding. Riding with the foot is performed by those whose disability prevents them from riding with the hand. Football Association. Football soccer in US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Footy tipping. A competition where entrants aim to predict the winners of football matches over the course of the season. Fura. Alternative form of fuyang. Fura. Alternative form of fuyang. Fura. To do something clumsily or awkwardly, to bungle. Fural. Simple past and past participle of fuzul. Fuzler. One who bungles, a maker of mistakes. Foolers. Plural of fuzler. Fuzels. Plural of fuzul. Fuzle. Present participle and gerund of fuzul. Hut. Initialism of form of payment. Hut. A vain man, a dandy. Hopdiddle. A stupid person, a fool, a simpleton. Fopdiddles. Plural of fopdiddle. Fope. Academy of Hanjiang, Shaanxi, China. Fop. Deliberate misspelling of folk. Fop. Deliberate misspelling of folks. Fopfle. A petty fop. Foplings. Plural of fopling. Hop. Synonym of spork. Fapoons. Plural of fapoon. Fopperies. Plural of foppery. Fop. The dress or actions of a fop. Foppish. Like a fop, a man overly concerned with his appearance, vain and showy. Foppishly. In a foppish way. Foppiness. The characteristic or quality of being foppish. Foppishness is. Plural of foppishness. Fobism. Foppish behavior. Body. Foppish. Fop. Plural of fo. P. Fotis. Plural of fa. Fopses. Plural of fops. Fopsies. Plural of fop. Poppy. Synonym of fopsifox. But. Initialism of fixed order quantity. Focusm. Synonym of focalism revolutionary strategy. Initialism of field of research. Because for $500, Alex, this is my guess. For a change, as a departure from the usual. For a fact, without doubt. For a laugh, for no reason other than to be amusing. For a minute, momentarily for a moment or instant. For a song. For a very low price, very cheaply. For a song and a dance. Alternative form of phrase song. For a song and dance. Alternative form of phrase song. For a start. For one thing, as one rebutting factor among many. For a while. Ellipsis of please wait for a while. For Africa. In abundance. For all. Applying to every element of a set, the universal quantifier. For all intended purposes. Eggcorn of for all intents and purposes. For all intents and purposes. Eggcorn of for all intents and purposes. For all intents purposes. Eggcorn of for all intents and purposes. For all intensive purposes. Eggcorn of for all intents and purposes. For all intents and purposes. For every functional purpose, in every practical sense, in every important respect. For all intrinsic purposes. Eggcorn of for all intents and purposes. For all money. Very probably, almost certainly, in all likelihood. For all of someone. So far as someone is concerned, in someone's view, often in hyperbolic constructions. For all one is worth, intensely, vigorously, with as much effort as one can supply. For all one knows, possibly or conceivably, given one's limited knowledge. For all practical purposes, effectively, virtually, practically. For all someone cares, expresses that someone does not care at all about some hypothetical situation becoming reality. For all the world, entirely, to all appearances. For all the world to see, in plain view, clearly visible. For all time, perpetually, eternally, forever. For and on behalf of, acting for, acting as an agent of. For another thing, used to introduce an additional item in a possible sequence. For any sake, synonym of at all costs. For any sakes, alternative form of for any sake. For as long as one can remember, for the entirety of one's can is life. For beans, synonym of at all. For because. For best, for good, permanently. For better or for worse. Alternative form of for better or worse. For better or worse. No matter what the future may hold, no matter whether it is good or bad. For better, for worse. Alternative form of for better or worse. For cause, for a legitimate, specific reason, with justification. For certain, definitely, positively, without doubt. For choice, having a non-decisive advantage, slightly winning. For critic, used to express annoyance or frustration. For critics, for Christ's sake. For Christ's sake, used to express surprise, contempt, outrage, disgust, boredom, frustration. For Christ's sakes, alternative form of for critics. For Christ's sake, alternative form of for Christ's sake. For Christ's sake, euphemistic form of for Christ's sake. For crying out loud, pronunciation spelling of for crying out loud. For crying out loud, used to express frustration, exasperation, or annoyance. For days, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See for days. For dear life, desperately. For dummies, intended for a lay audience, simplified. For England, very well, or for a long time. Forever. Alternative form of forever. Forever and ever. Eternally, timelessly, with no beginning and no end. Forevermore. Forever. Forevermore. Alternative form of forevermore. For example. As an example. For faith, not for real. For fear of. In order to attempt to prevent the risk of a particular incident or event from occurring. For fear that. Synonym of for fear of. For free, without paying, free. For fuck's sake. Alternative letter case form of for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake, an expression of anger or frustration. For fudge's sake. For fuck's sake, an expression of anger or frustration. For fun, in order to obtain pleasure or excitement. For fuck's sake, contraction of for fuck's sake. For God's sake, an exclamation of anger, surprise, or impatience. For goddess's sake, synonym of for God's sake. For good, in a way that is conclusive and final. For good and all, in a way that is conclusive and final. For good measure, in excess of the minimum required, added as an extra. For good or ill, whether it is a good or a bad thing, regardless. For goodness sake, used to express frustration, exasperation, annoyance. For goodness sakes, used to express frustration, exasperation, annoyance. For gosh sake. Synonym of for goodness sake. For grins, for no particular reason, just because it is fun or entertaining, or to relieve boredom. For heaven's sake, alternative letter case form of for heaven's sake. For heaven's sake, expresses frustration, exasperation, annoyance, or the urgency of an instruction. For here, synonym of eaten. For hours, taking many hours. For instance, as an example. Foot, in order to attain some implied goal. For keeps, with an agreement or intention to retain what one gains or receives. For kicks, in order to obtain pleasure or excitement. For a lack of, synonym of for want of. For lack of trying, due to a failure to make a significant enough effort. For land's sake, alternative form of land sakes. For land's sake alive, alternative form of land sakes. For land's sakes, alternative form of land sakes. For land's sakes alive, alternative form of land sakes. For laughs, alternative form of for a laugh. For a life, for the rest of a person's life. For a long, for a considerable period of time. For lieu, a section of code in which an instruction or group of instructions is executed a specific number of times depending on the value of a loop counter. For loops, plural of for loop. For love nor money, alternative form of for love or money. For love or money, for any reason whatsoever. For me, as far as I'm concerned. For mercy's sake, an especially mild oath. for my money, in my opinion, as I see it, in all likelihood. For my sins, jokingly suggesting that some ostensibly undesirable task or situation has been assigned as a punishment. For myself, according to one's own opinion or preferences. For name's sake, in name only, for no good reason, without any rightful cause or justification, for nothing, for free, for now, at the moment, until later, implying a likelihood of changing state. For old sake's sake, synonym of for old time's sake. For old time's sake, alternative form of for old time's sake. For old time's sake, an appeal to the nostalgia of prior experiences to convince someone to do something. For old time's sakes, alternative form of for old time's sake. For once, for the first time after many instances to the contrary, in a rare exception to the rule, as an exception to the usual. For once and for all, alternative form of once and for all. For one, as the first in a number of examples or reasons. For one reason or another, synonym of for some reason. For one thing, used to introduce the first item in a possible sequence. For one's foams, totally or in humiliating fashion in the contest of earned or defeated. For one's heart, synonym of for one's life. For one's life, extremely desperately. For one's liking, in a way that pleases one, to one's satisfaction. For one's own good, to an excessive extent or degree, especially to the extent that it is negative, gets in the way, etc. For one's own hand, for one's own benefit or advantage. For one's part, as far as concerns one. For one's particular, for one's part, as far as one is concerned. For one's trouble, in exchange for one's effort as a reward. For openers, synonym of for starters. For Pete's sake, used to express frustration, exasperation, annoyance. For pity's sake, for Pete's sake, and especially mild oath. For real, genuine, true, serious, earnest. For real, and for true, genuinely, truly. For real life, synonym of in reality, occurring in real life as opposed to play or make-believe. For reals, for real. For real is true, genuine, real. For reasons that the speaker does not know or does not want to discuss, for no good reason. For rent, be offered for renting. For sake of, because of, for the sake of. For sale, being offered for purchase. For shame, you should be ashamed of yourself. For shame's sake, owing to a sense of shame. For she, for sure, for real. Definitely. For shit at all, for toffee. For shits and giggles, for no particular reason, just because it is fun or entertaining, or to relieve boredom. For shizzle, alternative spelling of faux shizzle. For short, as an abbreviated form. For show, intended to be seen but not bought or used, aesthetic as opposed to practical. For so long a time, for a very long time, for some reason, expressing uncertainty for the cause or justification of some event or happening. For some time, for somewhat of a long time, for someone, used as an intensifier for actions causing harm or detriment to someone. For sour apples, synonym of for toffee at all, especially of a skill or ability. For starters, as an initial point before any other considerations. For sure. Definitely, positively, without a doubt. For that. Because. For that manner. Misspelling of for that matter. For that matter. As far as that is concerned. For ages. Especially memorable and noteworthy, deserving to endure for a very long time. For the asking, available for someone to have something just by asking for it, i.e. without any significant effort or outlay, freely. For the best, having the best possible outcome eventually. For the better, resulting in or showing improvement. For the birds, not deserving serious consideration, unimportant, useless, worthless. For the book, notable, remarkable, or surprising. For the books, alternative form of for the book. For the cheap seats, used to emphasize a repeated assertion. For the children, alternative form of think of children. For the chop, about to lose one's job. For the foreseeable, ellipsis of for the foreseeable future. For the fuck of it, alternative form of for the hell of it. For the fun of it, solely for the sake of entertainment. For the jipper, in dedication to someone held in high regard. For the gods, perfectly, in an exceptional manner. For the heck of it, alternative form of for the hell of it. For the hell of it, for no particular reason, just because it is fun, entertaining, or to relieve boredom. For the high jump, in trouble, facing punishment for a misdeed. For the land's sake, alternative form of land sakes. For the land's sake alive, alternative form of land sakes. For the land's sakes, alternative form of land sakes. For the land's sakes alive, alternative form of land sakes. For the last time, an expression indicating exasperation, meaning it will be the last time that something will be spoken before a punitive action will be taken. For the life of one, even if one's own life depended on it at all. For the lols, alternative spelling of for the lols. For the lols, alternative spelling of for the lols. For the long haul, for a long time, for an extended period or duration, all the way. For the longest time, for a very long time. For the lose, something undesirable, an exclamation suggesting an unwanted result or condition. For the loss, expresses dislike or contempt for something. For the love of, used to form interjections expressing exasperation. For the love of all that is good, synonym of for the love of God. For the love of all that is holy, synonym of for the love of God. For the love of Betsy, for the love of God. For the love of Christ, an expletive used to express outrage or disgust. For the love of fuck, alternative form of for the love of fuck. For the love of fuck, expresses exasperation. For the love of God, an expression of exasperation, usually while making a request. For the love of goddess, synonym of for the love of God. For the love of me, no matter what I do, whatever I do. For the love of Mike, for the love of God. For the love of shit, synonym of for the love of fuck. For the lulz, for kicks, for personal amusement, especially schadenfreude. For the main, alternative form of in the main. For the moment, at this time, for the most part, in most aspects, mostly, generally. For the non-C, for the time being, for now with the expectation that the situation may change. For the plot, everything happens for a reason. For the present, for now. For the record, for the purpose of being recorded, especially when already known. For the rest, as far as the rest is concerned. For the sake of, because of, out of consideration for, in the interest of. For the taking, available, able to be taken without difficulty. For the time, synonym of for the time being. For time being, temporarily, for now, until later, until the situation changes in an indefinite period of time. For the want of, alternative form of for want of. For the when, being the best, being great, awesome, amazing or spectacular. Sure to succeed, used as a term of approval similar to long live. For the world, synonym of for worlds. For the worse, showing worsening or deterioration. For this once, on this particular occasion, to make an exception. For thy, alternative form of for the because. For time, synonym of for the time being. For two, elaboration of two. For toffee, at all, especially of a completely lacking skill or ability. For two pins, readily, with only the slightest encouragement. For very shame's sake, alternative form of for shame's sake owing to a sense of shame. For want of, because of the absence of. For weal or woe. For better or worse. For what? Alternative form of what for. For what it's worth. Consider in what limited worth this advice, opinion, or suggestion might have for you, used to soften the presentation of unsolicited advice or information that may not be relevant. For what we are about to receive. May the Lord make us truly thankful. A standard grace uttered before eating. For why? For what reason? Why? For worlds. For any consideration, on any account. For XYZ reasons. For reasons unknown and not worth speculating on. For ya, alternative form of for you an intensifier to emphasize typicality of behavior. For you, used as an intensifier to emphasize typicality of behavior. For your eyes only intended to be seen by an authorized individual or group, strictly confidential. For your information, used to introduce a rebuttal to the interlocutor's previous statement, especially when the statement angered or offended the speaker. For our pronunciation spelling of forward. Fori, forad. Forids, plural of fori. For, contraction of for it. Fourth, prefix to verbs to indicate a direction of a way, off. Fourth, for pay, available by subscription, used to describe a product or service that must be purchased to use, synonymous with pay and pay version. For profit, for the purpose of making money, especially in relation to an organization that was not formally, or is not usually, run to make money. For profits, plural of for profit. For real, alternative form of for, real. Foot, alternative form of forthen. Foot, plural of form, alternative form of forms. Foraken, obsolete spelling of hurricane. Forakens, plural of foraken. Forax, acronym of Fleet Operational Readiness Accuracy Check Site, a facility for measuring the bearing and range accuracy of sensor systems on ships, submarines, and aircraft. Forage, fodder for animals, especially cattle and horses. Forage cap, any of various originally military caps intended for undress or working use. Forage caps, plural of forage cap. Forage radish, synonym of fodder radish. Forage radishes, plural of forage radish. Forageable, capable of being foraged. Forage, simple past and past participle of forage. Forage master, somebody responsible for providing and transporting forage for animals. Forage masters, plural of forage master. Foragement, the act of foraging. Foragements, plural of foragement. Forager, an animal or person who forages. Foragers, plural of forager. Forages, plural of forage. Foraging, present participle and gerund of forage. Foragings, plural of foraging. Fornicker, a surname. Foracres, plural of foracre. Forali, a tube-like marking found in sandstone and other strata. Foralites, plural of foralite. Forum, a foraminifer. Foramen, an opening, an orifice, or a short passage. Especially in a bone. Foramen secum, a shallow depression in the posterior dorsal midline of the tongue that is the remnant of the more cranial part of the embryonic duct from which the thyroid gland developed. Foramen magnum, the large foramen, or hole in the occipital bone for the passage of the medulla oblongata and its membranes. Foramen of Monro, either of the interventricular foramina channels that connect the paired lateral ventricles with the third ventricle at the midline of the brain. Foramen ovale, an opening in the septum between the right and left atria of the fetal heart that normally closes after birth. Foramen ovales, plural of foramen ovale. Foramen spinosum, an aperture in the greater wing of the sphenoid bone that gives passage to the middle meningeal artery. Foramens, plural of foramen. Foramina, plural of foramen. Foramina seca, plural of foramen secum. Foramina magna, plural of foramen magnum. Foramina of Monro, plural of foramen of Monro. Foramina spinosa, plural of foramen spinosum. Foraminal, relating to the foramen. Foraminally, in relation to the foramen. Foraminate, having foramina or openings. Foraminated, having a small opening or foramina. Foramination, a foraminate structure, the presence of foramina or openings. Foraminations, plural of foramination. Foraminifer, any of a large group of aquatic amoeboid protists of the subphylum Foraminifera, characterized by streaming granular ectoplasm that, among other things, is used for catching food, often with a calcareous shell with many holes through which pseudopodia protrude. Foraminifera, synonym of frm9kvmrea of a large group of aquatic amoeboid protists of the subphylum Foraminifera, characterized by streaming granular ectoplasm that, among other things, is used for catching food, often with a calcareous shell with many holes through which pseudopodia protrude. Foraminifera, of pertaining to or resembling the foraminifers, foraminiferous. Foraminiferan, an organism of the phylum Foraminifera, a foraminifer. Foraminiferans, plural of foraminiferan. Foraminiferous, plural of foraminifera. Foraminiferid, synonym of foraminifer. Foraminiferids, plural of foraminiferid. Foraminiferivore, any animal that eats foraminifera. Foraminiferivores, plural of foraminiferivore. Foraminiferivorous, consuming or eating foraminifera. Foraminiferological, relating to foraminiferology. Foraminiferologist, a scientist, especially a paleontologist, who studies the foraminifera. Foraminiferologists, plural of foraminiferologists. Foraminiferology, the study of the foraminifera, especially in paleontology. Foraminiferan, synonym of foraminifer. Foraminiferans, plural of foraminiferan. Foraminiferous, having small openings, or foramina. Foraminifers, plural of foraminifer. Foraminiferum, synonym of foraminifer. Foraminoplasty, manipulation of the neuroforamina in order to reduce back pain. Foraminos, perforated by holes. Foraminotomies, plural of foraminotomy. Foraminotomy, a medical operation used to relieve pressure on nerves that are being compressed by the intervertebral foramina. Foraminous, covered with holes or foramina. Foramino, a very small foramen. Foraminals, plural of foraminu. Foraminulos, synonym of foraminulus. Foraminulus, having foramina. Forams, plural of forum. Foran, a surname from Irish. Foran, a surname from French. Forans, plural of foran. Foray, obsolete form of foreign. Foranius, only used in Foranius vicar, translator's error for vicar foreign. Forans, plural of foreign. For is land, land reclaimed from the sea by constructing causeways or embankments. For is lands, plural of forest land. Forestar, a holder of forest land. Forestars, plural of forestar. Forasmuch, inasmuch, seeing that. Forasmuch as, inasmuch as. Because, since. Forasti, a village in Gutnita, Iași County, Romania. Forted, any extinct bird in the family Fortidae. Foratids, plural of foratid. Foravirmab, a human monoclonal antibody for the prophylaxis of rabies. Foray, a sudden or irregular incursion in border warfare, hence any irregular incursion for war or spoils, a raid. Foray, simple past and past participle of foray. Forayer, one who makes or joins in a foray. Forayers, plural of forayer. Foraying, present participle and gerund of foray. Forayes, plural of fore. For, initialism of freedom of religion or belief. FRB, alternative letter case form of for. For, any non-woody flowering plant that is not a graminoid, grass, sedge, or rush. Herbaceous, relating to weeds. Forbat, alternative spelling of forbade, the simple past of forbid. Forbade, simple past of forbid. Forbe, to exile, banish. Forbanish, synonym of banish. Forbanish, simple past and past participle of forbanish. Forbanishes, third person singular simple present indicative of forbanish. Forbanishing, present participle and gerund of forbanish. Forbat, simple past and past participle of forban. Forbaning, present participle and gerund of forban. Forbar, to bar in, to shut up. Forbear, simple past of forbear. Forbar, simple past and past participle of forbar. Forbars, third person singular simple present indicative of forbar. Forbear, to bathe abundantly or thoroughly. Forbear, to keep away from, to avoid, to abstain from. Forbearable, that may be forborne. Forbearance, patient self-control, restraint and tolerance under provocation. Forbearances, plural of forbearance. Forbearant, forbearing. Long-suffering. Forbearantly, in a forbearant manner. Forbear, archaic spelling of forbear. Forbear. One who forbears. Forbears, plural of forbear. Forbears, third person singular simple present indicative of forbear. Forbeareth, second person singular simple present indicative of forbear. Forbeareth, third person singular simple present indicative of forbear. Forbearing, forbearance, restraint. Forbearingly, in a forbearing manner. Forbearingness, the quality of being forbearing. Forbearings, plural of forbearing. Forbears, plural of forbear. Forbreathe, the with. Forbeats, third person singular simple present indicative of forbeat. Forbes, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Forbes Park, a barangay of Makati, Metro Manila, Philippines. Forbes-Albright syndrome, galactorrhea associated with a pituitary tumor. Forbicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Forbezione, a pentacyclic oxygen heterocyclic compound with EUPAC name 2R13, R15, 6-8-dihydroxy, 17-17-9-thiol, 5-15-bis-3-methyl but 2-vinyl 3-16-dioxypentacyclo 11.4.1.02 11.02 15.049 octadca 4-6-8-11 tetrene 10-14-dione. Forbicide, a hydrated arsenate of nickel and cobalt found in the Atacama Desert. Forbstown, a census-designated place in Butte County, California, United States. Forbe, to disallow, to prescribe. Forbiddable, capable of being forbidden. Forbiddle, the act of forbidding something. Forbiddles, plural of forbidden. Forbiddance, an act of forbidding, prohibition, an official edict against something. Forbiddances, plural of forbiddance. Forbidden, simple past and past participle of forbid. Forbidden, not allowed, specifically disallowed. Forbidden City, a palace of the Ming Dynasty and Qing Dynasty located in Dincheng District, Beijing, China. Forbidden degree, any of the degrees of consanguinity and affinity within which people are not permitted to marry. Forbidden degrees, plural of forbidden degree. Forbidden experiment, an experiment where an infant is isolated from the normal use of language in an attempt to discover the fundamental character of human nature or the origin of language. Forbidden fruit, the fruit forbidden to Adam. Forbidden fruit is the sweetest. Forbidden things seem more appealing. People desire things more for, in some way, because they can't have them. Forbidden fruits, plural of forbidden fruit. Forbidden rice, synonym of black rice. Forbiddingly, in a forbidden or unlawful manner. Forbiddenness, the state, quality, or measure of being forbidden. Forbidder, one who forbids. Forbidders, plural of forbidder. Forbiddus, second person singular simple present indicative of forbid. Forbidda, third person singular simple present indicative of forbid. Forbidding, appearing to be threatening, unfriendly, or potentially unpleasant. Forbiddingly, in a forbidding manner. Forbiddingness, the quality of being forbidding. Forbidding, plural of forbidding. Forbids, third person singular simple present indicative of forbid. Forde, to bite up, bite to pieces. Herbivorous, that eats forbs. Forblack, extremely black, jet black. Forbel, covered in blood. Forbleed, to exhaust with bleeding. Forbleeding, present participle and gerund of forbleed. Forbleeds, third person singular simple present indicative of forbleed. Forbode, alternative form of forbode. Forbode, a forbidding, a prohibition, a command forbidding a thing. Forbode, simple past and past participle of forbode. Forbodden, past participle of forbid. Forbodes, third person singular simple present indicative of forebode. Foreboding, alternative form of foreboding. Forebodings, plural of foreboding. Forebore, simple past of forbear. Forebore, past participle of forbear. Forebore, past participle of forbear. Forby, simple past and past participle of forby. Forbreak, to break in pieces, break up, destroy. Forebreaking, present participle and gerund of forebreak. Forebreaks, third person singular simple present indicative of forebreak. Forebroke, simple past of forebreak. Forebroking, past participle of forebreak. Fors, plural of for. Forber, to destroy or damage by burning. Forburn, past participle of forburn. Forburning, present participle and gerund of forburn. Forburns, third person singular simple present indicative of forburn. Forbert, past participle of forburn. Forburst, to burst asunder, break, shatter. Forburst. present participle and gerund of foreburst. Forebursts. Third person singular simple present indicative of foreburst. Farbus, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Forbuses. Plural of forbus. Forbush, a surname. Forbush effect, a rapid decrease in the observed galactic cosmic ray intensity following a coronal mass ejection. Forbush effects, plural of Forbush effect. Forbush's sparrow, the bird Melaspis lincolnii gracilis, a subspecies of Lincoln's sparrow. Fordushes, plural of forbush. Forbuy, to buy off, ransom, redeem from sin, hell, etc. Forbuyer, redeemer. Forbuyers, plural of forbuyer. Forbuying, present participle and gerund of forbuy. Forbuys, third person singular simple present indicative of forbuy. Forby, a surname. Forby, alternative form of forby. Forbiland, a tract of arable land lying outside a common field. Forbilands, plural of forbiland. Forty, plural of forby. Fort, simple past and past participle of force. Fork, obsolete form of forced. Forcar, to cut through, cut completely, to carve up, to cut off. Forcard, simple past and past participle of forcar. Forcarves, third person singular simple present indicative of forcar. Forecarving, present participle and gerund of forecar. Forecast, to cast away, reject. Forecasted, simple past and past participle of forecast. Forecasten, felled, fallen. Forecasting, present participle and gerund of forecast. Forecasts, third person singular simple present indicative of forecast. For cause, because, for the reason that. Farce, falls used in place names. Force de frappe, the French nuclear deterrence force developed by Charles de Gaulle. Force diagram, synonym of free body diagram. Force diagrams, plural of force diagram. Force down someone's throat, to shove something down someone's throat. Force fed, simple past and past participle of force feed. Forefeed, alternative form of force feed. Force feeding, present participle and gerund of force feed. Force feeds, third person singular simple present indicative of force feed. Force field, a region of space, a vector field in which a force operates, contains lines of force, a field of force. Force fields, plural of force field. Force in, to make something larger, or fit in a smaller or tight place with brute force. Force justify, alternative form of force justify. Force majeure, an overwhelming force. Force multiplier, a factor such as better positioning or equipment, which increases a unit's combat potential, allowing it to fight on a par with a larger force. Force multipliers, plural of force multiplier. Force of habit, an act that has been repeated to the point where the performance of the act becomes automatic. Force of nature, a mighty natural force which is beyond human control, notably if potentially catastrophic, such as the elements, for example storms, and extreme temperatures, or geological, for example seismic and volcanic activity. Force of will, the impulse to work persistently until one's desires realize themselves, determination. Force one's way, to use force in order to get somewhere. Force out, to cause something to be ejected. Force outs, plural of force out. Force pair, two forces acting at the same point with equal magnitude but opposite direction. Resulting from Newton's third law, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Force pairs, plural of force pair. Force play, a play in which a batter on first base is required to advance to second base because the batter has become a runner, or a runner on second or third base is required to advance because a runner on a preceding base is so forced. Force plays, plural of force play. Force pump, a kind of pump in which the upstroke of the piston draws liquid through an inlet valve into the cylinder. On the downstroke, the liquid is discharged through an outlet valve into the outlet pipe. Force pumps, plural of force pump. Force quiz, intransitive to abort an unresponsive computer program, bypassing the usual closure process. Force someone's back to the wall, to put someone under a lot of pressure, to put someone in a very difficult situation. Force someone's hand, bring about a situation which necessitates an agent to act, often causing a plan to be executed prematurely. Force the pace, to undertake a decisive, fast-paced approach. Force the voucher, to carry out fraud by placing an advertisement offering to send a list of winners for the purpose of sports betting and replying to interested parties by sending out vouchers similar to those sent out by respectable commission agents, but displaying double or treble the current odds. The victim is informed that on account of early investments made by the firm, the extra odds can be laid by them, and remittance is requested. The fraudulent firm later disappears with the money. Force that, simple past and past participle of force feed. Force feed, to force a person or animal to ingest food, for example by stuffing food down the throat or using a tube passed into the stomach. Force feeding, present participle and gerund of force feed. Force feeds, third person singular simple present indicative of force feed. Force field, alternative spelling of force field. Force fields, plural of force field. Force out, alternative spelling of force out. Force outs, plural of force out, alternative spelling of force outs. Force ripe, prematurely or artificially ripened. Forcible, obsolete form of forcible able to be forced. Forcibly, obsolete form of forcibly. Forced, simple past and past participle of force. Forced air, air that is heated and directed through ducts, plenums, etc. to the rooms in a building as a form of central heating. Forced bat, the small blind, the big blind, or the etsy. Forced bets, plural of forced bet. Forced by, a sexual fetish in which a heterosexual person, usually a man, is forced to perform homosexual sex acts. Forced convection, the convection carriage of contents of a fluid, such as mass or especially heat, by means of currents induced in the fluid by a force which is not dependent on density changes in the fluid induced by heat. Forced convections, plural of forced convection. Forced disappearance, secret abduction of a person by a state or non-state actor, which is denied by those responsible. Forced disappearances, plural of forced disappearance. Forced down someone's throat, simple past and past participle of forced down someone's throat. Forced entries, plural of forced entry. Forced entry, synonym of forcible entry. Forced error, an error caused by an opponent's good play. Forced errors, plural of forced error. Forced expiratory time, the time interval between the beginning and the end of expiration measured in seconds. Forced expiratory times, plural of forced expiratory time. Forced heir, a person who, under the laws of a particular jurisdiction, cannot be disinherited even by a will. Forced heirs, plural of forced heir. Forced heirship, the circumstance of a forced heir existing. Forced airships, plural of forced airship. Forced in, simple past and past participle of force in. Forced induction, the process of blowing compressed air into the cylinders of an internal combustion piston engine to increase the compression ratio and power of the engine, typically by using a turbocharger or supercharger. Forced justify, the alignment of all lines of text regardless of length where they stretch across from margin to margin. Forced labor, work which one is compelled to perform against one's will, especially in a condition of involuntary servitude as a prisoner or slave. Forced laborer, a convict sentenced to perform forced labor. Forced laborers, plural of forced laborer. Forced labor, alternative spelling of forced labor. Forced landing, an emergency aircraft landing made under adverse circumstances, such as engine failure, fire, or adverse weather conditions beyond the control of the pilot. Forced march, a movement on foot by soldiers or prisoners of war who must, in order to satisfy a military requirement, travel at a speed or in adverse conditions that would normally tire them excessively. Forced marches, plural of forced march. Forced medicine, the application or administration of treatment for an illness or a disorder without the patient's consent or authorization, the unauthorized medical intervention of a patient. Forced meme, an internet meme whose existence, form, and often also popularity has been consciously devised rather than having naturally developed and spread. Forced memes, plural of forced meme. Forced out, simple past and past participle of force out. Forced path, in large retail stores, a path that leads customers past every display of goods and thence to the checkout. Forced paths, plural of forced path. Forced perspective, an optical illusion in which an object appears of a different size or distance away than it actually is. Forced perspectives, plural of forced perspective. Forced rhyme, a rhyme that is produced by changing the normal spelling of a word or by changing the normal structure of a phrase. Forced rhymes, plural of forced rhyme. Forced sale, an involuntary transaction in which the sale is based upon legal and not economic factors, such as a decree or execution, other than the mere inability to maintain the property. Forced sales, plural of forced sale. Forced someone's hand, simple past and past participle of force someone's hand. Forced something down someone's throat, simple past and past participle of force something down someone's throat. Forced teaming, the situation where an abuser attempts to forge a bond with their victim by implying that they have something in common or in a shared predicament. Forced throw, a throw to a teammate from the player who is running with the ball in order to avoid being tackled. Forced throws, plural of forced throw. Force to be reckoned with. Acorn of a force to be reckoned with. Forced update. An update required before the user is allowed to continue using the software. Forced updates, plural of forced update. Forced birther, one who desires that abortion be illegal and thus that pregnant women be required to carry to term and give birth in all or most cases, a pro-lifer. Forced birthers, plural of forced birther. Forcedly, in a manner that is or seems forced. Forceness, the state or quality of being forced. Force of all, a waterfall or cascading torrent. Force of falls, plural of force of fall. Force F, simple past and past participle of force-feed. Force-feed, alternative spelling of force-feed. Force-feeding, present participle and gerund of force-feed. Force-feeds, third person singular simple present indicative of force-feed. Force-fem, forced feminization, a sexual fetish involving a submissive male being forced to take on feminine roles. Force field, alternative spelling of force field. Force fields, plural of force field. Forceful, capable of either physical or coercive force. Powerful. Forceful, obsolete form of forceful. Forcefully, with either physical or coercive force in a forceful manner, vigorously, powerfully. Forcefulness, the characteristic or quality of being forceful. Forcefulness is plural of forcefulness. Forceless, without force. Forcelessness, the state, condition, or quality of being forceless, lack or absence of force. Forcibly, why through or with force, forcibly. Force-me, an emulsion of fat and comminuted meat which has been subject to pureeing, grinding, sieving, chopping finely, optionally mixed with other flavor carriers and either served up alone or used as a stuffing. Force-meat, plural of force-meat. Forcement, the act of forcing, compulsion. Forcené, rearing on the hind legs. When another animal has this posture, it is termed rampant. Forceness, force, strength, violence. Forces, alternative spelling of force out. Forceat, plural of force out. Alternative spelling of force outs. Forceplate, a flat instrument used to measure the force exerted by a person or animal. Forceplates, plural of forceplate. Forcepla, a graph of applied force versus some other property. Forceplots, plural of forceplot. Forceps, an instrument used in surgery or medical procedures for grasping and holding objects similar to tongs or pincers. Forceps-like, resembling a forceps. Forcepses, plural of forceps. Forceps-like, resembling a forceps. Forceps down, a member of Diplora two-pronged bristletails in the families Evalgipigidae, Parajapigidae, and especially Japigidae. Forcepstales, plural of forcepstale. Forcer, agent noun of force. Forcers, plural of forcer. Forces, plural of force. Forces down someone's throat. Third person singular simple present indicative of force down someone's throat. Forces in. Third person singular simple present indicative of force in. Forces majoris, plural of force majura. Forces of habit, plural of force of habit. Forces of nature, plural of force of nature. Forces out. Third person singular simple present indicative of force out. Forces someone's hand. Third person singular simple present indicative of force someone's hand. Forces something down someone's throat. Third person singular simple present indicative of force something down someone's throat. Force a shield. A force field invisible barrier. Force a shields. Plural of force a shield. Forces. Second person singular simple present indicative of force. Forza. Third person singular simple present indicative of force. Forset. A village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District OS Grid Ref NZ 1712. Force UI. Throughout a whole force, such as a police force. Pforzheim. A town in Bavaria, Germany. Forcibility. The condition of being forcible. Forcible. Done by force, forced. Forcible entries. Plural of forcible entry. Forcible entry. The unlawful seizure of the possession of real property by force or threats of force, or an unlawful entry into or onto another's property, especially when accompanied by force. Forcible feeble. Having a vigorous appearance, but in reality weak or insipid. Forcibleness. The quality of being forcible. Forcibly. In a forcible manner, by force, against one's will. Fortier. A surname. 4 years. Plural of forcier. Force. The art of raising plants at an earlier season than is normal, especially by using a hotbed. Forcing down someone's throat. Present participle and gerund of force down someone's throat. Forcing function. A function in a system of differential equations that is only a function of time, unaffected by the other variables. Or more generally, any non-homogeneous source function in any variable. Forcing functions. Plural of forcing function. Forcing house. A place where plants are forced into maturity sooner than would naturally happen. Forcing houses. Plural of forcing house. Forcing out. Present participle and gerund of force out. Forcing someone's hand. Present participle and gerund of force someone's hand. Forcing something down someone's throat. Present participle and gerund of force something down someone's throat. Forcing the pace. Present participle and gerund of force the pace. Forcingly. By means of force. Forcings. Plural of forcing. Forcible. Branched and forked like a pair of forceps, constructed so as to open and shut. Forcipate. Having a forceps-like structure. Forcipated. Synonym of forcible, forceps-shaped. Forcipation. Torture by pinching with forceps or pinchers. Forceps. Plural of forceps. Forcipiform. Forceps-shaped. Force of pressure. The arrest of hemorrhage by forceps compression. Forcipitation. Any C star of the superorder Forcipitacea. Forcipitations. Plural of forcipitation. Forcipulate. Any C star of the order Forcipitata. Forcipulates. Plural of forcipulate. Forcipulated. Any C star of the order Forcipulata. Forcipulatids. Plural of forcipulated. Forcipule. a modified pincer like foreleg or maxillipe in centipedes, capable of injecting venom. Forcipules, plural of forcipule. Forsyce, a gelatin dynamite in which the dope is composed largely of sodium nitrate. Forkly, to cut to pieces, hack, chop up. Foreclose, alternative form of foreclose. Foreclose, simple past and past participle of foreclose. Forecloses, third person singular simple present indicative of foreclose. Foreclosing, present participle and gerund of foreclose. Foreclosure, alternative form of foreclosure. Foreclosures, plural of foreclosure. Forecover, to cover completely, cover over, to cover up, conceal. Forecover, simple past and past participle of forecover. Forecovering, present participle and gerund of forecover. Foregoers, third person singular simple present indicative of forecover. Fork, alternative form of fork bottom of a sump. Forks, plural of fork. Forkers, to curse utterly or completely, place under a heavy curse. Forkers, simple past and past participle of forkers. Forkerses, third person singular simple present indicative of forkers. Forkersing, present participle and gerund of forkers. Forgay, to cut into, cut through, cut completely, cut in pieces, cut up, injure by cutting. For, a make of car, named for Henry Ford, or a car or other vehicle of this make. Ford and Stoke Prior, a civil parish served by Humber, Ford and Stoke Prior Parish Council southeast of Leominster. Herefordshire, England. Ford Circle, any one of a class of circles with center at P/Q, 1/2Q2 and radius 1/2Q2, where P/Q is an irreducible fraction, IP and Q are coprime integers. Ford Circles, plural of Ford Circle. Ford City, a census designated place in Kern County, California, United States. Ford County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Paxton, named after Thomas Ford. Ford Green, a hamlet in Winmarleigh Parish, Wyre District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4746. Ford Nation, the supporters of controversial former Toronto Mayor Rob Ford. Forda, down comfortable with for something. Fordable, able to be forded. Fordableness, the quality of being fordable. Fordage, the act of fording a river, etc. Fordages, plural of fordage. Fordina, an Austronesian language spoken in the Tanimbar Islands of the Moluccas, closely related to K. Ford, a surname. Ford, simple past and past participle of Ford. Forda, a deed done for another, a favor. Fordads, plural of fordad. Fordame, to condemn. Fordame, simple past and past participle of fordine. Fordame, present participle and gerund of fordine. Fordames, third person singular simple present indicative of fordine. Fordal, alternative spelling of fordial. Fordals, plural of Fordal. Fordal, a small village east of Crossgates and north of Fordell Castle, Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 1588. Fordham, a village in Fordham with Leeton and Trelliston Community, Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref SJ 2201. Fordham with Leeton and Trelliston, a community civil parish in Powys, Wales, which includes the named places. Fordham, a surname. Forders, plural of Forder. Fords, plural of Ford. Foregate, a hamlet in North Petherton Parish, Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref ST 3232. Fordham, a surname. Fordo, a large variety of lima bean. Fordhooks, plural of Fordhook. Ford Houses, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Wolverhampton, West Midlands, England OS Grid Ref SJ 9103. Fordian, of or relating to Henry Ford 1863-1947, American industrialist. Forticidia, an ancient Roman festival of fertility, held 2 days after the Ides of April 15. Ford, simple past and past participle of Fordo. Fordy, a person involved with or supported by the Ford Foundation, an American private foundation with the mission of advancing human welfare. Forties, plural of 40. Fordham, to dim, darken, obscure. Fordham, simple past and past participle of Fordham. Fordhaming, present participle and gerund of Fordham. Fordhams, third person singular simple present indicative of Fordham. Fording, present participle and gerund of Ford. Fordingbridge, a town and civil parish with a town council in New Forest District, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 1414. Fordings, plural of Fording. Fordington, a suburb of Dorchester, Dorset, England OS Grid Ref SY 6000. 990. Fordism, an economic and social system based on industrial mass production, where the worker is paid relatively high wages in order to buy in large quantity the products turned out in mass production. Fordes, a proponent of the socio-economic system of Fordism. Fordiste, of or relating to Fordism. Fordists, plural of Fordist. Fordi, accumulated, baked automotive paint. Fordize, to convert an industry, etc. to Fordism. Fordize, simple past and past participle of Fordize. Fordizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Fordize. Fordizing, present participle and gerund of Fordize. Forlandia, a former plantation in Para, Brazil, a failed colony to farm rubber established by the Ford Motor Company. Fordless, without a Ford. Fordo, to kill, destroy. Fordos, third person singular simple present indicative of Fordo. Fordoing, present participle and gerund of Fordo. Fordum, simple past and past participle of Fordo. Fordonomics, economic policies associated with the administration of Gerald Ford, 1970–1977. Ford out, to make foolish or doting. Fordown, a village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, historically in Kincardineshire OS Grid Ref No 7475. Forgery, to the indeed of. Fordreed, simple past and past participle of Fordreed. Ford reading, present participle and gerund of Fordry. Ford reads, third person singular simple present indicative of Fordry. Fordrench, to make drunk, intoxicate. Fordrench, simple past and past participle of Fordrench. Fordrenches, third person singular simple present indicative of Fordrench. Fordrenching, present participle and gerund of Fordrench. Fordry, simple past and past participle of Fordry. Forderies, third person singular simple present indicative of Fordry. Fordrive, to drive away, expel. Fordroven, past participle of fordrive. Fordriving, present participle and gerund of fordrive. Fordro, simple past of fordrive. Fordry, to dry up, become dry. Fordrier, present participle and gerund of Fordry. Fords, plural of Ford. Fordson, a make of motor vehicle, notably tractors, produced by the Ford Motor Company. The name was dropped in 1964 and replaced by Ford. Fordsons, plural of Fordson. Fordtown, nickname for Detroit, the largest city in Michigan, United States. Forda, to make dull, stupefy. Fordoish, a small market town and civil parish with a town council in Canterbury District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 1859. 40. Pronunciation spelling of 40. Fordyce, a village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. Fordyce Grano, synonym of Fordyce spot. Fordyce granules, plural of Fordyce granule. Fordyce spot, a sebaceous gland which appears as a yellow-white bump on the skin, most commonly on the lips, cheeks, gums, or genitalia. Fordyce spot, plural of Fordyce spot. Fordyce's granule, synonym of Fordyce spot. Fordyce's granules, plural of Fordyce's granule. Fordyce's spot, alternative form of Fordyce spot. Fordyce's spot, plural of Fordyce's spot. Fordyces, plural of Fordyce. 4. A people of Papua New Guinea. Fore and aft, from the bow of a ship to the stern, lengthwise. Fore and aft rig, alternative form of fore and aft rig. Fore and aft rigs, plural of fore and aft rig. Forearm, alternative spelling of forearm. Forearms, plural of forearm. Forechoir, alternative form of forechoir. Forechoirs, plural of forechoir. Foredge, the front edge of something. Foredges, plural of foredge. Forewing, either member of the pair of wings closest to the head. Forewings, plural of forewing. For, before with respect to time, earlier. Fore and aft, parallel with the keel, that is, going from bow to stern as opposed to squaring. Fore and aft cap, side cap. Fore and aft caps, plural of fore and aft cap. Fore and aft rig, a sailing rig consisting of sails set mainly along the line of a keel. Fore and aft rigs, plural of fore and aft rig. Fore and aft rig, having its main sails rigged onto spars or stays parallel to the keel. Fore and after, a deerstalker hat. Fore and afters, plural of fore and after. Fore answer, alternative form of for-answer. For approval, approval granted beforehand or in advance. Forearm, alternative spelling of forearm. Forearms, plural of forearm. Forebramoan, alternative form of forebramoan. Foregrid, alternative form of forebridge. Forebridges, plural of forebridge. Fordam, alternative form of fordam. Forelder, an ancestor. Forelders, plural of forelder. Forend, the forward-facing end of an object, front end. Forends, plural of forend. Forfly, the period when the tide is rising. Incoming tide. Forgive, simple past of forgive. Forgift, alternative form of forgift. Forgifts, plural of forgift. Forgive, to have a foreboding, to anticipate or predict. Forgiven, past participle of forgive. Foreglories, plural of foreglory. Foreglory, alternative form of foreglory. Forehanded, looking to the future, displaying foresight. Prudent. Forehandedly, alternative form of forehandedly. Forehandedness, alternative form of forehandedness. Foremass, alternative spelling of foremast. Foremasts, plural of foremasts. Foremilk, colostrum, bee stings. Fororder, alternative form of fororder. Fororders, plural of fororder. Foroverman, a supervisor in charge of overmen. Forovermen, plural of foroverman. Prepare, alternative form of for-prepare. Forerunner, archaic form of forerunner. Forsave, alternative form of forsave. Forslow, alternative form of forslow. Forslowing, present participle and gerund of forslow. For strength, that which leads to or engenders strength. Foretrained, alternative form of foretrain. Foretry, tried or tested beforehand, proven. Forwit, alternative form of forwit. Forwits, plural of forwit. Foreccustomed, made customary beforehand. Forach-lu, a section of code similar to a for loop, but repeating a series of instructions for every item in a collection. Forach-loops, plural of forach-lu. Foracquaint, to make familiar with something in advance. Foracquainted, simple past and past participle of foracquaint. Foracquainting, present participle and gerund of foracquaint. Foracquaints, third person singular simple present indicative of foracquaint. Foracker, the headland of a plowed field, the land at the ends of a field where the furrows cross. Forackers, plural of foracker. Foradmonish, to admonish beforehand or before the act or event. Foradmonish, simple past and past participle of foradmonish. Foradmonishes, third person singular simple present indicative of foradmonish. Foradmonishing, present participle and gerund of foradmonish. Foradvise, to advise or beforehand, to forewarn. Foreadvised, simple past and past participle of foreadvise. Foreadvises, third person singular simple present indicative of foreadvise. Foreadvising, present participle and gerund of foreadvise. Forealleged, alleged or cited before. Forenant, over against, opposite to. Foreannounce, to announce beforehand or in advance. Foreannouncement, an announcement made in advance, a notification or declaration beforehand. Foreannouncements, plural of foreannouncement. Foreanswer, to answer beforehand or in advance. Foreanswered, simple past and past participle of foreanswer. Foreentering, present participle and gerund of foreanswer. Foreanswers, third person singular simple present indicative of foreanswer. Foreappoint, to appoint beforehand. Foreappointed, simple past and past participle of foreappoint. Foreappointing, present participle and gerund of foreappoint. Foreappointment, previous appointment, preordination. Foreappoints, third person singular simple present indicative of foreappoint. Foreapprove, to approve beforehand. Foreapprove, simple past and past participle of foreapprove. Forearc, a region of raised rock debris which forms between the subduction zone and any associated volcano or volcanic chain. Forearcs, plural of forearc. Forearm, the part of the arm between the wrist and the elbow. Forearm bone, either of the two bones, i.e. ulna and radius, that make up the skeletal part of the forearm. Forearm bones, plural of forearm bone. Forearm crutch, a type of crutch that fits around the forearm with a cuff. Forearm crutches, plural of forearm crutch. Forearm jerk, synonym of bras to hunt or obscene gesture. Forearm jerks, plural of forearm jerk. Forearm smash, a charge at the opponent followed by a strike in the chest or face with a forearm to force them back and down to the mat. Forearm smashes, plural of forearm smash. Forearmed, simple past and past participle of forearm. Forearming, present participle and gerund of forearm. Forearms, plural of forearm. Foreassign, to assign beforehand or in advance, preordain. Foreassign, simple past and past participle of foreassign. Forebar, alternative form of forebar. Forebank, an artificial pool of water ahead of a larger body of water. Forebays, plural of forebay. Forebeach, the area of beach nearest the water's edge, the foreshore or intertidal zone. Forebeaches, plural of forebeach. Forebeam, the breast beam of a loom. Forebeams, plural of forebeam. Forebear, an ancestor. Forbearance, misspelling of forbearance. Forbear, a forbear. Forbears, plural of forbear. Forbearing, present participle and gerund of forbear. Forbears, plural of forbear. Forbe, the primary, stronger half of a musical beat. Forebeats, plural of forebeat. Foregat, begotten beforehand, conceived previously, for conceived. Forbelief, a previous belief. Forbeliefs, plural of forbelief. Forbelief, to believe beforehand, believe in advance. Forbelief, simple past and past participle of forbelieve. Forbelieves, third person singular simple present indicative of forbelieve. Forbelieving, present participle and gerund of forbelieve. Fordal, the first of a series of bells. Forbells, plural of forbell. Fordamone, bemoaned in previous or former times. Forbirth, that which precedes birth or is firstborn. Forbirths, plural of forbirth. Forby, to bite beforehand or in front. Fortan, bitten in front. Forebode, to predict a future event, to hint at something that will happen, especially as a literary device. Foreboded, simple past and past participle of forebode. Forebodement, the act of foreboding. Forebodements, plural of forebodement. Foreboder, an oracle, one who tells the future. Foreboders, plural of foreboder. Forebodes, third person singular simple present indicative of forebode. Forebodies, plural of forebody. Foreboding, a sense of evil to come. Foreboding, in a foreboding manner. Forebodingness, the quality of being foreboding. Forebodings, plural of foreboding. Forebody, the forepart of a vehicle, foresight. Forebode, a prelude to a book or series of books, a preface. Forebooks, plural of forebook. Foreboom, the boom of the foremast. Forebooms, plural of foreboom. Forebooth, a booth positioned near the front. Foreshop. Forebooths, plural of forebooth. Forebore, simple past and past participle of forbear. Forebore, past participle of forbear. Foreby, simple past and past participle of foreby. Forebrace, a rope applied to the foreyard arm to change the position of the foresail. Forebraces, plural of forebrace. Forebrain, the anterior part of the brain, including the cerebrum, thalamus, and hypothalamus. Forebrains, plural of forebrain. Forebreast, forefield. Forebreasts, plural of forebreast. Forebridge, a raised platform or pilot house at the front of the bridge. Forebridges, plural of forebridge. Forebring, to bring beforehand. Forebrought, simple past and past participle of forebring. Fordilding, an outer defense work of a castle used to protect the entrance to the keep. Forebuildings, plural of forebuilding. Forebulge, a largely erosional area of higher elevation between the foredeep and the back bulge. Forebulges, plural of forebulge. Fordithy, to busy beforehand, preoccupy. Foreby, to buy beforehand, accept or receive in advance. Forby, alternative form of forby. Forby, alternative form of forby. Forkaben, a cabin located toward the front of a vessel. Forkabens, plural of forkaben. Forkane, a caddy who does not carry clubs but locates balls and gets groups of players to move around the course. Forkade, simple past and past participle of forkadi. Forkades, plural of forkadi. Forkane, alternative form of forkadi. Foge, present participle and gerund of forkadi. Forta, to call in advance. Forcame, simple past of forecome. Forcar, a one-wheeled attachment to the front of a motorcycle to allow for a separate seat for a passenger or cargo space. Forecare, care given in advance of a procedure such as surgery. Forecarriage, the forward part of the running gear of a four-wheeled carriage. Forecarriages, plural of forecarriage. Forecars, plural of forecar. Forecasts, to estimate how something will be in the future. Forecast, lead time, the forecasted number of days between the moment of ordering a product from a source or vendor and the moment from when it is available for sale. Forecast, lead times, plural of forecast, lead time. Forecastabilities, plural of forecastability. Forecastability, a measure of the degree to which something may be forecast with accuracy. Forecastable, capable of being forecast, predictable. Forecasted, simple past and past participle of forecast. Forecaster, a person who forecasts. Forecasters, plural of forecaster. Forecastus, second person singular simple present indicative of forecast. Forecasteth, third person singular simple present indicative of forecast. Forecasting, present participle and gerund of forecast. Forecastingly, so as to forecast or predict. Forecastings, plural of forecasting. Forecastle, a raised part of the upper deck at the front of a ship, the structure of this part of the ship, the crew's quarters located within it. Forecastle lamp, a lamp hung in the forecastle of a ship to allow sailors to work and relax after dark. Forecastle lamps, plural of forecastle lamp. Forecastles, having a forecastle of a specified kind. Forecastleman, a crew member whose station is the forecastle or whose quarters are below it. Forecastleman, plural of forecastleman. Forecastles, plural of forecastle. Forecasts, third person singular simple present indicative of forecast. Precaution, caution in advance, precaution. Precaution, simple past and past participle of precaution. Precautions, plural of precaution. Forechain, a chain securing the lower shrouds of the foremast. Forechains, plural of forechain. Forecharge, to charge in advance. Forecharges, plural of forecharge. Forchase, the front of a hunt, a first assault. Forchases, plural of forechase. Forecheck, to pressure the puck carrier for the opposing team. Forecheck, simple past and past participle of forecheck. Forechecker, a player who forechecks. Forecheckers, plural of forechecker. Forechecking, present participle and gerund forcheck. Forchecks, third person singular simple present indicative of forcheck. Forchice, preference. Forquire, synonym of antiquire. Forquires, plural of forquire. Forchoose, to prefer, choose in preference. Forchoose, third person singular simple present indicative of forchoose. Forchoosing, present participle and gerund of forchoose. Forechose, simple past of forchoose. Forechosen, chosen beforehand. Foresighted, cited or quoted before or above. Foreclaim, to claim in advance, claim beforehand. Foreclaims, plural of foreclaim. Foreclaw, a front claw. Foreclaws, plural of foreclaw. Foreclosable, capable of being foreclosed. Foreclose, to repossess a mortgage property whose owner has failed to make the necessary payment. Used with on. Foreclosable, alternative form of foreclosable. Foreclose, simple past and past participle of foreclose. Foreclosee, a person whose house is being foreclosed on. Forecloses, plural of foreclosee. Forecloser, someone who forecloses. Foreclosers, plural of forecloser. Forecloses, third person singular simple present indicative of foreclose. Foreclosing, present participle and gerund of foreclose. Foreclosings, plural of foreclosing. Foreclosure, the proceeding by a creditor to regain property or other collateral following a default on mortgage payments. Foreclosures, plural of foreclosure. Foreclot, antependium. Foreclots, plural of forecloth. Foreclusion, alternative form of foreclosure. Foreclusions, plural of foreclusion. Forecognition, understanding or knowledge of something in advance, precognition. Forecognitions, plural of forecognition. Forecolor, alternative form of forecolor. Forecolors, plural of forecolor. Forecolor, any color which stands out among others. Forecolors, plural of forecolor. Forego, to come before and influence, especially to precede and prevent. Forecomer, one who comes before, i.e. prior to or ahead of, a predecessor, antecedent, or ancestor. Forecomers, plural of forecomer. Forecomes, third person singular simple present indicative of forecome. Forecoming, present participle and gerund of forecome. Forecomings, plural of forecoming. Foreconceive, to conceive or imagine beforehand, preconceive. Foreconceive, simple past and past participle of foreconceive. Foreconceives, third person singular simple present indicative of foreconceive. Foreconceiving, present participle and gerund of foreconceive. Forecondemn, to prejudge and condemn in advance. Forecondemnation, the act of forecondemning. Forecondemned, simple past and past participle of forecondemn. Forecondemning, present participle and gerund of forecondemn. Forecondemns, third person singular simple simple present indicative of forkenem. Foreconscious, in the psychology of Sigmund Freud, part of the mind that is available to the conscious if mentally summoned, contrasted with the unconscious which is not directly accessible. Foreconsider, to consider beforehand, think about in advance. Foreconsidered, past of foreconsider. Foreconstruct, to construct in advance. Forecount, to count beforehand. Forecounts, plural of forecount. Forecars, the lowest foresail on a square-rigged foremast. Forecourses, plural of forecourse. Forecourt, the area in front of a petrol station where the petrol pumps are situated. Pumping area. Forecourts, plural of forecourt. Fork over, a cover of covering located at or near the front of an object. Forkovers, plural of forkover. Forecoxa, the foremost lobe of the coxa in some arthropod legs. Forecoxy, plural of forecoxa. Forecreated, created beforehand. Fortry, one who forecrees or makes announcements, a herald. Forecrop, a section of a crop that is harvested first. Forecrops, plural of forecrop. Foreground, the front of the crown of an animal's head. Foregrounds, plural of foreground. Forkry, to cry forth, proclaim aloud, announce publicly. Forgat, to cut beforehand or in advance. Forcats, plural of forcat. Forcutter, one who, or that which prepares by cutting. Forcutters, plural of forcutter. Foredout, to dam beforehand or in advance. Foredout, damned beforehand. Fordate, to date in advance. Fordated, simple past and past participle of fordate. Fordate, third person singular simple present indicative of fordate. Fordating, present participle and gerund of fordate. Fordawn, the time before dawn. Fordawn, simple past and past participle of fordawn. Fordawning, present participle and gerund of fordawn. Fordawns, plural of fordawn. Forday, past or former days. Fordays, plural of forday. Fordeal, an advantage, benefit, profit. Fordeals, plural of fordeal. Forde, the part of the deck of a ship or boat that lies forward of the mast. Fordex, plural of fordeck. Fordeclare, to declare beforehand or in advance. Fordecree, to decree in advance. Fordecree, simple past and past participle of fordecree. Fordecree, present participle and gerund of fordecree. Fordecrees, third person singular simple present indicative of fordecree. Foredeem, to judge, form a judgment of, or declare beforehand, foretell, forecast, presage. Foredeemed, simple past and past participle of foredeem. Foredeeming, present participle and gerund of foredeem. Foredeems, third person singular simple present indicative of foredeem. 40, a depression on a seafloor next to an origin that is filled with sediment. Fordeeps, plural of 40. Fortified, defeated in advance, doomed to fail. Forta, alternative form of fortial. Fortescribed, described earlier in the same document. Fortisign, to design or plan beforehand, forecast. Fortestin, to predestine. Fortestin, simple past and past participle of fortestin. Fordetermination, determination in advance, predetermination. Fordetermine, to determine beforehand, predetermine. Fordetermine, simple past and past participle of foredetermine. Ford, alternative spelling of foredge. Forges, plural of forge. Forte, simple past of fordo. Fordispose, to bestow beforehand. Fordispose, simple past and past participle of fordispose. Fordisposes, third person singular simple present indicative of fordispose. Fordisposing, present participle and gerund of fordispose. Fordo, alternative spelling of fordo. Fordos, third person singular simple present indicative of fordo. Fordoing, present participle and gerund of fordo. Fordum, past participle of fordo. Fordum, a doom that is predicted, destiny. Fordoomed, simple past and past participle of fordum. Fordooming, present participle. And gerund of fordum. Fordums, third person singular simple present indicative of fordum. Fordor, a door located at the fore part of a house or dwelling. Front door. Fordors, plural of fordor. Fordrat, land leading from a dwelling to a road or field. Fordrats, plural of fordrat. Fordraw, to draw beforehand or in advance, draw. Forward. Foredrawn, past participle of foredraw. Foredream, a dream dreamt in advance, especially regarding a future condition or event. A hopeful expectation, a hope. Foredreaming, present participle and gerund of foredream. Foredreams, plural of foredream. Foredreamed, simple past and past participle of foredream. Fordrew, simple past of fordraw. Fordure, a kind of dune ridge that runs parallel to the shore of a body of water. Forgerns, plural of forger. For, a surname from French. Fours, plural of four. Foreface, the front portion of a dog's face, the muzzle. Forefaces, plural of foreface. Forefather, an ancestor. Forefathering, characteristic of a forefather. Forefathers, plural of forefather. Forefathers' Day, a holiday celebrated in Plymouth, Massachusetts, on December 22 to commemorate the landing of the Pilgrim Fathers in 1620. Forefeasts, a lesser religious festival that leads up to another more significant festival. Forefeasts, plural of forefeasts. Forefeel, to feel or perceive beforehand or in advance, to have a presentiment of. Forefeeling, present participle and gerund of forefeel. Forefeelingly, with presentiment. Forefeelings, plural of forefeeling. Forefeels, third person singular simple present indicative of forefield. Forfi, plural of forfeit. Forfelt, simple past and past participle of forefield. Forfemora, plural of forfemer. Forfemer, the foremost part of the femur in the arthropod leg. Forefemurs, plural of forefemer. Forefess, a defense at the front. Forefences, plural of forefence. Forven, alternative spelling of forfen. Forfende, simple past and past participle of forfen. Forfende, present participle and gerund of forfen. Forfans, third person singular simple present indicative of forfen. Forfield, the nearest part of a field as a view or of combat. Forefields, plural of forefield. Forefodder, a protector or defender. Champion, warrior. Forefighters, plural of forefighter. Forve, eode hier van Tavinzelen Etiosar. Forefinger, the index finger, the first finger next to the thumb. Forefingers, plural of forefinger. Forvens, plural of forefin. Fortix, to fix or secure in advance. Forfix, simple past and past participle of forfix. Forfixes, plural of forfix. Forfixing, present participle and gerund of forfix. Foreflies, a flight made before the expected time, a previous or prior flight. Foreflights, plural of foreflight. Foreflipper, the forelimb of a sea lion, seal, turtle, etc. Foreflippers, plural of foreflipper. Foreflow, to flow before. Foreflow, simple past and past participle of foreflow. Foreflowing, present participle and gerund of foreflow. Foreflows, plural of foreflow. Fourth, either of the front feet of a quadruped. Forfeited, simple past and past participle of forfeit. Forfeiting, present participle and gerund of forfeit. Forfeits, third person singular simple present indicative of forfeit. Foreform, an early or previous form, protoform. Foreformed, simple past and past participle of foreform. Foreforming, present participle and gerund of foreform. Foreformed, plural of foreform. Forefounder, a founder, one who founds or establishes something. Forefounders, plural of forefounders. Forefront, the leading position or edge. Forefronted, simple past and past participle of forefront. Forefronting, present participle and gerund of forefront. Forefronts, plural of forefront. Forefruit, fruit or produce that ripens before other fruits, a first fruit. Forefruits, plural of forefruit. Forenath, the gaff spar that controls a gaff-rigged sail that controls a gaff-rigged foresail. Forenass, plural of foregaff. Foreday, directly opposite to, in the opposite scale to. Foregains, directly opposite to, in the opposite scale to. Foreding, an initial game plan. Four games, plural of four games. Foredinger, one who or that which goes before, a forerunner, a harbinger, a predecessor. Forgingers, plural of Vorganger. Vorgate, a main entrance or front gate. Vorgates, plural of Vorgate. Vorga, alternative form of forgather. Forgathered, simple past and past participle of forgather. Forgathering, a gathering together, an assembly. Forgatherings, plural of forgathering. Forgathers, third person singular simple present indicative of forgather. Forgave, simple past of forgive. Forgaze, a gaze that is forward or beforehand. Forgazed, simple past and past participle of foregaze. Forgazes, plural of foregaze. Forgazing, present participle and gerund of foregaze. Forger, armor for the front of the body. Forgers, plural of forger. Forgifts, a payment in advance, an advance payment or premium paid by a lessee on taking or renewing a lease distinct from the rent. Forgifts, plural of forgive. Forger, a martingale. Forgers, plural of forger. Forgive, to give ahead of time, give in advance. Forgiven, past participle of forgive. Foreglance, a glance that is forward or beforehand. Foreglanced, simple past and past participle of foreglance. Foreglances, plural of foreglance. Foreglancing, present participle and gerund of foreglance. Foregleam, a gleam or glimpse of the future. Foreglimpse. Foregleamed, plural of foregleam. Foreglimpse, a glimpse or revelation of the future. Foreglimpsed, simple past and past participle of foreglimpse. Foreglimpses, plural of foreglimpse. Foreglimpsing, present participle and gerund of foreglimpse. Foreglories, plural of foreglory. Foreglory, glory in advance or occurring ahead of time. Foreglow, the glow of light appearing in the sky preceding sunrise. Foreglows, plural of foreglow. Forego, to precede, to go before. Foregoer, alternative form of foregoer. Foregoers, plural of foregoer. Foregoes, third person singular simple present indicative of forego. Foregoing, occurring before or in front of something else in time, place, rank, or sequence. Foregone, past participle of forego. Foregone conclusion, a predictable or inevitable conclusion or one made without any consideration. Foregone conclusions, plural of foregone conclusion. Foregoneness, the quality of being forgone. Forgret, a grant obtained or given in advance. Forgreted, granted in advance. Foregrants, plural of foregrant. Foregrasped, a prior cognizance or understanding, an awareness or comprehension beforehand. Foregrip, a pistol grip type stock on the front of a firearm that improves handling characteristics, counters the effects of recoil, and is cooler to the touch than a standard stock. Foregrips, plural of foregrip. Foreground, the elements of an image which lie closest to the picture playing. Foregroundable, capable of being brought to the foreground. Foregrounded, simple past and past participle of foreground. Foregrounder, one who brings something to the foreground. Foregrounders, plural of foregrounder. Foregrounding, present participle and gerund of foreground. Foreground, plural of foreground. Foregroup, a previous or prior grouping or assemblage. Foregroups, plural of foregroup. Foreguard, to guard beforehand. Foreguards, plural of foreguard. Foreguess, to guess beforehand. Foreguessed, simple past and past participle of foreguess. Foreguesses, third person singular simple present indicative of foreguess. Foreguessing, present participle and gerund of foreguess. Foreguide, to guide beforehand or in advance, guide forth or forward. Foreguide, the anterior part of the alimentary canal of an embryo from the mouth to the duodenum in humans and some other animals. Foregats, plural of foregas. Forehausen, to presage, protect. Forehammer, a sledge or sledgehammer, the large hammer which strikes first or before the smaller one. Forehammers, plural of forehammer. Forehand, a surname. Forehanded, looking to the future, displaying foresight. Prudent. Forehandedly, prudently, with thrift and foresight. Forehandedness, prudence, foresight, and thriftiness. Forehander, a shot played forehand. Forehanders, plural of forehander. Forehanding, present participle and gerund of forehand. Forehands, plural of forehand. Forehatch, a hatch in a fore position, typically near the foremast. Forehatches, plural of forehatch. Forehead, the part of the face above the eyebrows and below the hairline. Forehead thermometer, a device that uses an infrared sensor to measure the temperature of a person's forehead without direct contact. Forehead thermometers, plural of forehead thermometer. Foreheaded, having some specific type of forehead. Foreheadedness, the state or quality of having a particular type of forehead. Foreheadless, without a forehead. Foreheads, plural of forehead. Foreyear, to hear beforehand. For her, simple past and past participle of foreyear. Foreyearing, present participle and gerund of foreyear. Foreyears, third person singular simple present indicative of foreyear. Forehearth, the forward extension of the hearth of a blast furnace under the tin. Forehearths, plural of forehearth. Foreheat, synonym of preheat, heat in advance. Foreheated, simple past and past participle of foreheat. Foreheater, synonym of forewarmer. Foreheaters, plural of foreheater. Foreheading, present participle and gerund of foreheat. Foreheats, third persons, singular simple present indicative of foreheat. Forehold, past participle of forehold. For you, to hew or cut in front. For you, past participle of for you. For the hawk from the foreleg of a pig. Forehocks, plural of forehock. Forehold, the forward or front part of the hold of a ship. Foreholden. Past participle of forehold. Foreholding, gerund of forehold, a prediction, a superstitious prognostication, also an ominous foreboding. Foreholdings, plural of foreholding. Foreholds, plural of forehold. Forehead, one of the most forward of the outside and inside planks. Foreheads, plural of forehood. Forehuv. A front hoof. Forus, plural of forehoof. Forta, a piece of timber placed across the stern to unite the bows and strengthen the forepart of the ship. A breast hook. Forehooks, plural of forehook. Forehooves, plural of forehoof. Forehorse, the foremost horse in a team of horses. A lead horse. Four horses, plural of forehorse. Forehouse, the front or forward part or room of a house, a foyer. Four houses, plural of forehouse. Foreign, located outside a country or place, especially one's own. Foreign accent syndrome, an extremely rare disorder which may be temporary or permanent, in which a person who has suffered a stroke or other brain trauma recovers but subsequently speaks with a seemingly foreign accent. Foreign accent syndromes, plural of foreign accent syndrome. Foreign affairs, matters or news occurring abroad. Foreign agent, someone who actively carries out the interests of a foreign country while located in another host country. Foreign agents, plural of foreign agent. Foreign aid, a voluntary transfer of resources from one country to another. Foreign aids, plural of foreign aid. Foreign and Commonwealth Office, the former until 2020 official full name of the Foreign Office, now the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Foreign bodies, plural of foreign body. Foreign body, an unwanted, intruding object or piece of matter. Foreign correspondent, a reporter or freelance journalist who is based in a foreign country and who provides news reports and or commentary from that place. Foreign correspondence, plural of foreign correspondent. Foreign countries, plural of foreign country. Foreign country, any country of which one is not a citizen. This entity is a translation hub. Foreign currencies, plural of foreign currency. Foreign currency, any currency that is in use in a foreign nation and an authorized medium of circulation and the basis for record keeping in that nation. Foreign debt, a debt that a country, an organization in a country, or a resident individual in a country owes to those in other countries. Foreign debts, plural of foreign debt. Foreign devil, a foreigner. Foreign devils, plural of foreign devil. Foreign direct investment, direct investment into production or business in a country by an individual or company of another country, either by buying a company in the target country or by expanding operations of an existing business in that country. Foreign direct investments, plural of foreign direct investment. Foreign exchange, the exchange of currency from one country for currency from another country. Foreign exchange certificate, A surrogate currency often used as a tool to control circulation of foreign exchange in countries where the national currency is subject to exchange controls or is not convertible. The certificates may be denominated in local or foreign currency depending on the exact purpose of the regulation. Foreign exchange certificates, plural of foreign exchange certificate. Foreign exchange control, a form of capital control imposed by a government to restrict the purchase/sale of foreign currencies by residents, the purchase/sale of local currency by non-residents, or the transfers of any currency across national borders. Foreign exchange controls, plural of foreign exchange control. Foreign exchange market, a market for trading one currency for another. Foreign exchange markets, plural of foreign exchange market. Foreign exchange risk, currency risk. Foreign exchanges, plural of foreign exchange. Foreign fighter, a person who travels to a foreign country to engage in a war on the side of some polity other than their native country which may or may not be engaged in that war. Foreign fighters, plural of foreign fighter. Foreign investment, foreign direct investment. Foreign investments, plural of foreign investment. Foreign key, a column or group of columns in a relational table that identifies another table so that items in the two tables can be conceptually linked. Foreign keys, plural of foreign key. Foreign language, a language that is not widely or officially spoken in a particular place. Foreign languages, plural of foreign language. Foreign legion, a military unit of one country that is composed of volunteers from another country. Foreign legions, plural of foreign legion. Foreign longhair, synonym of Chantilly cat breed. Foreign longhairs, plural of foreign longhair. Foreign minister, the cabinet official in charge of relationships with foreign nations. Foreign ministers, plural of foreign minister. Foreign money, synonym of foreign currency. Foreign monies, plural of foreign money. Foreign foreign food. Foreign national, a non-naturalized citizen of a country. Foreign nationals. Plural of foreign national. Foreign Office, a department of the British government headed by the Foreign Secretary that is responsible for maintaining and developing Britain's diplomatic and trade relations with other countries, as well supporting its citizens and businesses around the world. Official full name, Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, formerly until 2020 Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Foreign policies, plural of foreign policy. Foreign policy, a government's policy relating to relations with other nations and international organizations. Foreign secretaries, plural of foreign secretary. Foreign secretary, the British cabinet minister who heads the Foreign Office and is responsible for Britain's relations and dealings with other countries. Official full title, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. Foreign Secretary, alternative letter case form of Foreign Secretary. Foreign Service, synonym of diplomatic service. Foreign services, plural of foreign service. Foreign tongue, any language not native to particular person or place. Foreign tongues, plural of foreign tongue. Foreign trade, trade that is conducted between a nation and other nations. Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the official full name of the Foreign Office. Foreign born, being but outside of one's country residence. Foreigneering, foreign from another country. Foreigner, a person from a foreign country. Foreigners, plural of foreigner. Foreignership, the condition of being a foreigner. Foreignize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of foreignize. Foreignizing, present participle and gerund of foreignize. Foreignism, a trait, custom, phrase, or characteristic typical of a foreign country or language. Foreignisms, plural of foreignism. Foreignization, the process of making something foreign. Foreignize, to make foreign. Foreignize, simple past and past participle of foreignize. Foreignizes, third person singular simple present indicative of foreignize. Foreignizing, present participle and gerund of foreignize. Foreignly, in a foreign manner. Foreignness, the quality of being appearing or being perceived as foreign, exoticus otherness. Foreignesses, plural of foreignness. Foreigns, plural of foreign. Foreign, obsolete spelling of foreign. Forintend, to intend, to mean to. Forintended, simple past and past participle of forintend. Forintending, present participle and gerund of forintend. Forintend, third person singular simple present indicative of forintend. Foredive, alternative form of forejudge. Forejudge, simple past and past participle of forejudge. Forejudgment, alternative form of forejudgment. Forejudgments, plural of forejudgment. Forejudger, a judgment by which one is deprived or put of a right or thing in question. Forejudgers, plural of forejudger. Foredias, third person singular simple present indicative of forejudge. Forejudging, present participle and gerund of forejudge. Forejudgment. Prejudgment. Forejudgments, plural of forejudgment. Forking, to perceive, can, or realize ahead of time. Foreknow, preconceive. Fortet, past participle of forking. Forkidney, the pronoun froze. Forkidneys, plural of forkidney. Forky, a preceding king. Forkings, plural of forking. Portview, simple past and past participle of foreknow. Foreknow, to have knowledge of beforehand. Foreknowable, that may be known in advance. Foreknower, one who foreknows. Foreknowers, plural of foreknower. Foreknowing, foreknowledge. Foreknowingly, with foreknowledge, knowing beforehand. Foreknowings, plural of foreknowing. Foreknowledge, knowing beforehand, foresight, precognition, prescience. Foreknowledges, plural of foreknowledge. Foreknown, past participle of foreknow. Foreknows, third person singular simple present indicative of foreknow. Fra, a kind of parchment for book covers, a forel. Foreladies, plural of forelady. Forelady. The female equivalent of a foreman. Forelay, simple past and past participle of forelay. Forelay, past participle of foreley. Foreland, a headland. Forelands, plural of foreland. Forlandor. Towards a forland. Foilash. A negative reaction to something that has not yet occurred. Foilas. Next to last. Second to last. Forlai. To lay down beforehand. Forlaying. Present participle and gerund of forlay. Forlay is third person singular simple present indicative of forlay. Farley. To lead forth. Lead forward. Lead before. For a leader. Someone who leads by example. A guide. For leaders. Plural of for leader. For leading. Present participle and gerund of for lead. For leads. Third person singular simple present indicative of for lead. Forward. To learn beforehand or in advance. Forlearned. Simple past and past participle of forelearn. Forelearning. Learning beforehand or in advance. Forelearns. Third person singular simple present indicative of forelearn. For. Simple past and past participle of forelead. Foreledge. The forward-facing or anterior part of a ledge. Foreleg. Either of the two legs toward the front of a four-legged animal such as a horse, or toward the front of a many-legged animal such as most insects, or of a piece of furniture, etc. Foreleg. Having four legs. Forelegs. Plural of foreleg. Forelend. To lend in advance. Forelending. Present participle and gerund of forelend. Forelends. Third person singular simple present indicative of forelend. Forelent. Simple past and past participle of forelend. Forlet. Obsolete form of forlet. Forlets. Third person singular simple present indicative of forlet. Forletting. Present participle and gerund of forlet. Forelevel. A level positioned at or near the front of anything, a prior or previous level. Forelevels. Plural of forelevel. Farley. To lie in front. Farleys. Third person singular simple present indicative of forley. Forelife. A former or previous life. Forlefts. To lift up in front. Forlifted. Simple past and past participle of forlift. Forlifting. Present participle and gerund of forlift. Forlifts. Third person singular present indicative of forelifts. Forelight. A forward position or forward-facing light, especially one used to guide, direct, or navigate. Beacon. By extension a signal, indicator. Forelights. Plural of forelight. Forelight. To like beforehand, to be prepossessed in favor of, to be predisposed to like. Forelight. Simple past and past participle of forelight. Forelikes. Third person singular simple present indicative of forelike. Foreliking. Present participle and gerund of forelike. Forelimb. The anterior limb or equivalent appendage of an animal. Forelimbs. Plural of forelimb. Foreli. A piece of tube connecting components in a vacuum system. Fora. To live or come before, precede. Forelove. Simple past and past participle of forelove. Forelives. Plural of forelife. Foreloving. Present participle and gerund of forelove. For. A pear cultivar. Fora, simple past and past participle of fora. Forlenstein, Troctoli, Forlensteins, plural of Forlenstein. Foros, plural of fora. Forale, present participle and gerund of fora. Forload, a load placed on the front or forward part of anything. Forloaded, simple past and past participle of forload. Forloading, present participle and gerund of forload. Forloads, plural of forload. Forlock, the part of a person's hairstyle which covers the forehead. Forlocked, simple past and past participle of forlock. Forlocking, present participle and gerund of forlock. Forlocks, plural of forlock. Forlook, to look beforehand, to preview. Forlooked, simple past and past participle of forlook. Forlooking, present participle and gerund of forlook. Forlooks, plural of forlook. Fora, to love beforehand or in advance. Forlove, simple past and past participle of forlove. Forloves, third person singular simple present indicative of forlove. Forloving, present participle and gerund of forlove. Foros, plural of foro. Fowie, present participle and gerund of forli. Forme, simple past and past participle of formate. Formate, to make beforehand, make or create in advance, premate. Formex, third person singular simple present indicative of formate. Formaking, present participle and gerund of forming. Foreman, a surname originating as an occupation for someone who is the manager of a farm. Foremanship, the position of a foreman. Foremanships, plural of foremanship. Foremast, the mast nearest the bow on a sailing ship with more than one mast, or a non-sailing ship with any masts, the second tallest mast on a full-rig ship. Foremastman, any sailor below the rank of petty officer. Foremastman, plural of foremastmen. Foremasts, plural of foremasts. Format, a first mowing, that which is gleaned from a first or prior mowing. Formas, plural of format. Formatter, synonym of front matter. Formule, a meal eaten early or prior to some other activity. Formules, plural of formule. Foremeaning, a meaning determined or assumed in advance. Foremeanings, plural of foremeaning. Formate, intended beforehand, premeditated. Forma, plural of foreman. Foremention, alternative form of aforemention. Formessage, a message given in advance, a prologue. Formessages, plural of formessage. Formanai, after sunset, but before midnight. Foremilk, the first milk drawn from a cow during milking. In humans, the milk secreted initially during breastfeeding, typically low in fat and rich in protein. Foremilks, plural of foremilk. Foremind, to intend, predetermine. Foreminded, simple past and past participle of foremind. Foreminding, present participle and gerund formind. Forminds. Third person singular simple present indicative of formind. Formistress. A forewoman female leader of a work crew. Formistresses. Plural of formistress. Formonish. To forewarn, premonish. Formonish. Simple past and past participle of formonish. Formonicious. Third person singular simple present indicative of formonish. Formonishing. Present participle and gerund of formonish. Formor. Further forward. Foremost. A village in Alberta, Canada. Foremostly. In the foremost place or order among the foremost. Foremother. A female ancestor. Foremothers. Plural of foremother. Foremove. To move beforehand. Move in advance. Forename. A name that precedes the surname. Forename. Previously named. Aforementioned. Forenames. Plural of forename. Forename. Present participle and gerund of forename. Forward. Part of a rifle, underneath the barrel, where it is supported by the hand. Forens. Plural of forn. Foreneck. The front section of a bird's neck. Fornecks. Plural of foreneck. Fornest. Over against, opposite to. Fornight. The evening time, between twilight and bedtime. Fornights. Plural of fornight. Fornimus. Alternative form of fornest. Forenoon. Synonym of morning, the part of the day between sunrise and noon. Forenoon. Obsolete spelling of forenoon. Forenoons. Plural of forenoon. Forenoons. Plural of forenoon. Forenote. A preceding note or message, a preface. Forenote. Alternative form of a forenoted. Forenotes. Plural of forenote. Forenotice. Notice or information of an event before it happens, for warning. Forenotices. Plural of forenotice. Forensic. 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 Relating to the use of science and technology in the investigation and establishment of facts or evidence in a court of law. Forensic accountancy. Forensic accounting. Forensic accountant. One who carries out forensic accounting. Forensic accountants. Plural of forensic accountant. Forensic accounting. Specialist accounting for the purpose of engaging in a legal dispute over insurance, fraud, etc. Forensic biology. The application of biological techniques in forensic science. Forensic linguistics. The application of linguistic knowledge to legal contexts. Forensic medicine. The application of medical science to criminal investigation, especially in establishing the causes of injury or death. Forensic science. Any of several fields of study involving the collection of physical evidence and its subsequent analysis. Forensic sciences. Plural of forensic science. Forensical. Forensic. Forensicalities. Plural of forensicality. Forensicality. The quality of being forensic, a forensic approach or attitude. Forensically. In a forensic manner. Forensic case. To forensically examine the crime scene or any item found at the crime scene. Forensicata. Simple past and past participle of fornicate. Fornicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of fornicate. Fornicating. Present participle and gerund of fornicate. Forensicis. Someone who specializes in or practices forensics. Forensicis. Plural of forensicis. Forensic. Obsolete form of forensic. Forensics. The study of formal debate, rhetoric. Foreordain. To predestine or preordain. Foreordain. Having been ordained or arranged in advance, predetermined. Foreordainer. One who foreordains. Foreordainers. Plural of foreordainer. Foreordaining. Present participle and gerund of foreordain. Foreordainment. The quality of being foreordained. Ordainment of an outcome in advance. Foreordainments. Plural of foreordainment. Foreordains. Third person singular simple present indicative of foreordain. Foreorder. To order beforehand or in advance. Preorder. Foreordered. Simple past and past participle of foreorder. Foreordering. Present participle and gerund of foreorder. Foreorders. Third person singular simple present indicative of foreorder. Foreordinate. To foreordain. Foreordinate. Simple past and past participle of foreordinate. Foreordinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of foreordinate. Foreordinating. Present participle and gerund of foreordinate. Foreordination. Previous ordination or appointment, predetermination, predestination. Foreordinations. Plural of foreordination. Forum. Owned beforehand. Previously owned. Forta. A pack or container carried or located on the front or forward side. Forepax. Plural of forepack. Foreparent. A forefather or foremother used as a gender-neutral equivalent. Foreparents. Plural of foreparent. Forepart. The front or anterior part of something. Foreparties. Plural of foreparty. Foreparts. Plural of forepart. Foreparty. A group or party which advances in front of the contingent. A scout. Forepassage. The forward or front part of a passageway. An entryway to a passage. Forepassages. Plural of forepassage. Forepass. That has previously passed. Past. Bygone. Forebast. That has passed. Bygone. Forepaw. Either of the paws of an animal's foreleg. Homologous to the hand in humans. Forepaws. Plural of forepaw. Forte. To pay beforehand or in advance. Forepayment. Payment made in advance. Forepayments. Plural of forepayment. 40. The part of the hold of a ship within the angle of the bow. Forepeak bulkhead. The forward bulkhead of a ship's cargo hold located in front of the collision bulkhead. Forepeak bulkheads. Plural of forepeak bulkhead. Forepeaks. Plural of forepeak. Forepeople. Plural of foreperson. Fahia. A time interval in reaction time experiments between the ready signal and the stimulus. Faperias. Plural of faperias. Farberson. A leader of a work crew. Forpersons. Plural of forperson. Fartbees. the front or forward-facing piece of an object, especially of a cap. Forepieces, plural of forepiece. Fahrplan, a planned device or strategy created in advance. Foreplane, a relatively flat surface located well forward of a vehicle's center of gravity used for stability and, when movable, used for steering and attitude control. Common on submarines, also used on surface ships and aircraft. Foreplanes, plural of foreplane. Foreplane, simple past and past participle of foreplane. Foreplaning, present participle and gerund of foreplane. Foreplanes, plural of foreplane. Foreply, the acts at the beginning of a usually human sexual encounter that serve to build up sexual arousal. Foreplay, simple past and past participle of foreplay. Foreplaying, present participle and gerund of foreplay. Foreplay, third person singular simple present indicative of foreplay. Foreplayer, pleasure derived from foreplay. Forepocket, a pocket located in the front pocket. Forepockets, plural of forepocket. Forepoint, to foreshadow. Forepointed, simple past and past participle of forepoint. Forepointing, present participle and gerund of forepoint. Forepoints, third person singular simple present indicative of forepoint. Foreposition, position ahead of or in front of, forward position. Forepossess, holding or held formally in possession. Forepractice, prior or previous practice, a practice or technique applied in advance. Forepractices, plural of forepractice. Forepreparation, something done in advance to make ready, preparation. Forepreparations, plural of forepreparation. Foreprepare, to prepare beforehand or in advance. Foreprepared, simple past and past participle of foreprepare. Foreprism, a prism the light is passed through before entering a spectrometer. Foreprisms, plural of foreprism. Foreprise, to assume, take for granted, to provide for beforehand, to anticipate. Foreprise, simple past and past participle of foreprise. Foreprizes, third person singular simple present indicative of foreprise. Foreprising, present participle and gerund of foreprise. Forepromise, a promise made in advance. Forepromise, promise beforehand. Forepromises, plural of forepromise. Forepromising, present participle and gerund of forepromise. Foreprovide, to provide in advance. Foreprovided, simple past and past participle of foreprovide. Foreprovides, third person singular simple present indicative of foreprovide. Foreproviding, present participle and gerund of foreprovide. Forepublish, publish beforehand or in advance. Forepurchase, purchase beforehand or in advance, forebought. For purpose, a predetermined purpose. For purposes, plural of for purpose. Forequarter, the foreleg, shoulder, and surrounding area of the body of a quadruped. Forequarters, plural of forequarter. Forequoted, cited before, quoted in an earlier part of the treatise or essay. For effect, synonym of Barnum effect. For effects. Plural of for effect. For. Simple past of foreign. Foric. The first rank, the front row. For ranks. Plural of forang. Forage. To shoot ahead, especially when going in stays. Forage. Simple past and past participle of forage. Forages. Third person singular simple present indicative of forage. Foraging. Present participle and gerund of forage. Fori. To signify beforehand, predict. Forreading. Present participle and gerund of forread. Forreads. Third person singular simple present indicative of forread. 40. To make ready ahead of time, prepare in advance. Foresided. Named or recited before, aforementioned. Forereckon. To reckon beforehand or in advance per figure. Foreckening. Present participle and gerund of forereckon. Foreid. The seaward side of a coral reef ecosystem. Forius. Plural of forreath. Forerehearsed. Rehearsed in advance. Foremembered. Called to mind previously, aforementioned. Foet. Rent due to be paid before the first crop is reaped. Foret. A cut of beef that includes the rib in front of the sirloin, used especially for roasting. Forage. Plural of forum. Forrider. Someone who rides at the front, a scout or someone in the vanguard. Foriders. Plural of forider. Four eyes. Directly forwards, straight ahead. Foro. A surname. Forum. A room near the entrance of a building. A front room. Forums. Plural of forum. Foros. Plural of foro. Foro. To rule beforehand or ahead of time. Foro. Simple past and past participle of foro. Foros. Third person singular simple present indicative of foro. Forlay. Present participle and gerund of foro. Fora. To run in front. Forerunner. A runner at the front or ahead. Forerunners. Plural of forerunner. Foreignership. The state or condition of a foreigner. Foreigning. Present participle and gerund of forerun. Foreruns. Third person singular simple present indicative of forerun. Foresat. Aforesaid, aforementioned. Foresail. The lowest and usually the largest square sail hung on the foremast. Foresails. Plural of foresail. Forsaken. Misspelling of forsaken. Forsave. To save money or a person beforehand or in advance. Forsave. Simple past and past participle of forsave. Forsaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of forsave. Forsaving. Present participle and gerund of forsave. Foresight. Simple past of foresee. Foresight. To say beforehand, predict, foretell. Foresaying. Present participle and gerund of forsay. Foresays. Third person singular simple present indicative of forsay. Forescent. To detect the scent of something before it is present. Forescented. Simple past and past participle of forescent. Forescenting. Present participle and gerund of forescent. For sense, third person singular simple present indicative of forcing. For screen, a screen placed in front of something. For screens, plural of forescreen. Forescribe, described, prescribed, or written about beforehand. Forescript, a prescription. Forescripts, plural of forescript. Foresee, to perceive a situation or event in advance. Foreseeabilities, plural of foreseeability. Foreseeability, the quality of being foreseeable, predictability. Foreseeable, able to be foreseen or anticipated. Foreseeableness, synonym of foreseeability. Foreseeable, in a manner that could be foreseen. Foresee, present participle and gerund of foresee. Foreseeingly, with foresight. Foreseeis, plural of foreseeing. Foresee, to seek beforehand, seek in advance. Foreseeking, present participle and gerund of foreseek. Foreseen, past participle of foresee. Foreseer, a person who foresees. Foreseers, plural of foreseer. Foresees, third person singular simple present indicative of foresee. Foresees, second person singular simple present indicative of foresee. Foresee, third person singular simple present indicative of foresee. Foresees, to seize beforehand. Foresees, simple past and past participle of foresees. Foreseizing, present participle and gerund of foresees. For then, to send before, send beforehand. For thending, present participle and gerund of foresend. For thens, third person singular simple present indicative of foresend. For thence, to perceive or sense in advance. For thence, simple past and past participle of foresents. For thences, third person singular simple present indicative of foresents. For thensing, present participle and gerund of foresents. For that, simple past and past participle of foresend. For sentence, a sentence or condemnation in advance. For sentenced, simple past and past participle of for sentence. For sentences, plural of for sentence. For sentencing, present participle and gerund of for sentence. Or set, to set before or in front of, bar, block, impede. For sets, plural of for set. For setting, present participle and gerund of for set. For sex, activity, often sexual in nature prior to or leading up to sexual intercourse, foreplay. For shadow, to presage or suggest something in advance. For shadow, simple past and past participle of foreshadow. Foreshadower, one who or that which foreshadows. Foreshadowers, plural of foreshadower. Foreshadowing, present participle and gerund of foreshadow. Foreshadowings, plural of foreshadowing. Foreshadows, third person singular simple present indicative of foreshadow. Foryeft, the front projecting part of an object, especially of an arrow or other projectile, on which the tip is attached. Foreshafts, plural of foreshaft. Foreshame, alternative form of for shame. Forjag, the upper part of the foreleg of cattle. Foreshanks, plural of foreshing. Foreshape, to shape or mold beforehand, prepare in advance. Fore, one of the sheet's ropes that controls the foresail. Foreats, plural of foresheet. Foreshoe, obsolete spelling of foreshow. Foreshoed, simple past of foreshoe. Foreshoer, obsolete spelling of foreshower. Foreshoers, plural of foreshoer. Foreshoeing, present participle and gerund of foreshoe. Foreshewn, past participle of foreshoe. Foreshoes, third person singular simple present indicative of foreshoe. Voorshift, an early shift, or one which precedes another. Voorshifts, plural of foreshift. Foreshine, a shine seen in advance. Foreshines, plural of foreshine. Foreshining, present participle and gerund of foreshine. Foresha, the fore part of a ship. Foreships, plural of foreship. Foreshock, a small earth tremor which precedes the main shock in an earthquake sequence. Not all main shocks have foreshocks. Foreshocks, plural of foreshock. Foreshown, simple past and past participle of foreshine. Foreshoot, the leading shoot. Foreshooting, present participle and gerund of foreshoot. Foreshoots, plural of foreshoot. Foreshop, a front shop, a shop placed near the front, facing the street. Foreshops, plural of foreshop. Foreshore, the part of a shore between high water and low water. Foreshores, plural of foreshore. Foreshorten, to render the image of an object such that it appears to be receding in space as it is perceived visually. Foreshorten, simple past and past participle of foreshorten. Foreshortener, someone or something that foreshortens. Foreshorteners, plural of foreshortener. Foreshortening, a technique for creating the appearance that the object of a drawing is extending into space by shortening the lines with which that object is drawn. Foreshortenings, plural of foreshortening. Foreshortens, third person singular simple present indicative of foreshorten. Foreshot, the spirits that first come over when an alcoholic liquid is distilled. Foreshots, plural of foreshot. Foreshoulder, the front part of the shoulder. Foreshoulders, plural of foreshoulder. Foreshow, to show in advance, to foretell, predict. Foreshow, simple past and past participle of foreshow. Foreshower, one who or that which foreshows, a prophet or omen. Foreshowers, plural of foreshower. Foreshowing, present participle and gerund of foreshow. Foreshowings, plural of foreshowing. Foreshown, simple past and past participle of foreshow. Foreshows, plural of foreshow. Foreside, the front or fore part of anything, front face of a thing, front side. Foresides, plural of foresight. Foresight, the ability to foresee or prepare wisely for the future. Foresighted, having foresight, foreseeing, provident. Foresightedly, with foresight, in a foresighted manner. Foresightedness, the quality of having foresight. Foresightful, having, exercising, or characterized by foresight, forward-looking, prudent. Foresightfully, with foresight. Foresightfulness, the quality of being foresightful. Foresightless, lacking foresight. Foresightlessness, lack of foresight. Foresightly, possessing, exercising, or demonstrating great care or foresight, thoughtful, provident. Foresight, plural of foresight. Foresighty, foresighted, provident, cautious, careful. Foresight, a sign given in advance, a foreshadow, a premonition, omen. Foresignal, a signal made or given in advance, a foresign. Foresignal, simple past and past participle of foresignal. Foresignaling, present participle and gerund of foresignal. Foresignal, simple past and past participle of foresignal. Foresignaling, present participle and gerund of foresignal. Foresignals, plural of foresignal. Foresignification, the act of signifying, of for token. Foresignifications, plural of foresignification. Foresignify, simple past and past participle of foresignify. Forsignifies, third person singular simple present indicative of forsignify. Forsignify, to indicate beforehand. Forsignifying, present participle and gerund of forsignify. Foresigns, plural of foresign. Forsang, to sing beforehand or in advance. Forcester, a feminist of an earlier generation. Forcesters, plural of forcester. Foresketch, a first or tentative sketch, a study. Foresketches, plural of foresketch. Foreskin, the nerve-dense, retractable fold of skin which covers and protects the head of the penis in humans and some other mammals. Foreskin eater, a lascivious or promiscuous individual, usually a female. Foreskin eaters, plural of foreskin eater. Foreskin eater, alternative form of foreskin eater. Foreskin eaters, plural of foreskin eater. Foreskinless, without a foreskin, circumcised. Foreskin, having a foreskin, not circumcised. Foreskinning, present participle and gerund of foreskin. Foreskins, plural of foreskin. Foreskirt, the front skirt part of a dress in distinction from the train. Foreskirts, plural of foreskirt. Foresight, alternative form of forslack. Forsacked, simple past and past participle of forslack. Forslacking, present participle and gerund of forslack. Forsacks, third person singular simple present indicative of forslack. Forslaying, past participle of forslay. Forelash, synonym of slash. Slash. Foreslashes, plural of foreslash. Forslay, to slay beforehand or in advance. Forslaying, present participle and gerund of forslay. Forslays, third person singular simple present indicative of forslay. Foresleeve, in medieval clothing, the part of the sleeve below the elbow, often under the main sleeve. Foresleeves, plural of foresleeve. Forslew, simple past of forslay. Forslope, an upward slope of a mountain, etc. Foreslopes, plural of foreslope. Foreslope. To be slow or tardy, to slow down. Foreslowed. Simple past and past participle of foreslow. Foreslowing. Present participle and gerund of foreslow. Foreslows. Third person singular simple present indicative of foreslow. Foresmack. A foretaste, a taste or sampling of things to come. Forceman. A surname. Forcement. Plural of forceman. Foresmell. A smell which precedes or comes before something. Foresmalling. Present participle and gerund of foresmell. Foresmells. Plural of foresmell. Forsaffle. To restrain, prohibit. Forsaffle. Simple past and past participle of forsnaffle. Forsaffles. Third person singular simple present indicative of forsnaffle. Forsaffling. Present participle and gerund of forsnaffle. Forsnatch. To snatch in advance. Forsnatching. Present participle and gerund of forsnatch. Forsigh. A song sung as an opener to an event or story. Prelude. Foresighs. Plural of foresong. Foresight. Simple past and past participle of foreseek. Foresound. A sound made in advance. Foresounds. Plural of foresound. Forespace. Any space or area positioned toward the front, for example, of a room, building, plot, landscape, scenery, etc. Foreground. Forespaces. Plural of forespace. Forespec. Simple past of forespeak. Forespeak. To foretell, to predict. Forespeaker. One who speaks on behalf of another, an advocate. Forespeakers. Plural of forespeaker. Forespeakess. Second person singular simple present indicative of forespeak. Forespeaketh. Third person singular simple present indicative of forespeak. Forespeaking. Present participle and gerund of forespeak. Forespeakings. Plural of forespeaking. Forespeaks. Third person singular simple present indicative of forespeak. Forespecify. Specified before, i.e. earlier in the same document. Foresit. Simple past and past participle of forespeak. Forespeech. A preface. Forespeeches. Plural of forespeech. Forespeed. To outrun, outspeed. Forespell. To spell in advance, foretell, make a warning about something upcoming, tell or indicate beforehand, predict. Forespelled. Simple past and past participle of forespell. Forespelling. Present participle and gerund of forespell. Forespelled. Third person singular simple present indicative of forespell. Forespelled. Simple past and past participle of forespell. Forespend. To spend beforehand or in advance. Forespending. Present participle and gerund of forespend. Forespends. Third person singular simple present indicative of forespend. Forespent. Simple past and past participle of forespend. Forespend. Topspend. Forespell. Simple past of forespeak. Forspoken. Spoken beforehand or in advance, foretold, predicted. Phospore, the structure in bacteria in which an endospore develops. Phospores, plural of phospore. Forespread, spread before, spread in front of, spread in advance of. Forespring, the period preceding or leading up to spring. Foresprings, plural of forespring. Forespur, a spur positioned at the fore or facing forward. Forespurrer, one who spurs or rides ahead, a vanguard or harbinger. Forespurrers, plural of forespurrer. Forespurs, plural of forespur. Forest, a surname. Forest baddies, baddies mixta, a species of perching bird. Forest badizes. Plural of forest baddies. Forest brother, one of the Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian partisans who waged a guerrilla war against Soviet rule during the invasion and occupation of the three Baltic states during and after World War II. Forest brothers, plural of forest brother. Forest caterpillar hunter, a species of ground beetle Calisoma sycophanta belonging to the taxonomic genus Calisoma. Forest city, a rural community in York County, New Brunswick, Canada, just across the border from Forest City, Maine. Forest County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Tionesta. Forest Court, a court that had jurisdiction over a woodland area that was usually owned by the king. Forest courts, plural of forest court. Forest elephant, synonym of African forest elephant. Forest elephants, plural of forest elephant. Forest falcon, any of the small New World falcons of the genus Micraster. Forest falcons, plural of forest falcon. Forest fire, a fire, often large, that consumes a forest or woodland. Forest fires, plural of forest fire. Forest flies, plural of forest fly. Forest fly, a horsefly, any of numerous species of blood-sucking flies of the family Tabanidae. Forest fruits, edible fruits that typically grow in forests, such as berries. Forest Gate, a suburb in the borough of Newham, Greater London, England. ub.idvgtbre TQ 4085. Forest giraffe, Diahati. Forest giraffes, plural of forest giraffe. Forest glass, glass produced in northwestern and central Europe from 1700 using wood ash and sand as the main materials, characterized by its green or yellow tint. Forest glasses, plural of forest glass. Forest Glen, a rural suburb in Hornsby Shire, near Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Forest green, a dark green color like that of forest foliage. Forest green tree frog, a tropical lowland frog Rhacophorus arboreus whose habitat range is mostly restricted to Japan's Honshu. Forest green tree frogs, plural of forest green tree frog. Forest greens, plural of forest green. Forest Hall, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of North Tyneside, Tyne and Ware, England. ub.idvgtbre NZ 2869. Forest Head, a hamlet in Farlam Parish, City of Carlisle District, Cumbria, England. ub.idvgtbre NY 5857. Forest Heath, a former local government district of Suffolk, England, merged with St Edmunds Sperry on 1 April 2019 as West Suffolk District. Forest Hill, a suburb in the borough of Lewisham, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3572. Forest Hill with Shotover, a civil parish in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England, to the east of Oxford. Forest Hills, a number of places in the United States. Forest Machine, a machine used for logging or various other forestry purposes. Forest machines, plural of forest machine. Forest mahoganies, plural of forest mahogany. Forest mahogany. Red mahogany Eucalyptus rucinifera. Forest meadows, a census-designated place in Calaveras County, California, United States. Forest oak, Alacasoarina torolosa, an Australian tree which grows in sub-rainforest areas. Forest oaks, plural of forest oak. Forest of Dean, a forest and geographical area of Gloucestershire, England, between the rivers Severn and Wye, with a long history of mining. Forest Park, a village in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Forest plot, a graphical display used in meta-analysis designed to illustrate the relative strength of treatment effects in multiple quantitative scientific studies addressing the same question. Forest plot, plural of forest plot. Forest primeval, alternative form of primeval forest. Forest product, any product derived from the trees or bushes of a forest, such as logs, timber, lumber, wood pulp, sawdust, bark mulch, leaf mulch, forage, or feedstocks. Forest products, plural of forest product. Forest puff adder, synonym of gaboon viper. Forest puppy, deer. Forest rail, any bird of the genera Mentacrex and Relicula. Forest rails, plural of forest rail. Forest ranch, a census-designated place in Butte County, California, United States. Forest ranger, a person entrusted with protecting and preserving public forested land. Forest rangers, plural of forest ranger. Forest robin, Stiphornis erythrophorax, a species of Old World flycatcher. Forest Row, a large village and civil parish in Wealden District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4234. Forest School, an institution that teaches in this way. Forest schools, plural of forest school. Forest star, Muscina arcuata, a shrub species of the family Rubiaceae with a star-shaped 5-lobed yellow corolla, whose center is also star-shaped and hairy, orange to brown in color. Native range is tropical Africa and western Indian Ocean. Forest stars, plural of forest star. Forest starwort, a flower of species Stellaria flaccida of starworts. Forest steppe, a temperate climate ecotone and habitat type composed of grassland interspersed with areas of woodland or forest. Forest steppes, plural of forest steppe. Forest whites, penistone coarse woolen material. Forest bill, a bill hook used by woodsmen. Forest bills, plural of forest bill. Forest blue, any of various lichenid butterflies of the genus Pseudodipses. Forest blues, plural of forest blue. Forest born, having been born in a forest. Foresta, a surname from Italian. Forestaff, an instrument formerly used at sea for taking the altitudes of heavenly bodies, later replaced by the sextant. Forestaffs, plural of forestaff. Forestage. The part of a theater stage in front of the closed curtain. Forestage. Simple past and past participle of forestage. Forestages. Plural of forestage. Forestaging. Present participle and gerund of forestage. Forestair. The stairs at the front of a building, traditionally those used by the occupants rather than by tradesmen, etc. Forestairs. Plural of forestair. Forestal. Obsolete spelling of forestall. Forestal. Simple past and past participle of forestal. Forestalling. Present participle and gerund of forestal. Forestall. To prevent, delay, or hinder something by taking precautionary or anticipatory measures to avert. Forestallable. That can be forestalled. Forestall. Simple past and past participle of forestall. Forestaller. Agent noun of forestall, one who, or that which, forestalls. Forestallers. Plural of forestaller. Forestalleth. Second person singular simple present indicative of forestall. Forestalleth. Third person singular simple present indicative of forestall. Forestalling. Present participle and gerund of forestall. Forestallingly. In a forestalling manner. Forestallings. Plural of forestalling. Forestallment. The act or process of forestalling, a delay, hindrance, prevention, aversion. Forestallments. Plural of forestallment. Forestalls. Third person singular simple present indicative of forestall. Forestallment. Alternative form of forestallment. Forestallments. Plural of forestallment. Forestals. Third person singular simple present indicative of forestal. Forestand. Alternative form of forestand. Forestanding. Present participle and gerund of forestand. Forestart. A head start. Forestarts. Plural of forestart. Forestes. Plural of foresta. Forestay. To state in advance. Forestated. Stated beforehand. Forestatement. A statement made beforehand or in advance. Forestatements. Plural of forestatement. Forestating. A stating in advance. Forestation. The act of planting a forest. Forestations. Plural of forestation. Forestaves. Plural of forestaff. Forestag. A stay that extends from the top of the foremast to the bow or bowsprit of a sailing ship. Forestay. Simple past and past participle of forestay. Forestang. Present participle and gerund of forestay. Forestays. Plural of forestay. Forestay sail. A triangular sail attached to the forestay. Forestay sails. Plural of forestay sail. Forestcraft. Synonym of woodcraft skills related to woodland habitats. Forestcrafts. Plural of forestcraft. Forest. Obsolete spelling of forest. Forested. Covered in forest. Forestum. The front part of a vessel. Forestums. Plural of forestum. Forestep. An initial, previous, or early step, a prior stage or phase in a process or development cycle. Forest steppes, plural of forest step. Forester, a surname originating as an occupation for someone who lived or worked in a forest. Foresters, plural of forester. Forestership, the post or status of forester. Foresterships, plural of forestership. Forests, plural of forest. Forest flies, plural of forest fly. Forest fly, alternative form of forest fly. Forestal, enough to fill a forest. Forestals, plural of forestal. Forest Hill, a census-designated place in Placer County, California, United States. Forestdale, of, like, or having to do with a forest. Foresty, the stick at the front of a fire in a hearth. Foresticks, plural of forestick. Forestier, a surname from French. Forestier disease, alternative form of forestier's disease. Forestier's, abbreviation of forestier's disease. Forestier's disease, calcification of ligaments from the attachment to the spine. Forestiers, plural of forestier. Forestification, the act or process of turning an area into a forest. Foresting, of or relating to a forest. Foresting, present participle and gerund of forest. Forestish, characteristic of a forest. Forestization, the act of forestizing. Forest keeper, one appointed to look after a forest. Forest keepers, plural of forest keeper. Forestland, land covered by trees, forests, woodlands. Forestlands, plural of forestland. Forestless, without a forest. Forestlessness, lack of forests. Forest-like, like a forest. Forestness, the quality of being fought. Foresta, forearm, handguard. Forestocks, plural of forestock. Forestocracies, plural of forestocracy. Forestocracy, a ruling class of timber merchants. Forestology, the study of forests. Forestoma, the compartments of a ruminant's stomach that precede the true stomach. Forestomachs, plural of forestoma. Foreston, a city in Minnesota. Forestone, a piece of cast iron which lies across the hearth with its ends resting between the keystones, and which can be moved toward the front or back of the hearth as required. It is a part of the small rectangular furnace called the or hearth, used in the smelting of lead. Forestones, plural of forestone. Foresteries, plural of forestry. Forestery, an introductory segment before a story, a preface or prelude. Forestrand, the intertidal zone along a shoreline or similar body of water. Forestrands, plural of forestrand. Forestream, the initial, early, or forward position part of a stream, all senses, a stream occurring at the head or front of a thing. Forestreams, plural of forestream. Forestress, a female forester. Forestresses, plural of forestress. Forestretch, to stretch out, forth or forward. Foresteries, plural of forestry. Forest stripping, the act of discarding the foremilk when milking a cow or other animal, the milk thus discarded. Forest stroke, a forward stroke or movement. Forest strokes, plural of foreststroke. Forestry, the science of planting and growing trees in forests. Forestry machine, synonym of forest machine. Forestry machines, plural of forestry machine. Forests, plural of forests. Forests primeval, plural of forest primeval. Forestscape, a forest landscape. Forestscapes, plural of forestscape. Forestful, plural of forestful. Forest side, the area beside a forest. Forest sides, plural of forest side. Forest study, simple past and past participle of forest study. Forest studies, plural of forest study. Forest study, to study beforehand or in advance. Foreststudying, present participle and gerund of forest study. Foresto, a census-designated place in Sonoma County, California, United States. Forestward, toward a forest. Forestwards, towards a forest. Forestwide, throughout a forest. Foresty, like a forest. For summer, the season immediately preceding summer. For summers, plural of for summer. Forside, past participle of forsang. Forswear, alternative spelling of forswear. Forswearing, present participle and gerund of forswear. Forswears, third person singular simple present indicative of forswear. Forswore, simple past of forswear. Forsworn, past participle of forswear. Four-syllable, a syllable or syllables at the beginning of a word. Four syllables, plural of four-syllable. For, a surname. Fortack, the foretack part of a sail. Foretackle, the tackle that attaches or hooks onto the pendant on a masthead or foremast for the purposes of hoisting, tautening, or securing a stay. Foretackles, plural of foretackle. Fortacks, plural of fortack. Forte, to take, receive, or adopt beforehand, assume. Fortaken, receive or adopted beforehand. Fortau, an account or telling given as an introduction to a larger body of work, prologue, a prior or previous recollection or account of events. Fordaus, plural of fortau. Fordoc, a forward, preface. Fordharsal, relating to the Fortarsus. Fordarcy, plural of Fortarsus. Fordarsus, the foremost part of the tarsus in the arthropod leg. Fortes, a taste beforehand. Fortested, simple past and past participle of fortaste. Fortaster, someone who tastes food before another, usually to check it hasn't been poisoned. Fortasters, plural of fortaster. Fortests, plural of fortaste. Fortasting, present participle and gerund of fortaste. Fordop, simple past and past participle of forteach. Forteach, to teach or instruct beforehand. Forteaches, third person singular simple present indicative of forteach. Forteaching, present participle and gerund of forteach. Forteam, the front shaft or pole of a wheeled vehicle. Forteams, plural of forteam. Forty, plural of fortooth. Foretell, obsolete spelling of foretell. Foretell, to predict, to tell the future before it occurs, to prophecy. Foretellable, able to be foretold, predictable. Foreteller, someone who foretells. Foretellers, plural of foreteller. Foretellus, second person singular simple present indicative of foretell. Foretell, third person singular simple present indicative of foretell. Foretelling, present participle and gerund of foretell. Foretellings, plural of foretelling. Foretells, third person singular simple present indicative of foretell. Fortis, a test conducted or given beforehand, a preliminary test conducted before the inception of an experiment or evaluation. Fortiste, simple past and past participle of fortis. Fortisting, present participle and gerund of fortis. Fortists, plural of fortis. Forthi, the upper part of a quadruped's forelimb. Forthis, plural of forthi. Forethink, to plan something in advance, think, consider, or contrive beforehand, prognosticate. Forethinker, one who thinks ahead or plans things in advance. Forethinkers, plural of forethinker. Forethinking, present participle and gerund of forethink. Forethinks, third person singular simple present indicative of forethink. Forethought, thinking beforehand or in advance planning, prior or previous consideration, premeditation. Forethoughteth, provided with forethought. Forethoughtful, having or full of forethought, provident, proactive, visionary. Foretethfully, with forethought. Foretethfulness, the condition of being forethoughtful. Forethoughless, without forethought. Forethoughts, plural of forethought. Forthreaten, to threaten in advance or in anticipation. Forthreaten, simple past and past participle of forthwritten. Forthreatening, present participle of forthwritten. Forthreatens, third person singular simple present indicative of forthwritten. Forthroat, the forward part of the throat or throat area. Forcron, thrown forward. Fortibia, the foremost part of the tibia and the outer leg. Plural of fortibia. Relating to the fortibia. Forti, an early tide tidal surge. Fordies, plural of foretide. Foretime, a time previous to the present or to a time alluded to or implied, former time or times. Foretimes, plural of foretime. Foretoken, a prognostic, a premonitory sign, warning or presentiment. Foretoken, simple past and past participle of foretoken. Fortokina, third person singular simple present indicative of foretoken. Foretokening, indication in advance. Foretokenings, plural of foretokening. Fortokens, plural of foretoken. Foretold, simple past and past participle of foretell. Foretoldus, second person singular simple past indicative of foretell. Fortooth, a front tooth. Foretop, the top of the head, the top of the forehead. Foretop gallant, designating the mast, sail, yard, etc. above the top mast. Foretopman, a sailor who controls the masts in the foretop. Foretopmast, the mast above the foretop. Foretopmasts, plural of foretopmast. Foretopmen, plural of foretopman. Foretops, plural of foretop. Foretopsail, the sail draped from the topmast. Foretopsails, plural of foretopsail. Foretoss, tossed up, tossed about. Foretrained, trained beforehand or in advance. Foretriangle, a triangular space on a sailing ship between the deck, foremast, and forestack. Foretriangles, plural of foretriangle. Foredrack, a truck on the foremast from which the blue peter is hoisted. Foredrax, plural of foretrack. Foredrass, to trust beforehand, trust in advance. Fortressing, present participle and gerund of fortress. Forts, plural of fort. Fortat, a type or figure occurring beforehand or in advance. Foreigner, predecessor, prototype. Foretypes, plural of forti. Fortepify, typified beforehand. Forma, pronunciation spelling of forever. Forever, alternative form of forever. Forever after, forever from this point onward. Forever alone, someone who wishes to be in a romantic relationship but has no hope of succeeding. Forever alones, plural of forever alone. Forever and a day, for a very long or seemingly endless time. Forever and I, synonym of forever and a day. Forever and ever, alternative form of forever and ever. Forever and forever, synonym of forever and a day. Forever chemical, synonym of phos perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl substance. Forever chemicals, plural of forever chemical. Forever home, a permanent home found for a child or animal who is to be adopted. Forever homes, plural of forever home. Forever house, a house in which one settles with the expectation of living there for the rest of one's life. Forever houses, plural of forever house. Forever stamp, a postage stamp with no indicated monetary value and indefinitely valid for a given service. For example, a domestic first-class letter under 20 grams. Forever stamps, plural of forever stamp. Forever war, a war that does not have a definite end date, often perceived as endless. Forever wars, plural of forever war. Foreverwood, the state or condition of existing or lasting forever. Forevermore, at any or all times in the future, forever. Foreverness, the quality of being forever, of never coming to an end. Forevers, plural of forever. Foreview, a preview. Foreviews, plural of foreview. Forevouch, to avow or affirm in advance. Voordach. Simple past and past participle of voorvouch. Voordatches. Third person singular simple present indicative of voorvouch. Voorvouching. Present participle and gerund of voorvouch. Voorwa. Pronunciation spelling of forever. Voorwa. Alternative form of voorwa. Voorwa. The foremost outer wall of a fortification, rampart, bulwark. Four walls. Plural of forwall. Forward. An advanced group, the vanguard. Forwarded. Simple past and past participle of forward. Forwarding. Present participle and gerund of forward. Forwards. Plural of forward. Forewarn. To warm in advance. Forewarn. Simple past and past participle of forewarn. Forewarmer. An apparatus for heating a substance prior to some other process. Forewarmers. Plural of forewarmer. Forewarming. Present participle and gerund of forewarn. Forewarms. Third person singular simple present indicative of forewarn. Forewarn. To warn in advance. Forewarn. Simple past and past participle of forewarn. Forewarned is forearmed. Advance awareness of a situation, especially a risky one, prepares one to deal with it. Forewarned, forearmed. Alternative form of forewarned is forearmed. Forewarner. One who forewarns. Forewarners. Plural of forewarner. Forewarneth. Third person singular simple present indicative of forewarn. Forewarning. Present participle and gerund of forewarn. Forewarningly. So as to forewarn, in a way that gives advance warning. Forewarnings. Plural of forewarning. Forewarns. Third person singular simple present indicative of forewarn. Forewaist. Alternative form of forewaist. Forewatch. To look out for. Watch over. Forewatches. Plural of forewatch. Forewater. The amniotic fluid that comes out before the baby's head during childbirth. Forewaters. Plural of forewater. Foreway. A high road. Foreways. Plural of foreway. Furry. To weep before. Or usher in with weeping. Foreway. To estimate in advance. To count the cost beforehand. Foreway. Simple past and past participle of foreway. Forewaying. Present participle and gerund of foreway. Foreways. Third person singular simple present indicative of foreway. Forent. Simple past of forego. Forewheel. A front wheel. Forewheels. Plural of forewheel. Forewind. A favorable wind. Forewinds. Plural of forewind. Forewing. Alternative form of forewing. Forewinch. Having a specified kind of forewing. Forewings. Plural of forewing. Forewinter. The period immediately preceding or leading up to winter. Forewinters. Plural of forewinter. Forish. To wish or desire beforehand. Forish. Simple past and past participle of forish. Forishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of forish. Forishing. present participle and gerund forward. Forward, timely knowledge, precaution, foresight. Forrights, plural of forward. Forewoman, a female leader of a work crew. Forward. Man, plural of forewoman. Forward, an introductory section preceding the main text of a book or other document, especially one written by another person, not the author of the work thus introduced. Forwards, plural of forward. Forward, a fortifying structure erected for defense, such as an embankment, wall, or tower. Forwards, plural of forward. Forewarn, synonym of forewarn. Foreice, to write beforehand, write in advance. Foreights, third person singular simple present indicative of foreit. Foreighting, present participle and gerund of foreit. Foyam, past participle of foreit. Foreit, simple past of foreit. Foi, wrought or worked beforehand or in advance. Farce, syllabic abbreviation of foreign exchange. Forks, plural of forks. Foyed, a yard in front yard. Foyeds, plural of foreyard. Foreyar, the early part of the year, spring. Foreyars, plural of foreyar. Foredian, of fours. Forfaint, very faint, languishing, pitiful, arm. Forfair, forlorn, destitute. Worn out, jaded. Forfaiter, one who provides financial support in the form of forfeiting. Forfaiters, plural of forfeiter. Forfeiting, a service providing medium-term financial support for export/import of capital goods. Forfeiture, obsolete form of forfeiture. Forfeitures, plural of forfeiture. Forfar, a town in Angus Council area, Scotland. It is the administrative centre of Angus and was the county town of the historic county of Angus ub.idvgtbre no 4550. Forfarbritty, a type of pasty meat pastry that does not contain potato. Forfarbrites, plural of forfarbritty. Forfare, to go to ruin, be destroyed, perish. Forfarshire, the official name for Angus, a historical county of Scotland from the 18th century until 1928. The name still survives locally, e.g. Forfarshire Cricket Club. Forfeiture. Forfeiture. Forfeit, plural of forfeit. Forfeit, a penalty for or consequence of a misdemeanor. Forfeitability, susceptibility to forfeiture. Forfeitable, liable to be forfeited. Forfeit, simple past and past participle of forfeit. Forfeiter, one who forfeits, law specifically one who incurs a penalty of forfeiture. Forfeiters, plural of forfeiter. Forfeitess, second person singular simple present indicative of forfeit. Forfeited, third person singular simple present indicative of forfeit. Forfeiting, present participle and gerund of forfeit. Forfeitings, plural of forfeiting. Forfeits, plural of forfeit. Forfeiture, a legal action whereby a person loses all interest in the forfeit property. Forfeiture fund, a sum of money created by the Justice Department from seizures of the proceeds of criminal activity. Forfeiture funds, plural of forfeiture fund. Forfeitures, plural of forfeiture. Forfend, to prohibit, to forbid, to avert. Forfende, simple past and past participle of forfend. Forfende, present participle and gerund of forfend. Forfends, third person singular simple present indicative of forfend. Forfex, a pair of shears. Forfeques, deeply forked. Forvices, plural of forfex. Forviciform, shaped like shears or scissors. Forficule, any earwig in the family Forficulity. Forficulates, plural of forficulate. Forfeit, any of a number of additional letters of the alphabet beyond the basic inventory of 20 signs. Forthigh, to defend. Forflutter, to disorder, discompose. Deliberate misspelling of frog. Forda, to mock, deride, defame, publish the misdeeds of. Forgainst, alternative form of forgainst. Forde, a surname. Forgandani, a village in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 0818. For that, simple past of forget. Fornata, to assemble or gather together in one place, to gather up, to congregate. Forgathered, simple past and past participle of forgather. Forgathering, a gathering together, an assembly. Forgatherings, plural of forgathering. Fornathers, third person singular simple present indicative of forgather. Forgave, simple past of forgive. Forgave and forgot, simple past of forgive and forget. Forgettest, second person singular simple past indicative of forgive. Forward, a surname from Old French. Forge ahead, to move forward quickly or to make good progress with especially a plan. Forge over, to press on regardless of hindrances. Forge Valley, the valley of the River Derwent in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Scarborough District OS Grid Ref SC 9885. Forge Wagon, a wagon fitted up for transporting a blacksmith's forge and tools. Forge wagons, plural of forge wagon. Forge hammer, a hammer used by a blacksmith. Forge hammers, plural of forge hammer. Forge abilities, plural of forge ability. Forgeability, the quality or degree of being forgeable. Forgeable, that can be forged, counterfeited. Forged, fake as documents, falsified. Forged ahead, simple past and past participle of forge ahead. Forged over, simple past and past participle of forge over. Forget about it, pronunciation spelling of forget about it. Forget it, I dialect spelling of forget it. Forgeless, without a forge. Forgelike, resembling or characteristic of a forge. Forgeman, a person who works at a forge, a blacksmith on a large scale. Forgemaster, a craftsman skilled in forging iron or other metals. Forgemasters, plural of forgemaster. Forgeman, plural of forgeman. Forger, a person who creates forgeries, falsifies documents with intent to defraud, for example, to create a false will or illicit copies of currency, counterfeiter. Forgeries, plural of forgery. Forgers, plural of forger. Forgery, the act of forging metal into shape. Forges, plural of forge. Forge is ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of forge ahead. Forge is over. Third person singular simple present indicative of forge over. Forges, second person singular simple present indicative of forge. Forget, a surname. Forget about, to not think about something or someone, to fail to remember, or to disregard someone or something. Forget about it. Forget about, to not think about something or someone, to fail to remember, or to disregard someone or something. Forget about it. Alternative form of forget it. Forget it. Absolutely not. I forbid it, or it is impossible. Forget one's manners. To behave in a rude, ill-mannered way. Forget oneself. To lose one's dignity, temper, or self-control. Forget to take one's medication this morning. To be annoyed or irritable, or to behave in an ill-mannered way, particularly in the morning. Forget to take one's pills this morning. Synonym of forget to take one's medication this morning. Forget you. A forceful expression of anger, dismissal, or contempt directed at someone. Forget me not. Any of the flowering plants of the genus Myosotis, mostly with a small 5-petaled blue flower, a flower from such a plant. Forget me nots, plural of forget me not. Forgetful, unable to remember things well, liable to forget. Forgetful functor, a functor that forgets or drops some or all of its input structure or properties before mapping to the output. Forgetful functors, plural of forgetful functor. Forgetful, archaic form of forgetful. Forgetfully, in a forgetful manner. Forgetfulness, the quality of being forgetful, proneness to let slip from the mind. Forgetfulnesses, plural of forgetfulness. Fordat, third person singular simple present indicative of forge. Forgetta, inventive, productive, capable. Forgetness, the act of forgetting or any property associated with it. Oblivion. Forgetfulness, obliviousness. Forgets, plural of forget. Forgets about, third person singular simple present indicative of forget about. Forgets oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of forget oneself. Forgets to take one's medication this morning. Third person singular simple present indicative of forget to take one's medication this morning. Forgets to take one's pills this morning. Third person singular simple present indicative of forget to take one's pills this morning. Forgettability, forgettableness. Forgettable, possible to be forgotten. Forgettableness, the state or condition of being forgettable, unmemorableness. Forgettably, in a forgettable manner. Forgettance, the act of forgetting. Forgettances, plural of forgettance. Forget, a surname from French. Forget it, simple past and past participle of forget. Forgetter, one who forgets, fails to remember something. Forgetteries, plural of forgettery. Forgetters, plural of forgetter. Forgettery, a poor memory that is inclined to forget things. Forgets, plural of forget. Forgettest, second person singular simple present indicative of forget. Forgetta, third person singular simple present indicative of forget. Forgettes, plural of forgetting. Forget, pronunciation spelling of forgetting. Forgetting, present participle and gerund of forget. Forgetting about, present participle and gerund of forget about. Forgetting oneself, present participle and gerund of forget oneself. Forgetting to take one's medication this morning, present participle and gerund of forget to take one's medication this morning. Forgetting to take one's pills this morning, present participle and gerund of forget to take one's pills this morning. Forgettingly, so as to forget. Forgettingness, quality of forgetting. Forgettings, plural of forgetting. Forgetting, tending to forget things, forgetful. Forge, a surname. Forges, plural of forgy. Forgy, a car wheel made by the premium wheel company Forgiato Wheels. Forging, present participle and gerund of forge. Forging ahead, present participle and gerund of forge ahead. Forging over, present participle and gerund of forge over. Forgings, plural of forging. Forgione, a surname from Italian. Forgiones. Plural of forgione. Forgus, plural of forgi. Forget, pronunciation spelling of forget. Forgivity, forgetful. Forder, past participle of forgive, obsolete form of forgiven. Forgivability, the quality of being forgivable. Forgivable, able to be forgiven, worthy of forgiveness. Forgivableness, the quality of being forgivable. Forgivably, in a forgivable way. Forgive, to pardon someone, to waive any negative feeling towards or desire for punishment or retribution against. Forgive and forget, to absolve somebody completely for a past wrongdoing, to pardon with neither resentment nor a view to retribution. Forgive, but don't forget, to pardon someone of wrongdoing while retaining awareness of their past behavior to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Forgive my French, synonym of pardon my French. Forgivable, misspelling of forgivable. Forgive, simple past and past participle of forgive. Forgiveless, unforgiving. Forgiveness, forgiveness. Forgiveness, plural of forgiveness. Forgive, past participle of forgive. Forgiven and forgotten, past participle of forgive and forget. Forgiveness, the action of forgiving. Forgiveness is, plural of forgiveness. Forder, the 40th Surah chapter of the Quran. Forgivers, plural of forgiver. Forgives, third person singular simple present indicative of forgive. Forgives and forgets, third person singular simple present indicative of forgive and forget. Forgivest, second person singular simple present indicative of forgive. Forgive, third person singular simple present indicative of forgive. Forgive, pronunciation spelling of forgiving. Forgiving, inclined to forgive. Forgiving and forgetting, present participle and gerund gerund of forgive and forget. Forgivingly, in a forgiving way. Forgivingness, the quality of being forgiving. Forgivings, plural of forgiving. Forda, to gnaw in pieces, eat up. Fordgnaw, simple past and past participle of fordgnaw. Fordgnawing, present participle and gerund of fordgnaw. Fordgnaws, third person singular simple present indicative of fordgnaw. Forego, to do without something enjoyable, to relinquish. Forego apple, that can be foregone. Forego, simple past and past participle of forego. Foregoer, a person who foregoes. Foregoers, plural of foregoer. Foregoes, third person singular simple present indicative of forego. Foregoes, second person singular simple present indicative of forego. Foregoeth, third person singular simple present indicative of forego. Foregoing, present participle and gerund of forego. Foredone, past participle of forego. For, deliberate misspelling of forgot. Forgot, simple past of forget. Forgot about, simple past of forget about. Forgot oneself, simple past to forget oneself. Forgot to take one's medication this morning. Simple past of forget to take one's medication this morning. Forgot to take one's pills this morning. Simple past of forget to take one's pills this morning. Forgotten, of which knowledge has been lost, which is no longer remembered. Forgotten about, past participle of forget about. Forgotten oneself, past participle of forget oneself. Forgotten to take one's medication this morning. Past participle of forget to take one's medication this morning. Forgotten to take one's pills this morning. Past participle of forget to take one's pills this morning. Forgottenness, the quality or state of being forgotten. Forgottens, plural of forgotten. Foregrew, simple past of foregrow. Foregrow, to grow to excess or out of shape, grow unduly. Foregrowing, present participle and gerund of foregrow. Foregrown, past participle of foregrow. Foregrows, third person singular simple present indicative of foregrow. Fords, plural of for. For, a surname. Fords, plural of for. Forgout, to bring into a state of guilt. Make guilty. Forge, a surname. Forges, plural of forgy. Forel, to overhaul, overtake. Forel, simple past and past participle of forehail. Forels, third person singular simple present indicative of forehail. Forehailing, present participle and gerund of forehail. Forhai, to hang to death. Put to death by hanging. Forhard, to harden up. Forhardet, simple past and past participle of forhard. Forharden, to make hard, harden up. Foreharding, present participle and gerund of forehard. Forehards, third person singular simple present indicative of forehard. Forward air, to affright or harry exceedingly, scare up. For airing, present participle and gerund of for air. For howl, simple past and past participle of for hold. For howl, to conceal, hide. For howling, present participle and gerund of for howl. For you, to cut to pieces. For hewing, present participle and gerund of for hew. For use, third person singular simple present indicative of for hew. For ill, to cover, protect. For ill, simple past and past participle of for ill. For illing, present participle and gerund of for ill. For ills, third person singular simple present indicative of for hill. For hold, to detain, hold back, or hold up someone or something. Also, to retain or withhold something. For holden, past participle of for hold. For holding, present participle and gerund of for hold. For holds, third person singular simple present indicative of for hold. For out, to despise, scorn. For how, simple past and past participle of for how. For howling, present participle and gerund of for how. For house, third person singular simple present indicative of for how. For hunger, very hungry, dying of hunger, starving. For esh, to deride. For eshes, third person singular simple present indicative of for hush. For insect, describing the service owed to the superior of one's feudal lord. Forint, the basic unit of currency of Hungary, formerly subdivided into 100 falayer. Forints, plural of forint. For, to work, weary. Forked, simple past and past participle of fork. Forking, present participle and gerund of fork. Forks, third person singular simple present indicative of fork. For humiliate, to renounce a legal title to a further share of paternal inheritance. For humiliated, simple past and past participle of for humiliate. For humiliates, third person singular simple present indicative of for humiliate. For humiliating, present participle and gerund of for humiliate. For his familiation, the act of for humiliating. For his familiations, plural of for his familiation. For his any of a class of proteins occurring in the sieve tubes of Fabaceae. For his plural of for his For die, to exclude, oust, or dispossess by a judgment, prohibit from. For darj, simple past and past participle of for judge. For dot as, third person singular simple present indicative of for judge. For judging, present participle and gerund of for judge. For any of several types of pronged tine tools, physical tools, as follows. Fork beam, a half beam to support a deck where hatchways occur. Fork beams, plural of fork beam. Fork bomb, a program that creates a large number of self-replicating tasks or processes in a computer system in order to cause a denial of service. Fork bombs, plural of fork bomb. Fork buffet, a buffet serving food to be eaten from a plate with a fork while standing up. Fork buffets, plural of fork buffet. Fork shock, a lathe center having two prongs for driving the work. Fork shocks, plural of fork shock. Fork F, an alternative fingering for the note F when playing oboe. The index and ring fingers of the right hand are depressed and the middle finger raised, creaking a fork appearance. Fork found in kitchen, indicating that something is or was obvious. Fork grinder, someone whose job is to grind metal forks. Fork grinders, plural of fork grinder. Fork hoe, a hoe with two or more tines at right angles to the shaft, typically used to loosen the soil for planting or sowing. Fork hose, plural of fork hoe. Fork in the road, a junction in which one road becomes two divergent roads. Fork lightning, lightning that contains bolts that branch. Fork lightnings, plural of fork lightning. Fork off, to diverge into two or more separate paths. Fork oil, a lubricant for use on the fork of a motorcycle. Fork oils, plural of fork oil. Fork out, to pay out, to hand over. Fork over, to turn over soil, hay, etc. with a gardening fork. Fork truck, synonym of fork left. Fork trucks, plural of fork truck. Fork leaves sundew, the sundew drosera binata. Fork marked lemur, any lemur of the genus Faner. Fork marked lemurs, plural of fork marked lemur. Fork-tailed bush catadid, Scuderia furcata, a species of catadid. Fork tender, cooked until soft enough to be easily pierced by the prongs of a fork. Fork tongue, deceitful, duplicitous, beguiling. Fork eyeball, capable of being moved or separated with a fork. Fork ball, a baseball pitch. Much like the sinker. Fork baller, one who pitches a fork ball. Fork ballers, plural of fork baller. Fork balls, plural of fork ball. Forkbeard, a European fish Raniceps raninus having a large flat head. Forkbeards, plural of forkbeard. Fork bomb, alternative form of fork bomb. Fork bombs, plural of fork bomb. Fork, having forks parts into which anything is furcated or divided. Fork lightning, fork lightning. Forked lightnings, plural of forked lightning. Forked off, simple past and past participle of fork off. Forked out, simple past and past participle of fork out. Forked over, simple past and past participle of fork over. Forked rice flower, Heinleia huertiana, a species of Australian flowering shrub. Forked rice flowers, plural of forked rice flower. Forked sundew, the sundew drosera binata. Forked tongue, the split tongue of a snake. Forked tongues, plural of forked tongue. Forkedly, in a forked shape or pattern. Forkness, the state or quality of being forked. Forking. Forked. Forder, a surname. Forders, plural of forker. Forkfall, the amount that a fork participle whole. Forkfuls, plural of forkful. Forkhead, a sequence of amino acids that forms a motif in FOX proteins that binds to DNA. Forkheads, plural of forkhead. Forkiness, the quality or state of being forky. Forky, forked, crooked, or winding. Forking off, present participle and gerund fork off. Forking out, present participle and gerund fork out. Forking over, present participle and gerund fork over. Forkings, plural of forking. Forkless, without a fork or forks. Forklift, a small industrial vehicle with a power-operated fork-like prong platform that can be raised and lowered for insertion under a load, often on pallets, to be lifted and moved. Forklift operator, a person who operates a forklift. Forklift operators, plural of forklift operator. Forklift truck, synonym of forklift. Forklift trucks, plural of forklift truck. Forkliftable, capable of being lifted and transported by forklift. Forklifted, simple past and past participle of forklift. Forklifter, a person employed to operate a forklift. Forklifters, plural of forklifter. Forklifting, present participle and gerund of forklifts. Forklifts, plural of forklifts. Forklie, resembling or characteristic of a fork. Forkload, a generous forkful. Forkloads, plural of forkload. Fork baker, someone who makes forks. Fork makers, plural of fork maker. Forkman, an agricultural worker who uses a fork. Forkman, plural of forkman. Forkner, a surname. Forkners, plural of forkner. Forkullen, misspelling of forskallen. Forks, plural of fork. Forks in the road, plural of fork in the road. Forks off, third person singular simple present indicative of fork off. Forks out, third person singular simple present indicative of fork out. Forks over, third person singular simple present indicative of fork over. Forksful, plural of forkful. Fork, obsolete spelling of forked. Forktail, any of various small insectivorous birds in the genus Onychurus. Forktails, plural of forktail. Forkwe, the Alvedicyodicathoma. Forkwise, in the manner of a fork. For synonym of forked. Forkitail, an earwig Dermeptera spp. Forkitails, plural of forkitail. Foreligen, exhausted, worn out. Forelay, simple past and past participle of forelay. Foreline, past participle of forely. Frolana, alternative form of frolana. Frolanas, plural of frolana. Forlet, to deal a blow, hit out. Forlets, third person singular simple present indicative of forlat. Forelay, to lay aside. Forelaying, present participle and gerund of forelay. Forlay is third person singular simple present indicative of forlay. Forley, to mislead, seduce. Forleading, present participle and gerund of forley. Forleads. Third person singular simple present indicative of forley. Forleave, to depart from someone, leave someone behind, abandon, forsake, desert, give up, relinquish. Forleaves, third person singular simple present indicative of forleave. Forleaving, present participle and gerund of forleave. Fora, simple past and past participle of forlead. Forlead, alternative form of forlet. Forleats, third person singular simple present indicative of forleat. Forlaugh, simple past and past participle of forleave. Forlend, to give up wholly or completely. Forlending, present participle and gerund of forlend. Forlends, third person singular simple present indicative of forlend. Forlent, simple past and past participle of forlend. Forlenza, a surname from Italian. Forlenzas, plural of forlenza. Forles, to abandon, forsake. Forleses, third person singular simple present indicative of forlees. Foreleasing, foreleasings, plural of foreleasing. Forles, first person simple past of forlees. Forlet, to abandon, give up, leave behind, forsake, desert, neglect. Forlets, third person singular simple present indicative of forlet. Forletting, present participle and gerund of forlet. Forli, the capital city of the province of Forli Cecina, Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Forli, alternative form of Forli, the capital city of the province of Forli Cecina, Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Forli Cecina, province of Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Forli, to lie with. Forlion, to decrease, reduce, diminish, lighten up. Forlightens, third person singular simple present indicative of forlighten. Forla, to live pervertedly. Forlas, simple past and past participle of forla. Forlevian, of or pertaining to forli. Forlivians, plural of forlivian. Forlong, a surname. Forlorn, simple past and past participle of forlong. Forlorning, present participle and gerund of forlong. Forlongs, third person singular simple present indicative of forlong. Forlape, being a runaway, a vagabond or renegade. Forlor, simple past of forlies. Forlor, abandoned, deserted, left behind. Forlorn hope, a small troop of soldiers picked to make an advance attack or the first attack, a storming party. Forlorn hopes, plural of forlorn hope. Forlorn, obsolete form of forlorn. Forlorner, comparative form of forewarn, more forewarn. Forlorness, superlative form of forewarn, most forewarn. Forlornities, plural of forlornity. Forlornity, the state of being forlorn. forlorn. Forlornly, in a forlorn manner. Forlornness, the state or characteristic of being forlorn, sadness, loneliness. Forlornnesses, plural of forlornness. Forlorns, plural of forlorn. For, acronym of family, occupation, recreation, motivation. A set of potential topics of conversation for use by salespeople, etc. For, to do with shape. Form 137. Former name of school, Form 10. Form 138. Former name of school, Form 9. Form book. An annual book produced showing the results for the year's horse races together with comments on each runner. Form books, plural of form book. Form class, a collection of organisms that is given formal recognition at the rank of class with a taxonomic name, but which is known to be an artificial group rather than a natural one. Form classes, plural of form class. Form criticism, a method of biblical criticism that classifies units of scripture by literary pattern and then attempts to trace each type to its period of oral transmission. Form criticisms, plural of form criticism. Form factor, the ratio of the RMS value to the absolute mean of a sinusoidal wave, especially to that of an alternating current. Form factors, plural of form factor. Form fee, a control character traditionally used to cause the printer to eject the current page of the output and start a new page, more recently equivalent to a carriage return. Form feeds, plural of form feed. Form filling, alternative form of form filling. Form genera, plural of form genus. Form genus, a collection of organisms that is given formal recognition at the rank of genus with a taxonomic name, but which is known to be an artificial group rather than a natural one. Form letter, a letter that is written generically with blanks to be filled in with individual details, often sent in bulk, and frequently regarded as impersonal. Form letters, plural of form letter. Form of address, synonym of term of address. Form of government, the system by which a state or community is controlled, as for decision-making or choice of rulers. Form room, synonym of homeroom. Form rooms, plural of form room. Form setter, synonym of form worker. Form setters, plural of form setter. Form taxa, plural of form taxon. Form taxon, a collection of organisms that is given formal recognition at some rank with a taxonomic name, but which is known to be a grouping based on similar morphological characteristics rather than more extensive biological similarity. Ford, simple past and past participle of form. For, alternative form of formo, used before vowels. Form critical, relating to form criticism. Form fitting, fitting closely to the body of the wearer, thus clearly revealing its shape. For room, alternative form of form room. For rooms, plural of form room. Form amenities, a way of thinking, a mindset or set of attitudes. Form especialies, an informal taxonomic grouping applied to a parasite, frequently a fungus that is adapted to a specific host. Formabilities, plural of formability. Formability, the quality or degree of being formable. Formable, able to be formed, Formi specials, plural of forma speciales. Formal, being in accord with established forms. Formal cause, the design, pattern, or pure concept of a thing which gives form or structure to its matter. Formal causes, plural of formal cause. Formal charge, the charge assigned to an atom in a molecule, assuming that electrons in all chemical bonds are shared equally between atoms regardless of relative electronegativity. Formal charges, plural of formal charge. Formal education, education in a structured environment explicitly designed to teach students, usually in classrooms with certified teachers. Formal educations, plural of formal education. Formal equivalence, an approach to translation centered on preserving formal features such as vocabulary or syntax of the source in the translated text, word-for-word equivalence. Formal fallacies, plural of formal fallacy. Formal fallacy, a pattern of reasoning which is always wrong due to a flaw in the structure of the argument. Formal grammar, a precise mathematical description of a formal language consisting of terminal symbols, non-terminal symbols, and non-terminal symbols serving as start symbol, and a set of production rules that control the expansion of non-terminal symbols into strings consisting of both terminal and non-terminal symbols. Formal grammars, plural of formal grammar. Formal hall, a formal meal held in a college hall, generally with a grace, waiting staff, and a set menu with multiple courses, usually held once or twice per week. Formal halls, plural of formal hall. Formal heresies, plural of formal heresy. Formal heresy, the teaching or expression of an opinion in the conscious knowledge that it is contradictory to the teachings of the Church and as such heretical. Formal language, a set of finite strings called words made of symbols from a finite set of symbols called an alphabet. Formal languages, plural of formal language. Formal logic, mathematical logic. Formal logics, plural of formal logic. Formal ontologies, plural of formal ontology. Formal ontology, an ontology with a structure that is guided and defined through axioms. Formal parameter, an abstract representation, typically including a name and a type of a parameter expected to be passed to a method or function. Formal parameters, plural of formal parameter. Formal power series, any finite or infinite series of the form a0 plus a1x plus a2x2 equals some letter 1d62 aixi, where the letter 1d62 are numbers, but it is understood that no value is assigned to x. Formal science, a study that is concerned with theoretical formal systems, such as logic, mathematics, systems theory, and the theoretical branches of computer science, information theory, statistics, and linguistics. Formal sciences, plural of formal science. Formal semantics, the study of the semantics or interpretations of formal languages. Formal sociology, a scientific approach to sociology based on the form rather than the content of interactions. Formal sum, an expression which looks like a sum but where the symbol plus has a purely symbolic role, in the sense that the sum ends cannot be meaningfully combined. Formal sums, plural of formal sum. Formal swap, A social meal between two university societies, a swap held at a formal hall, generally less associated with drinking games and rowdy behavior. Formal swaps, plural of formal swap. Formal system, the grouping of a formal language and a set of inference rules and / or axioms. Formal systems, plural of formal system. Formal validities, plural of formal validity. Formal validity, an argument's property of being valid due to being an instance of an argument form. Formalware, alternative spelling of formalware. Formalizine, an organic compound with chemical formula C2H4N2, obtainable from formaldehyde by the addition of hydrazine. Formaldehyde, the simplest aldehyde, H2O, a colorless gas that has many industrial applications. It dissolves in water to give formal 10% and formalin. Formaldehydes, plural of formaldehyde. Formaldehyde sulfoxylate, a salt or ester of formaldehyde sulfoxylic acid. Formaldehyde sulfoxylate, plural of formaldehyde sulfoxylate. Formaldehyde, hydrogenic, that yields formaldehyde. Formaldioxide, an organic compound with a formula H2C equals NOH, the oxime of formaldehyde used as a reagent in organic synthesis. Formalese, the style of language used in formal contexts. Formalesque, modernist, of the artistic style of the period from around 1890 to 1960. Formalin, a solution of formaldehyde in water, used as a disinfectant and to preserve biological specimens. Formalin, formaldehyde. Formalines, plural of formalin. Formalinize, to preserve by treatment with formalin. Formalinize, simple past and past participle of formalinize. Formalinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of formalinize. Formalinizing, present participle and gerund of formalinize. Formalinize, alternative form of formalinize. Formalinize, simple past and past participle of formalinize. Formalins, plural of formalin. Formalizable, alternative form of formalizable. Formalization, alternative spelling of formalization. Formalizations, plural of formalization. Formalize, alternative spelling of formalize. Formalize, simple past and past participle of formalize. Formalizer, alternative form of formalizer. Formalizers, plural of formalizer. Formalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of formalize. Formalish, somewhat formal. Formalizing, present participle and gerund of formalize. Formalism, strict adherence to a given form of conduct, practice, etc. Formalisms, plural of formalism. Formalis, an overly formal person, especially one who adheres to current forms, a stickler. Formaliste, formalist. Formalistically, in a formalistic manner. Formalists, plural of formalists. Formalities, plural of formality. Formality, the state of being formal. Formalizability, the quality of being formalizable. Formalizable, capable of being formalized. Formalization, the act of formalizing something. Formalizations, plural of formalization. Formalize, to give something a definite form, to shape. Formalized, simple past and past participle of formalize. Formalizer, one who or that which formalizes. Formalizers, plural of formalizer. Formalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of formalize. Formalizing, present participle and gerundive formalize. Formally, in a formal manner. Formalness, quality of being formal. Formals, plural of formal. Formal wear, clothing suited to formal occasion. Formaminase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of formal kynurenine to kynurenine and formate during the metabolism of tryptophan. Formamidases, plural of formamidase. Formami, the amide of formic acid HCO and H2 or any unsubstituted derivative. They are used in the synthesis of pharmaceuticals. Formamides, plural of formamide. Formamidine, the compound NH equals CHNH2 that is the amidine of formic acid. Formamidines, plural of formamidine. Formamidinium, a kind of cation with the chemical formula R2NCH equals NR. Formamido, the univalent radical NH2CO formally derived from formamide. Formamidopyrimidine, a chemical compound composed of formamide combined with pyrimidine found in oxygen-damaged DNA. Formamidopyrimidines, plural of formamidopyrimidine. Formamidoxime, esurete. Forma, a surname originating as an occupation, a spelling variant of Forman. Formanek, a surname. Formanek, a surname from Czech. Formanex, plural of Formanek. Formanelli, the analyte of formic acid C6H5 and HCHO. Formans, a small river in eastern France. Format, a band of frequencies in a sound spectrum that have a greater intensity. They determine the quality of a sound, especially the characteristic sounds of the consonants. Formantia, plural of formans. Formats, plural of formant. Formartine, a committee area in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. Format, the layout of a publication or document. Format string, a string of text characters serving as a template for other strings, such as dd/mm/yi for a date. Format strings, plural of format string. Formate, any salt or ester of formic acid. Formated, simple past and past participle of formate. Formates, third person singular simple present indicative of formate. Formator, chief political negotiator for formal talks that are intended to lead to the formation of a cabinet, particularly in one of the Benelux countries. Formating, present participle and gerund of formate. Formation, the act of assembling a group or structure. Formation exposure time, synonym of time after bit. Formation lap, parade lap. Formation laps, plural of formation lap. Formation rule, any of a set of rules used to construct well-formed formulas of a formal language. Formation rules. Plural of formation rule. Formation water. A natural layer of water inside oil and gas reservoirs. Formation waters. Plural of formation water. Formational. Of or pertaining to formation in any of many contexts. Formationally. In a formational manner. Formations. Plural of formation. Formative. Capable of forming something. Formatively. In a formative manner. Formativeness. The quality of being formative. Formatives. Plural of formative. Formativity. Synonym of formativeness. Formatize. To trim or add to a picture in order to make it fit into a standard frame size. Formatize. Simple past and past participle of formatize. Formatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of formatize. Formatizing. Present participle and gerund of formatize. Formator. A symbol that indicates a relationship between designators. Formators. Plural of formator. Formatrix. A formative faculty. Formats. Plural of format. Formidable. That can be formatted. Format. Simple past and past participle of format. Formatter. One who or that which formats. Formatters. Plural of formatter. Formatting. The visual style of a document including fonts, borders, etc. Formattings. Plural of formatting. Formé. To dismay. Formé. Simple past and past participle of formé. Formé. Present participle and gerund of forming. Formes. Third person singular simple present indicative of forming. Formazin. The organic nitrogen compound H2NN equals CHN equals NH or any of its derivatives. Formazine. Alternative form of formazin. Formazanes. Plural of formazane. Formazins. Plural of formazin. Formazine. A heterocyclic derivative of adamantane. Formaza. A village in Vercelli, Piedmont, Italy. Formbore. A child's educational toy. A board with various shaped holes, each accepting a certain shape. Formboards. Plural of formboard. Formbook. A book that lists the current form of racehorses' position in recent races, times fallen, weights carried, etc. Formbooks. Plural of formbook. Formby. A coastal town and civil parish within the metropolitan borough of Sefton, Merseyside, England. A West Grid Ref SD 2907. Formerly in Lancashire. Form. Obsolete form of form. Formé. Alternative form of formé. Formfras. An incomplete form or partial symptom of a disease. Ford. Simple past and past participle of form. Formness. The condition of having a specified form. Formidum. A writ of right for a tenant entail in case of a discontinuance of the estate tail. Formidens. Plural of formidum. Formats. Second person singular simple past indicative of form. Formi, a person undergoing formation or religious training. Forme, synonym of pate. Formies, plural of formi. Formal, an adult female hawk or eagle. Formals, plural of formal. Formals, plural of formal. Formalt, demelt, melt away, dissolve. Formalte, simple past and past participle of formalt. Formalting. Present participle and gerund of formalt. Formalts. Third person singular simple present indicative of formalt. Forman, plural of forman. Forminism, a form of Christian-oriented, female-led masculism in South Africa. Format, misspelling of foment. Formentera, an island and municipality of the Balearic Islands, Spain, south of Ibiza. Foremention, misspelling of foremention. Former, previous. Former Soviet Union, synonym of former USSR. Former times, in the past. In earlier years. Former USSR, a contemporary designation for the USSR, a state that existed from 1922 to 1991. Former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. Former long form of North Macedonia, a country in Southeast Europe, on the Balkan Peninsula, used in diplomatic circles before the 2019 agreement that produced the name North Macedonia due to the naming dispute with Greece over the former name of the country, Macedonia, abbreviation FIROM. Formerus, one of the half-ribs against the walls in a ceiling vaulted with ribs. Formerits, plural of formerit. Formerly, at some time in the past. Formerly known as. Used to introduce a former name. Formermus, quality of being former or belonging to the past. Formers, plural of former. Forms, plural of form. Forms rests, plural of form frost. Formis, second person singular simple present indicative of form. Formistane, an aromatase inhibitor drug that is used to treat estrogen receptor positive breast cancer. Formoterol, misspelling of formotrol. Forma, third person singular simple present indicative of form. Form factor, any of various calculations representing the shape or distribution of a physical property within a microsystem such as an elementary particle or atomic nucleus. Form factors, plural of form factor. Form feed, alternative spelling of form feed. Form feeds, plural of form feed. Form filling, the filling out of forms. Form fitting, that follows the contours of the body. Formful, creative, imaginative. Formfulness, the quality of being formful. Formfuls, plural of formful. Formia, a town and commune in Latina province, Lazio, Italy. Formic, of or pertaining to ants. Formic acid, the simplest carboxylic acid, HQ, a colorless, corrosive liquid with a sharp odor systematically known as methanoic acid. It is present in the stings of ants, bees and nettles and is prepared industrially by the oxidation of methanol or formaldehyde. It has some industrial uses and its esters, the formates, are used in perfumes. Formica, a plastic laminate material. Formicate, a tetragonal trapezohedral mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Formicant, of or pertaining to ants. Formicant, crawling like an ant. Formicaria, plural of formicarium. Formicarium, of or pertaining to ants. Formicaries, plural of formicary. Formicae, any bird in the family Formicariidae, an ant thrush. Formicaids, plural of formicariid. Formicarium, a vivarium used for the study of ants and ant colonies. Formicariums, plural of formicarium. Formicariae, like or pertaining to the family Formicariidae of antfishes. Formicary, an ant colony, a pile of earth built by ants in which they nest. Formicas, plural of formica. Formicate, to move like ants. Formicated, simple past and past participle of formicate. Formicates, third person singular simple present indicative of formicate. Formicating, present participle and gerund of formicate. Formication, an abnormal skin sensation similar to that of insects crawling over or within the skin, a tactile hallucination involving such a sensation. A common side effect of substance abuse, it can also be experienced with high fever, menopause, skin cancer, diabetic neuropathy, or herpes zoster. Formications, plural of formication. Formicative, of or relating to formication. Formicatory, of or relating to formication. Formicid, any member of the ant family Formicidae. Formicide, a substance that kills ants. Formicides, plural of formicide. Formicids, plural of formicid. Formiciform, having the shape of an ant. Formicine, of or pertaining to the subfamily Formicinae of ants. Formicines, plural of formicine. Formicivore, any organism that feeds on ants. Formicivores, plural of formicivore. Formicivorous, feeding on ants. Formicoi, any ant of the superfamily Formicoidea. Formicoids, plural of formicoi. Formicologist, synonym of mimicologist, one who studies ants. Formicologists, plural of formicologists. Formicology, synonym of mimicology, study of ants. Formicophilia, a paraphilia in which sexual stimulation occurs by being crawled upon or nibbled by small insects, such as ants. Formidabilities, plural of formidability. Formidability, the state of being formidable. Formidable, causing fear, dread, awe, or discouragement as a result of size, strength, or some other impressive feature, commanding respect, causing wonder or astonishment. Formidableness, the quality of being formidable. Formidably, in a formidable manner. Formamide, an amide of formic acid HCONH. Formamino, a univalent radical, CH equal and derived from the hypothetical formamine amine derived from formic acid, Formaminoglutamate, the conjugate base or any salt or ester of formaminaglutamic acid, used as a biomarker for intracellular folate level in testing for vitamin B deficiency, folate deficiency, and liver failure or liver disease. Formaminaglutamic acid, an intermediate in the metabolism of histidine. See biomarker applications at formaminoglutamate. Formaminoglycine, the formamino derivative of glycine NH2CH equals NCH2Q. Formaminos, plural of formamino. Formaminotrihydrofolate, a salt or ester of formaminotrihydrofolic acid. Formaminotransferase, any transferase that transfers a formamino group, typically to / from a glutamate group. Formaminotransferases, plural of formaminotransferase. Formin, any of a group of proteins involved in the polymerization of actin, which associate with the fast-growing barbed end of an actin filament. Forming, present participle and gerundive form. Formings, plural of forming. Formans, plural of formin. Formivore, an organism that eats or consumes ants, such as an anteater. Formivores, plural of formivore. Formal, acronym of Formal Object Role Modeling Language. Formless, without form, shapeless. Formlessly, in a formless manner. Formlessness, the quality of eating formless. Formlessnesses, plural of formlessness. Form-like, resembling a form document to be filled in. Form-line, a curvilinear line fundamental to Native American art of the Pacific Northwest. Form-lines, plural of form-line. Formo, formic acid. Formol, a 10% solution of formaldehyde in water. Formols, plural of formol. Formanitrile, hydrogen cyanide. Formanonitin, an isoflavone and phytoestrogen found in plants such as clover and cohosh, converted to equal, an estrogen in the digestive system. Formosa, synonym of Taiwan, an island of East Asia. Formosa Strait, synonym of Taiwan Strait. Formosa Straits, alternative form of Formosa Strait. Formosan, of or relating to Formosa or people of Formosa. Formosan termite, the termite Coptoderms formosanus, local to China and introduced elsewhere, and known for its large colonies that can consume wood at a rapid rate. Formosan termites, plural of Formosan termite. Formosan wood mice, plural of Formosan wood mouse. Formosan wood mouse, synonym of Taiwan field mouse. Formosans, plural of Formosan. Formosas, plural of Formosa. Formose, pertaining to the form of the action, but of the action. Formosity, Formotrol, an agonist used in the management of asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, causing bronchodilation by relaxing the smooth muscle in the airway. Pharmas, fair, beautiful. Formazan, any of a class of dyes derived from the reduction of tetrazolium salts. Formazans, plural of formazan. Forum, alternative form of form room. Forroomed, plural of form room. Forms, plural of form. Forms of address, plural of form of address. Forms of government, plural of form of government. Formstone, a plaster compound creating the trompe-l'oeil appearance of rock. Formula, any mathematical rule expressed symbolically. Formula 1, alternative form of Formula 1. Formula 1, the highest class of motor racing sanctioned by the FIA. Formula racing, any of several forms of open-wheeled single-seater motorsport. Formula unit, an empirical formula of an ionic compound that does not possess individual molecules for use in stoichiometric calculations. Formula units, plural of formula unit. Formulability, the condition of being formulable. Formulable, that can be formulated. Formulae, plural of formula. Formulaic, closely following a formula or predictable pattern, as. Formulaically, in a formulaic manner, according to an established formula. Formulacity, the state or condition of being formulaic. Formulaicness, the state or condition of being formulaic, following a formula or predictable pattern. Formulant, any inactive or inert substance added to a formulation of pesticides, pharmaceuticals, etc. Formulants, plural of formulant. Formula, following or relating to a formula, formulaic. Formularies, plural of formulary. Formularization, alternatives, spelling of formularization. Formularize, to express as a formula, to formulate. Formularize, simple past and past participle of formularize. Formularizer, alternative form of formularizer. Formularizers, plural of formularizer. Formularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of formularize. Formularizing, present participle and gerund of formularize. Formularism, a formulaic approach or habit. Formularisms, plural of formularism. Formularistic, pertaining to or exhibiting formularization. Formularization, the act of formularizing, a formularized or formulated statement or exhibition. Formularizations, plural of formularization. Formularize, to express as a formula, to formulate. Formularize, simple past and past participle of formularize. Formularizer, one who formularizes. Formularizers, plural of formularizer. Formularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of formularize. Formularizing, present participle and gerund of formularize. Formulary, a list of formulas, a collection of set forms to be followed, especially in religious belief. Formulas, plural of formula. Formulatable, able to be formulated. Formulate, to put into a clear and definite form of statement or expression. Formulated, simple past and past participle of formulate. Formulates, third person singular simple present indicative of formulate. Formulating, present participle and gerund of formulate. Formulation, the act, process, or result of formulating or reducing to a formula. Formulational, of or relating to formulation. Formulations, plural of formulation. Formulative, serving to formulate something. Formulator, a person who formulates. Formulators. Plural of formulator. Formulatory. Relating to formulation. Formule. Formula model. Formules. Plural of formule. Formalize. Alternative form of formalize. Formulize. Simple past and past participle of formulize. Formulizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of formulize. Formulizing. Present participle and gerund of formulize. Formulism. An over-reliance on or adherence to formulae. Formulisms. Plural of formulism. Formules. One who exhibits an excessive reliance on or adherence to formulae. Formuliste. Formulaic. Formulists. Plural of formulists. Formalization. The act or process of reducing to a formula, the state of being formalized. Formalizations. Plural of formalization. Formalize. To reduce to a formula, to formularize. Formalize. Simple past and past participle of formalize. Formalizer. One who formalizes. Formalizers. Plural of formalizer. Formalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of formalize. Formalizing. Present participle and gerund of formalize. Formulae. Plural of formula. Formvar. Any of a class of thermoplastic resins that are polyvinyl formals. Formvars. Plural of formvar. Formize. In terms of form. Formwork. A temporary mold made from planks into which concrete is poured. Formwork carpenter. Synonym of formworker. Formwork carpenters. Plural of formwork carpenter. Formworker. A laborer or workman who makes formwork. Formworkers. Plural of formworker. Formworks. Plural of formwork. Formi. Alternative form of forme. Formycin. Asingevis at 2 0 4 2 7 amina 2 H Birzel 4 3D pyridin 3 5 hydroxymel epsiling 3 40 that inhibits the E. coli enzyme pyrinuclease at phosphorylase. Formycins. Plural of formycin. Formo. The univalent radical CHO derived from formaldehyde that is characteristic of aldehydes. Formal methionine. The phosphorylated form of the amino acid methionine. It initiates peptide synthesis in bacteria. Formylase. Formamidase. Formalases. Plural of formylase. Formylase. To introduce a formal group into a molecule. Formallative. That has had one or more formal groups added. Formalates. Third person singular simple present indicative of formulate. Formulating. Present participle and gerund of formulate. Formulation. The action involving the introduction of a formal group. Formulations. Plural of formulation. Formal glutathione. The S-formal derivative of glutathione that is an intermediate in the metabolism of methanol and formaldehyde. Formal glycinamidine. The N-formal derivative of glycinamidine. Formylium. A positively charged cation with the formula HCO+, related to formaldehyde, aldehydes, and formyl. Formylquinurionine. The N-formal derivative of penguranine. Formylmethanophurin, a chemical compound formed from methanophurin during an early stage of methanogenesis. Formylmethionine, alternative spelling of formylmethionine. Formylmethionyl, a formal derivative of the methionyl radical. Formylmethionyls, plural of formylmethionyl. Formylpeptide, any of a group of small proteins that have a formulated N-terminal methionine that stimulate the motor and secretory activities of leukocytes. Formylpeptides, plural of formylpeptide. Formylpyridine, any of 3 isomer formal derivatives of pyridine. Formylpyridines, plural of formylpyridine. Formals, plural of formal. Formal tetrahydrofolate, a salt or ester of formal tetrahydrofolic acid. Formal tetrahydrofolates, plural of formal tetrahydrofolate. Formal transferase, any transferase that catalyzes the transfer of a formal group. Formal transferase, plural of formal transferase. Formalurea. Formalurea is a chemical compound with a molecular formula C2H4N2O2 and a molecular weight of 88.07 g/mol. Before, in front of, forward, previously. Fornicalia, an ancient Roman festival in honor of the goddess Fornax. Romans burned spelt a kind of grain as an offering on or around February 17th as an offering so that their ovens would not burn during the coming year. Fornus, obsolete spelling of furnace. Fornaci, a rare monoclinic prismatic lead copper chromate arsenate hydroxide mineral, which is generally green to yellow and translucent to transparent and has a Mohs hardness of 2.3, a specific gravity of 6.27, and a Strunz classification of 7.fc.10. Fornax, a winter constellation of the southern sky, said to resemble a furnace. It lies near the constellation Eridanus. Forecast, to arrange beforehand, forecast. Forsa, a civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, which includes the settlements of Fornsett St. Mary, Fornsett St. Peter, and Fornsett End. Former. Forness, alternative form of fornance. Fornet, alternative form of fornance. Foreigner, a surname. Foreigners, plural of foreigner. Forens, a surname. Fornaces, plural of forns. Forney, a surname. Forneys, plural of forney. Fornham St. Martin, a village and civil parish served by Fornham St. Martin cum St. Genevieve Parish Council in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in St. Edmundsbury District, Westgrid Ref TL 8567. Forney, a surname from Italian. Fornico, of or pertaining to the fornix. Fornicalia, alternative spelling of Fornicalia Roman baking festival. Fornicate, shaped like an arch or vault resembling a fornix. Fornicate gyri, plural of fornicate gyrus. Fornicate gyrus, a horseshoe-shaped section of the cerebral cortex, comprising the cingulate gyrus and the parahippocampal gyrus. Fornicate gyruses, plural of fornicate gyrus. Fornicate, simple past and past participle of fornicate. Fornicates, third person singular simple present indicative of fornicate. Fornicating, present participle and gerund of fornicate. Fornication, sexual intercourse by people who are not married to each other or which is considered illicit in another way. Fornications, plural of fornication. Fornicative, of or relating to fornication. Fornicator, an unmarried person who engages in sexual intercourse, especially when considered to be of an illicit or illegal nature. Fornicatoria, plural of fornicatorium. Fornicatorium, a bedroom or any room used for fornication, often a small pod-like room within a larger fornication-related establishment. In modern times, mainly found in Japan, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Fornicatoriums, plural of fornicatorium. Fornicators, plural of fornicator. Fornicatory, of or pertaining to fornication. Fornicator, obsolete form of fornicator. Fornicators, plural of fornicator. Fornicatress, a female fornicator, a fornicatrix. Fornicatresses, plural of fornicatress. Fornicatrices, plural of fornicatrix. Fornicatrix, a female fornicator. Fornical, of or relating to a fornix. Fornices, plural of fornix. Forniciform, arch-like or vaulted in form. Fornicology, the study of fornication. Fornigate, the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Forni, very near. Forninst, alternative form of forninst. Forniphilia, a paraphilia involving a person being treated as a piece of furniture. Fornies, plural of forni. Formex, an arch-like or vaulted structure or fold. Fornixes, plural of fornix. Fornjot, a moon of Saturn. Fornwalt, a surname from German. Fornwalks, plural of Fornwalt. Fornia Isla, an Old Norse alliterative verse form used largely in the Poetic Edda, consisting of two lifts per half line. Forod-psi, a transition state analog inhibitor of purine nucleoside phosphorylase that is being developed to treat chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Foro, Vayao. Floranta, a surname. Forondas, plural of Foronda. Foruhar, a surname from Persian. Fortpass, to go by, pass to past, pass unnoticed, cross. Forbass, simple past and past participle of forpass. Forbasses, third person singular simple present indicative of forpass. Forbassing, present participle and gerund of forpass. Forte, a quarter fourth part used especially as a unit of mass or capacity. Forpits, plural of forpit. Forpine, to pine away. Forpined, simple past and past participle of forpine. Forpines, third person singular simple present indicative of forpine. Forpining, present participle and gerund of forpine. Fortit, alternative form of forbit. Forbits, plural of forbit. For-profit, alternative spelling of for-profit. For-profits, plural of for-profit. Forder, a surname. Forders, plural of forker. a river in Paraná, Brazil. Forbury, a neighborhood of Boscastle, Forbury, and Minster Parish, Cornwall, England, formerly the name of a civil parish ub.idvgtbre SX 0990. Forbury and Minster, a civil parish in North Cornwall, England. Fora, alternative spelling of Ford. Forwarder, pronunciation spelling of forwarder. Forwards, forwards. Foreign, obsolete spelling of foreign. Foreign, obsolete spelling of foreign. Forward, forward. Forwarder, further forward, more advanced. Forwards, forwards. Foray, obsolete form of foray, predatory excursion. Foray, simple past and past participle of foray. Foray, present participle and gerund of foray. Forays, plural of foray. Foray, forad. Foreids, plural of foreid. Forward. Forward is plural of forward. Foreign, obsolete spelling of foreign. Foreigny, obsolete form of foreign. Foreign, obsolete form of foreign. Foreign, a surname. Far. Plural of fora. Faras, a town in Moray Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ0358. Forest, a topographical surname from Middle English for someone who lived or worked in a royal forest area of woodland reserved for hunting. Forest City, a city, the county seat of St. Francis County, Arkansas, United States. Forest County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Hattiesburg. Forrest Gump, a simple-minded but good-hearted person who becomes involved in historically significant events by chance. Derogatory, potentially offensive, a simpleton, a fool. Forrest Gumps, plural of Forrest Gump. Forrest Trump, nickname for Donald John Trump. Forester, an occupational or topographic surname originating as an occupation for someone who worked or lived in a forest. Forester effect, synonym of bullwhip effect. Forester effects, plural of forester effect. Foresters, plural of forester. Forestfield, a small settlement in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 8567. Foy, a surname. Fories, plural of fory. Ford, four-eyed. Forden, worn out or weary from hard or excessive riding. Forage, plural of foret. Fora, lambskin parchment vellum foro. Forizze, a surname from Italian. Forizes, plural of foracy. Forwards, forward. Foro, a Creole language spoken in Sao Tome and Principe. Foro, a surname. Fora, pronunciation spelling of forward. Foy, a surname. Fories, plural of fory. Pus, only used in fors and againsts. Fors and againsts, pros and cons. Forset, simple past and past participle of forsay. Forsake, to abandon, to give up, to leave permanently, to renounce someone or something. Forsake, simple past and past participle of forsake. Forsaken, deserted, abandoned. Forsakenly, in a deserted manner, by itself, alone. Forsakenness, the state or condition of being forsaken. Forsaker, one who forsakes. Forsakers, plural of forsaker. Forsake, third person singular simple present indicative of forsake. Forsaketh, second person singular simple present indicative of forsake. Forsaketh, third person singular simple present indicative of forsake. Forsaking, present participle and gerund of forsake. Forsakings, plural of forsaking. Foresaw, simple past of foresee. Foresay, to forbid, to renounce. Forsaying, present participle and gerund of forsay. Forsays, third person singular simple present indicative of forsay. Frishbrook, a village and civil parish in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9641. For a scout, to scald completely, scorch. Fortune stipendia, plural of fortune stipendium. Fortune stipendium, plural of fortune stipendium. Fortune stipendium, any of a certain kind of scholarship or fellowship granted by some German academic Stiftungen to fund or subsidize a specified project of academic research, a research scholarship. Forskalen, misspelling of Forskalen. Forscom, abbreviation of United States Army Forces Command. Foresee, to neglect, overlook, disregard, despise. Foreseeable, alternative form of foreseeable. Foreseeing, present participle and gerund of foresee. Foreseek, to seek thoroughly for, seek out. Forseeking, present participle and gerund of foreseek. Forseeks, third person singular simple present indicative of foreseek. Foreseen, past participle of foresee. Foresees, third person singular simple present indicative of foresee. Forsell, a surname from Swedish. Forsells, plural of forsell. Forset, a surname from Swedish. Forsench, to submerge, cause to sink, drown. Forsench, simple past and past participle of forsench. Forsenches, third person singular simple present indicative of forsench. Forsenching, present participle and gerund of forsench. Forsen, alternative form of forsen. Forsenning, present participle and gerund of forsend. Forsends, third person singular simple present indicative of forsend. Forsends, plural of forsend. Forset, simple past and past participle of forsend. Forset, to get in front of, intercept, waylay, and trap. Forset, a surname from Norwegian. Forsets, plural of forset. Forsetti, the easier god of justice. Forsets, third person singular simple present indicative of forset. Forsetting, present participle and gerund of forset. Forigran, a surname. Forsgrens, plural of forsgran. Foryake, misspelling of forsake. For shakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of for shake. For shame. To be ashamed. Be greatly ashamed. For shame. Simple past and past participle of for shame. For shames. Third person singular simple present indicative of for shame. For shaming. Present participle and gerund of for shame. For shape. To metamorphose, change the shape of, transform. For jaw, a surname. For ye, a surname. For yees, plural of for she. For shy, a surname. For shies, plural of for shy. For shorten, alternative spelling of for shorten. For yet, to shut off or out, preclude, prohibit. For yets, third person singular simple present indicative of for shut. For shutting, present participle and gerund of for shut. For Senard, a hamlet in Sutherland, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NC 8943. For sang, to exhaust oneself with singing. For scally, any siphonopher of the family for scallidy. For scallid, plural of for scalliid. For scalin, a labane diterpene produced by the plant Plectranthus barbatus or Coleus barbatus var barbatus sin. Coleus for scoliae commonly used in the study and research of cell physiology. For scalens, plural of for scalin. For slack, to slack up, be or grow slack, Paul. For select, simple past and past participle of for slack. For slacking, present participle and gerund of for slack. For selects, third person singular simple present indicative of for slack. For elite, to be overcome with sleep. For selling, to swallow down, gobble up. For slinging, present participle and gerund of forselling. For selling, third person singular simple present indicative of forselling. For illit, to let slip, allow someone or something to escape. For slong, simple past of forselling. For slongen, past participle of forselling. For salat, to lose, miss, neglect, spoil, or waste through sloth. For salat, simple past and past participle of for sloth. For slothing, present participle and gerund of for sloth. For slow, to be dilatory about, put off, postpone, neglect, omit. For slowed, simple past and past participle of for slow. For slowing, present participle and gerund of for slow. For slows, third person singular simple present indicative of for slow. For sly, to lose, neglect, or destroy by sluggishness. For slugging, present participle and gerund of for slug. For salon, a surname. For sluns, plural of for slun. For slung, simple past of forselling. For man, a surname. For mans, plural of for man. For surmise, to smite in pieces, strike down. For so much, for as much. For son, a surname. For sons, plural of for son. For Simple past of forsake. Forsokis. Second person singular simple past indicative of forsake. Forsu. Used as an intensifier, often ironic, indeed, really, truthfully. Forsoth. Simple past and past participle of forseek. Forspeak. Simple past of forspeak. Forspan. To entice, seduce. Forspanning. Present participle and gerund of forspan. Spare. To spare, do without. Forspeak. To injure or cause bad luck through immoderate praise or flattery, to effect with the curse of an evil tongue, which brings ill luck upon all objects of its praise. Forspeaking. Present participle and gerund of forspeak. Forspeak. Third person singular simple present indicative of forspeak. Forspend. To spend up, spend completely, exhaust as by overexertion. Forspending. Present participle and gerund of forspend. Forspend. Third person singular simple present indicative of forspend. Forspent. Exhausted. Forspell. To destroy, ruin, lose. Forspult. Simple past and past participle of forspell. Forspilling. Present participle and gerund of forspell. Forspells. Third person singular simple present indicative of forspill. Forspoke. Simple past of forspeak. Forspoken. Bewitched, charmed. Forspread. To spread, extend. Forsman. A surname from Swedish. Forsmans. Plural of forsman. Forst. A surname from German. Forstat. To comprehend, understand. Forsta. Alternative spelling of forstat. Forsta. Simple past and past participle of forsta. Forsta. Present participle and gerund of forsta. Forstas. Third person singular simple present indicative of forsta. Forstat. Simple past and past participle of forstat. Forstang. Present participle and gerund of forstat. Forstall. Obsolete form of forestall. Forestall. Simple past and past participle of forestall. Forestalling. Present participle and gerund of forestall. Forestalls. Third person singular simple present indicative of forestall. Forstand. Stand against. Stand in front of so as to bar the way, block, oppose. Withstand. Forstanding. Present participle and gerund of forstand. Forstands. Third person singular simple present indicative of forstand. Forstas. Third person singular simple present indicative of forstat. Forstater. A surname. Forstaters. Plural of forstater. Forstaw. Alternative spelling of forstat. Forstaw. Simple past and past participle of forstaw. Forstai. Present participle and gerund of forstaw. Forstaws. Third person singular simple present indicative of forestall. Forsteal. To steal away, rob, deprive. Forstealing. Present participle and gerund of forsteal. Forsteals. Third person singular simple present indicative of forsteal. Forster. an occupational or topographic surname originating as an occupation for someone who worked or lived in a forest. Forster's tern. Sterna forsteri is a seabird of the family Laridae. Forster's terns, plural of Forster's tern. Forstier, of or relating to E. Forster 1879-1970, English writer known for ironic and well-plotted novels examining class difference and hypocrisy in early 20th century British society. Forsteris, a white variety of olivine that is mostly magnesium silicate Mg2CO4. Forsterites, plural of Forsterites. Forstderitic, of or relating to the mineral forsterite. Forstner, a surname from German. Forstner bit, a kind of drill bit that bores precise flat-bottomed holes in wood in any orientation with respect to the grain. Forstner bits, plural of Forstner bit. Forstners, plural of Forstner. Forstow, simple past of forsteel. Forstolen, past participle of forsteel. Forstood, simple past and past participle of forstand. Forstop, to stop up, block, clog, obstruct, one's breath to stifle, a water course to dam up. Forstopped, simple past and past participle of forstop. Forstopping, present participle and gerund of forstop. Forstops, third person singular simple present indicative of forstop. Forstopped, simple past and past participle of forstop. Forstoris, a white orthorhombic silicate Mg2CO4 that is usually found in isomorphic mixtures with phthalate to form olivine, chrysolite, or peridot. Forstros, distracted. Forests, plural of forced. Forswallow, to swallow up, devour utterly, engulf. Forsword, to blacken, make or become swart or swarthy, sunburn. Forswarde, blackened, made swart or swarthy, sunburnt. Forsawad, overheated, covered with sweat. Forswheel, to burn up. Forswheeling, present participle and gerund of forswheel. Forswheels, third person singular simple present indicative of forswheel. Forswear, to renounce or deny something, especially under oath. Forswearer, one who forswears. Forswearers, plural of forswear. Forswearers, second person singular simple present indicative of forswear. Forsweareth, third person singular simple present indicative of forswear. Forswearing, present participle and gerund of forswear. Forswearings, plural of forswearing. Forswears, third person singular simple present indicative of forswear. Forswelt, to die. Forswelting, present participle and gerund of forswelt. Forswing, to beat a web. Forswink, to exhaust by labor, overwork. Forswinking, present participle and gerund of forswink. Forswinks, third person singular simple present indicative of forswink. Forswollen, excessively swollen, figuratively puffed up with pride, boastful, enraged. Forswore, simple past of forswear. Forsworn, having lied under oath. Perjured. Forswornness, the state of being forsworn. Forswipe, totally worn out from work. Forsyce, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Forsyths, plural of Forsyth. Forsyth, a surname. Forsyth County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Cumming, named after John Forsyth. Forsyth, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Forsyth, plural of Forsyth. Forsythia, any of several shrubs of the genus Forsythia, native to Asia and Eastern Europe, that are cultivated for their yellow flowers, which bloom in early spring. Forsythialan, any of a class of lignans found in plants of the genus Forsythia. Forsythialans, plural of Forsythialan. Forsythias, plural of Forsythia. Forsythiaceae, a phenyl ethanocide isolated from plants of the genus Forsythia. Forsythia, a glucopyranocide isolated from plants of the genus Forsythia. Forsythiaceae, any of a family of anti-inflammatory glycosides isolated from plants of the genus Forsythia. Forsythicides, plural of Forsythicide. Fort, a surname. Fort Ancient, a Native American culture that flourished from c. 1750 C and predominantly inhabited land near the Ohio River Valley in the areas of modern-day southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, southeastern Indiana, and western West Virginia. Fort Augustus, a village on Loch Ness, Highland Council area, Scotland, ub.idvgtbre NH 3809. Fort Bend County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Richmond. Fort Benton, a small city, the county seat of Chouteau County, Montana, United States. Fort Bidwell, a census-designated place in Modoc County, California, United States. Fort Bragg, a city in Mendocino County, California, United States. Fort Bragg fever. Leptospirosis. Fort Bridger, a 19th century fur trading outpost and supply point established in 1842 on Black's Fork of the Green River in what is now Uintah County, Wyoming, United States. Fort Calhoun, a city in Washington County, Nebraska. Fort Collins, a city, the county seat of Larimer County, Colorado, United States. Fort Davis, a census-designated place, the county seat of Jeff Davis County, Texas, United States. Fort Defiance, a census-designated place in Apache County, Arizona, United States. Fort Dick, a census-designated place in Del Norte County, California, United States. Fort Dodge, a city, the county seat of Webster County, Iowa, United States, named after Henry Dodge. Fort Edward, a town, the county seat of Washington County, New York, United States, named after Prince Edward, Duke of York and Albany. Fort Erie, a town in the regional municipality of Mayaga, Ontario, Canada. Fort Fairfield, a town in Aroostook County, Maine, United States. Fort Gaines, a city, the county seat of Clay County, Georgia, United States. Fort Gay, a town in Wayne County, West Virginia, United States, adjacent to Louisa, Kentucky. Fort George, a coastal fortress and garrison near Ardersier, Highland Council area, Scotland, historically in Inverness-shire ub.idvgtbre NH 7656. Fort George Cay, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Fort Gratiot, a fort and township in St. Clair County, Michigan, United States, named after Charles Gratiot. Fort Irwin, a census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Fort Jones, a city in Siskiyou County, California, United States. Fort Kent, a town in Aroostook County, Maine, United States. Fort Knox, a United States Army base located in Kentucky, United States. Fort Lauderdale, a city, the county seat of Broward County, Florida, United States. Fort Lee, a borough in Bergen County, New Jersey, United States. Fort Ware, a hamlet in the Deschaux region, Northwest Territories, Canada. Fort Macleod, a town in southwest Alberta, Canada. Fort Madison, a city in Iowa, United States, and one of the two county seats of Lee County. Fort Matilda, a suburb of Greenock in Verclyde Council area, Scotland. OS Gridref NS 2577. Fort McDermott, a census-designated place in Humboldt County, Nevada, United States. Fort McMurray, a hamlet and former city in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, Alberta, Canada, disincorporated in 1995 when it amalgamated into the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Fort Morgan, a fort and unincorporated community in Baldwin County, Alabama, United States. Fort Myers, a former military outpost in Florida Territory, United States. Fort Myers Beach, a town in Lee County, Florida, United States, on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula, in the Gulf of Mexico, on Estero Island. Fort Orange, a former Dutch fort and settlement at Albany, New York, in the United States. Fort Payne, a city, the county seat of DeKalb County, Alabama, United States. Fort Pierce, a city, the county seat of St. Lucie County, Florida, United States. Fort a city, the county seat of Stanley County, South Dakota, United States. Fort Scott, a city, the county seat of Bourbon County, Kansas, United States. Fort Smith, the former name of Northwest River, a small town in central Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Fort Stockton, a city, the county seat of Pecos County, Texas, United States. Fort Sumner, a village, the county seat of Debaca County, New Mexico, United States, named after the historic fort. Fort Sumter, a fort off the coast of Charleston, South Carolina. The American Civil War started there on April 12, 1861. Fort Valley, a census-designated place in Coconino County, Arizona, United States. Fort Victoria, former name of Masvingo, Zimbabwe, renamed in 1982. Fort Washington, any of various forts, towns, or census-designated places in the United States named for George Washington. Fort Wayne, a city, the county seat of Allen County, Indiana, United States. Fort William, a town in Highland Council area, Scotland. Fort Worth, a large city, the county seat of Tarrant County, Texas, United States. Fort Worthian, a native or inhabitant of Fort Worth, Texas. Fort Worthians, plural of Fort Worthian. Fort Wright, a city in Kenton County, Kentucky, United States. Fort Yates, a small town, the county seat of Sioux County, North Dakota, United States. Fort Yukon, a city in Alaska, United States. Fort Sealandia, a preserved 17th century Dutch fortress at Tainan on Taiwan. Fort de France, the capital city of the overseas department of Martinique, France. Fort Lamy, former name of N'Djamena, Chad. Fort A, to take away, remove, deprive. Forticus, second person singular simple present indicative of forte. Forticef, third person singular simple present indicative of forte. Fortaleza, a municipality, the state capital of Ceará, Brazil. Fortaleza, a small fortress. Fortaleces, plural of fortalice. Fortami, and a minicyclotol found in Astromycin. Fortiter, to tear to tatters, tatter. Fortat, simple past and past participle of fort each. Fortax, to tax heavily, burden. Fortaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of fortax. Forte, a surname. Forte, alternative form of forte loud. Fortiche, to antiche. Contradict, mistiche. Fortiches, third person singular simple present indicative of fortiche. Fortiching, present participle and gerund of fortiche. Fortien, a follower or admirer of Charles Fort. Fortina, fortune, supernatural or anomalous phenomena. Fortiens, plural of fortien. Fortier, to tear up, tear to pieces. Fordo, a town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Forticortin, the drug dexamethasone. Fort, simple past and past participle of fort. Fortin, a surname. Fortenberry, a surname. Fortenberries, plural of Fortenberry. Fortepianus, a player of the fortepiano. Pianus, plural of fortepianus. Fortepiano, a keyboard instrument, the smaller, quieter precursor to the pianoforte. Fortepianos, plural of fortepiano. Fortepianos, plural of fortepiano. Fortes, plural of forte. Fortes, plural of forte. Fortescue, a surname. Fortescues, plural of Fortescue. Fortevit, a small village in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland. ub.idvgtbre no 0517. 40, a surname. Fort, a river in Scotland that flows for about 47 km 29 miles from the Trossachs through Stirling to the Firth of Forth on the North Sea. Forth and Bargy, synonym of Yola dialect. Forth, forth, forward, away. Forth issuing, issuing, coming out, coming forth as from a covert. Forth him, for this reason, therefore. Forth bear, to bear or carry forth. Forth bearing, present participle and gerund of forth bear. Forth bears, third person singular simple present indicative of forth bear. Fort bore, simple past of forth bear. Fort born, past participle of forth bear. Forth bring, to bring forth, bring out, produce. Fort bringer, one who or that which brings forth. Forth bringers, plural of forth bringer. Forth bringing, present participle and gerund of forth bring. Forth brings, third person singular simple present indicative of forth bring. Fort brought, simple past and past participle of forth bring. Forthby, obsolete form of forby. Forth came, Simple past to forthcome. Forthcast. To cast forth, cast away. Forthcasted. Simple past and past participle of forthcast. Forthcasting. Present participle and gerund of forthcast. Forthcasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthcast. Forthcome. To come forth. Forthcomer. One who comes forth. Forthcomers. Plural of forthcomer. Forthcomes. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthcome. Forthcoming. Approaching or about to take place. Forthcomingly. In a forthcoming manner. Forthcomingness. The state or quality of being forthcoming. Forthcomings. Plural of forthcoming. Forthcast. To cut a plow. Forthdeal. Alternative form of fordeal. Forthdeals. Plural of forthdeal. Forthdraw. To draw or bring forth. Forthdrawing. Present participle and gerund of forthdraw. Forthdrawn. Past participle of forthdraw. Forthdraws. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthdraw. Forthdrew. Simple past of forthdraw. Foot. Obsolete spelling of forth. For them. Also, even. Forthfare. To go forth, go away, depart, journey. Forthfares. Plural of forthfare. Forfaring. The act or process of faring forth, departure. Forefather. Forefather. Forefathers. Plural of forefather. Forthfill. To fulfill. Also, to discharge a legacy. Simple past and past participle of forthgaze. Forthgazes. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthgaze. Forthgazing. Present participle and gerund of forthgaze. Forthgive. To give forth. Forthgaze. Forthgazing. Present participle and gerund of forthgaze. Forthgive. To give forth. Forthgo. To go forth, proceed. Forthgoer. One who goes forth. Forthgoers. Plural of forthgoer. Forthgoing. A going forth or utterance, a proceeding from or out. Forthgoings. Plural of forthgoing. Forthig. To cause distress or regret, to cause to regret or repent, to vex. Forinketh. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthink. Forthinking. Present participle and gerund of forthink. Forthinks. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthink. Forthly. To lead forth. Forthleading. Present participle and gerund of forthlead. Forthleads. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthlead. Forthlead. To leap forth or out. Forthleaping. Present participle and gerund of forthleap. Forthleaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of forthleap. Forthleaped. Simple past and past participle of forthleaped. Forthel. Simple past and past participle of forthleap. Forzel. To look forth. Look out. Fortholt. Simple past and past participle of forthlook. Forthlooking. Present participle and gerund of forthlook. Fortholks. Third person singular simple present indicative indicative of fourth look. Fortha, simple past and past participle of forthink. Forth pass, to pass forth, go, proceed, pass on. Fourth past, simple past and past participle of fourth pass. Fourth passes, third person singular simple present indicative of fourth pass. Fourth passing, present participle and gerund of fourth pass. Fourth pushing or pressing forward. Fourth put, to put forth, propose, bring forth, produce. Fourth puts, third person singular simple present indicative of fourth put. Fourth putting, the act of putting or bringing forth, output, production. Fourth puttings, plural of fourth putting. For your eyes, straightforward, not evasive, candid and direct. Forthrightly, in a forthright manner. Forthrightness, the characteristic or quality of being forthright. Forthright, it's plural of forthright. Forgrow, to throw off, cast off, reject. Forest, plural of for. Forsend, to send forth, dispatch, send off. Forsending, present participle and gerund of fourth send. Forsends, third person singular simple present indicative of fourth send. Forsend, simple past and past participle of fourth send. Forsat, to set forth, present to view, display. Forsats, third person singular simple present indicative of fourth says. Forsitting, present participle and gerund of fourth says. Foreshow, to show forth, make known. Foreshowed, simple past of foreshow. Foreshowing, present participle and gerund of foreshow. Foreshown, past participle of foreshow. Foreshows, third person singular simple present indicative of foreshow. Forespeak, speak forth, declare, announce. Forespeaker, one who speaks forth or makes declaration, an announcer. Forespeakers, plural of fourth speaker. Forespeaking, the act of speaking forth or declaring, declaration. Forespeaks, third person singular simple present indicative of fourth speak. Forespoke, simple past of fourth speak. Forespoken, past participle of fourth speak. Foretell, to tell forth, publish abroad. Fortelling, present participle and gerund of forthtell. Forttells, third person singular simple present indicative of forthtell. Foretold, simple past and past participle of forthtell. Forward, forward. Forthwax, to grow forth, grow to excess, increase, come on. Forthwax, simple past and past participle of forthwax. Forthwaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of forthwax. Forthwaxing, present participle and gerund of forthwax. Forthwith, without delay, immediately. Forthwithal, forthwith, immediately. Foy, therefore. Foy, to pour out. Forty, a surname. Forty, a surname. Forties, plural of fortier. Forties, a sea area in the northern part of the North Sea, where the depth of water is consistently 40 fathoms. Fortieth, the ordinal form of the number 40. 40thly, in the 40th place. 40th in a row. 40ths, plural of 40th. Fortifiable, that can be fortified. Fortificant, that which fortifies. Fortificants, plural of fortificant. Fortification, the act of fortifying, the art or science of fortifying places to strengthen defense against an enemy. Fortification curtain, the section of a wall or rampart between two gates, bastions, towers, or the like. Fortification curtains, plural of fortification curtain. Fortifications, plural of fortification. Fortify, simple past. And past participle of fortify. Fortified wine, a wine to which additional ethanol and alcohol has been added, the most common additive being brandy, a spirit distilled from wine, for example sherry or port. Fortified wines are usually drunk as aperitifs, digestives, or liqueurs. Fortified wines, plural of fortified wine. Fortifies, plural of fortify. Fortifies, second person singular simple past indicative of fortify. Fortifier, one who fortifies. Fortifiers, plural of fortifier. Fortifies, third person singular simple present indicative of fortify. Fortifies, second person singular simple present indicative of fortify. Fortifieth, third person singular simple present indicative of fortify. Fortify, to give power, strength, or vigor to oneself or someone or to something, to strengthen. Fortifying, present participle and gerund of fortify. Fortifyingly, in a manner that fortifies. Fortifyings, plural of fortifying. Fortilage, a little fort, a blockhouse. Fortilages, plural of fortilage. Fortalice, alternative spelling of fortalice. Fortalices, plural of fortalice. Fortamicin, any of a class of pseudodesaccharide aminoglycosides that have antibacterial activity. Fortamicins, plural of fortamicin. Forte, a surname from French. Fortin barometer, a kind of barometer using a variable displacement mercury cistern, usually constructed with a thumbscrew pressing on a leather diaphragm bottom, which compensates for displacement of mercury in the column with varying pressure. Fortin barometers, plural of Fortin barometer. Forting, present participle and gerund of fort. Fortingall, a small village at the east end of Glen Lyon, Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland, location of the Fortingall ub.idvgtbre NN 7347. Fortini, a surname from Italian. Fortines, plural of Fortini. Fortino, a surname. Fortinos, plural of Fortino. Fortins, plural of Fortin. Forties, plural of 40. Fortisen, a kind of strong yarn once used to make parachutes. Fortissimi, plural of fortissimo. Fortissimo, indicating that the piece is to be played very loudly. Fortissimos, plural of fortissimo. Fortississimi, plural of fortississimo. Fortississimo, indicating that the piece is to be played more loudly than fortissimo. Fortissimos, plural of fortississimo. Fortition, a sound change in which a consonant becomes more forties. Fortitions, plural of fortition. Fortitude, mental or emotional strength that enables courage in the face of adversity. Fortitudes, plural of fortitude. Fortitudinous, having fortitude, courageous. Fortlet, a little fort. Fortlets, plural of fortlet. Fortli, resembling or characteristic of a fort. Fortman, a surname. Fortmans, plural of fortmen. Fortner, a surname. Fortuna, alternative form of fortnet. Fortineths, plural of fortineth. Fortney, a surname. Fortneys, plural of fortney. Fortnight, a period of 2 weeks. Fortnightlies, plural of fortnightly. Fortnightly, occurring once in a fortnight, once every 2 weeks. Fortnights, plural of fortnight. Fortnight, obsolete form of fortnight. Fortnitter, a player of the online video game Fortnite. Fortnitters, plural of fortnitter. Fortnights, plural of fortnight. Fortnit, alternative form of fortnight. Fortnits, plural of fortnight. Fortnum, a surname from Old French. Fortnums, plural of fortnum. Fortachka, a small ventilation window spanning the frame of one window pane that opens on hinges independently of the whole window, common in Russia, other post-Soviet states, and Finland. Fortachkas, plural of fortachka. Forza, a surname. Fortins, plural of fortin. Forta, simple past of forte. Fortran, alternative letter case form of Fortran, particularly its early forms. Fortran, a high-level programming language first developed in the 1950s for scientific, engineering, and numerical computation. Fortran-like, resembling or characteristic of Fortran. Fortrowel, to exhaust with labor, for work, for swing. Fortray, to tread, destroy by trampling. Fortress, a fortified place, a large and permanent fortification, sometimes including a town. For example, a fort, a castle, a stronghold, a place of defense or security. Fortress Europe, the areas of continental Europe occupied by Nazi Germany during the Second World War, as opposed to the United Kingdom across the Channel. Fortress Hill, an area of Eastern District, Hong Kong. Fortress, obsolete spelling of fortress. Fortress, simple past and past participle of fortress. Fortresses, plural of fortress. Fortressing, present participle and gerund of fortress. Fortress-like, resembling a fortress in shape or impregnability. Fortu, a former kingdom in Scotland situated around Moray and Easter Ross, which existed from the 4th to 10th centuries. Fortrous, a coastal town in the Black Isle, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NH 7256. Forts, plural of fort. Fortson, a surname. Fortsons, plural of fortson. Fortuit, fortuitous. Fortuities, plural of fortuity. Fortuitism, the doctrine that chance is involved involved in natural events rather than absolute determinism. Fortuitous, a believer in fortuitism. Fortuitous, plural of fortuitous. Fortuitous, happening by chance, coincidental, accidental. Fortuitously, in a fortuitous manner, in a manner of happening by chance, coincidentally, accidentally. Fortuitousness, the quality of being fortuitous. Fortuitous, alternative form of fortuitous. Fortuity, the state of being fortuitous. Fortuna, the Roman goddess of luck, fortune, and fate, equivalent to the Greek goddess Tej. Fortunae, plural of fortune. Fortunate, misconstruction of fortunate. Fortunately, misconstruction of fortunately. Fortunate, auspicious. Fortunate Isles, Cape Verde. Fortunately, in a fortunate manner. Fortunateness, the quality of being fortunate. Fortune, luck. Fortunatenesses, plural of fortunateness. Fortunatus, superlative form of fortunate, most fortunate. Fortunato, a surname from Italian. Fortunatos, plural of fortunato. Fortune, a surname. Fortune 500, a list published annually by Fortune magazine of the 500 United States companies with the highest revenue. Fortune 500s, plural of Fortune 500. Fortune cookie, a type of hollow snack common in westernized Chinese cuisine. A crisp, sugary wafer containing a message on a narrow strip of paper, generally with a wise or vaguely prophetic message or random numbers usable in a lottery printed on the paper. Fortune cookies, plural of fortune cookie. Fortune favors the bold. Luck is usually on the side of those who take chances and risks. Fortune favors the brave. Alternative form of fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the daring. Alternative form of fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold. Alternative form of fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the brave. Alternative form of fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the daring. Alternative form of fortune favors the bold. Fortune hunter, a person who eagerly seeks wealth without working to earn it, especially in an adventurous way or in an unsavory or unscrupulous way such as through marriage. Fortune hunters, plural of fortune hunter. Fortune hunting, the act of seeking wealth without working to earn it, especially in an unscrupulous way such as through marriage. Fortune seeker, synonym of fortune hunter. Fortune seekers, plural of fortune seeker. Fortune stick, one of a set of numbered bamboo slips that correspond to messages concerning the future, drawn by a supplicant in Taoist divination. Fortune sticks, plural of fortune stick. Fortune teller, alternative spelling of fortune teller. Fortune tellers, plural of fortune teller. Fortune telling, alternative form of fortune telling. Fortune hunter, alternative form of fortune hunter. Fortune hunters, plural of fortune hunter. Fortune seeker, synonym of fortune hunter. Fortune seekers, plural of fortune seeker. Fortune tell, synonym of tell fortunes. Fortune teller, a person who professes to predict the future in return for money. Fortune teller. plural of fortune teller. Fortune telling, the act or practice of predicting the future, especially for money, as by using a crystal ball, reading palms, reading tea leaves in a cup, etc. Prediction of future events, especially those of a personal nature. Fortune tells. Third person singular simple present indicative of fortune tell. Fortune told, simple past and past participle of fortune tell. Fortune, having with a descriptive word, particular kind of fortune, destiny, wealth. Fortuneless, destitute of a fortune or portion, without money. Fortunes, plural of fortune. Fortuneteller, alternative spelling of fortune teller. Fortunetellers, plural of fortuneteller. Fortunetelling, alternative form of fortune telling. Fortunian, a subdivision of the Cambrian period. Fortuning, present participle and gerund of fortune. Fortunings, fortunes, things happening by chance. Fortunize, alternative form of fortunize. Fortunize, simple past and past participle of fortunize. Fortunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of fortunize. Fortunizing, present participle and gerund of fortunize. Fortunize, to make fortunate or wealthy. Fortunize, simple past and past participle of fortunize. Fortunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of fortunize. Fortunizing, present participle and gerund of fortunize. Fortuny pleat, a kind of crisp pleat set in silk fabrics. Fortuny pleats, plural of fortuny pleat. Fortunism, the political ideology or style associated with the Dutch politician Pim Fortuyn 1948-2002, generally liberal but critical of multiculturalism, immigration, and Islam. Fortuynist, a proponent of Fortuynism. Fortuynist, plural of Fortuynist. 40, the cardinal number occurring after 39 and before 41, represented in Roman numerals as XL and in Arabic numerals as 40. 40 Hill, a suburb in the borough of Enfield, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3398. 40 Mile, a rural locality in the Shire of Mareeba, Queensland, Australia. 40 Minutes of Hell, the Enka strategy of playing a suffocating full court press and aggressive offense of the entirety of a game. 40 Thieves, a solitaire card game similar to Klondike, but starting with 10 columns of 4 visible cards on the tableau. 40 Weepy, cryptanalysis of an enigma message which was a continuation of a previous message sent at a known time. 40 Winks, a short sleep, an extra sleep, a nap. 48, the cardinal number immediately following 47 and preceding 49. 48, alternative letter case form of 48er. 48, a European who participated in or supported the revolutions of 1848. 48ers, plural of 48er. 48ers, plural of 48er. 48, the ordinal form of the number 48, describing a person or thing in position number 48 of a sequence. 48ths, plural of 48th. 48mo, quadragesimo octavo as a paper size in printing. 48ths, plural of 48. 45th, the ordinal form of the number 45, describing a person or thing in position number 45 of a sequence. 45ths, plural of 45th. 41st, the ordinal form of the number 41, describing a person or thing in position number 41 of a sequence. 41sts, plural of 41st. 45, the Jacobite rising of 1745. 4 divides, plural of 45. 40-foot equivalent unit, a unit of cargo capacity based on the volume of a 40-foot long 12.19 m intermodal container. 44, the cardinal number immediately following 43 and preceding 45. 44s, plural of 44. 44, the ordinal form of the number 44, describing a person or thing in position number 44 of a sequence. 44ths, plural of 44. 4 to leave, very many, too many to count, quite a lot. 49, the cardinal number immediately following 40 and preceding 50. 49er, alternative form of 49er in various senses. 49ers, plural of 49er. 49, the ordinal form of the number 49, describing a person or thing in position number 49 of a sequence. 49th parallel, a nickname for the approximately 1,200-mile 1,900-kilometer portion of the border between Canada and the USA, extending along the 49th parallel of latitude from Lake of the Woods to the Pacific Ocean. 49ths, plural of 49. 41, the cardinal number immediately following 40 and preceding 42. 41, 41st. 40 rye, cheap, strong whiskey or similar alcoholic beverage. 42nd, the ordinal form of the number 42, describing a person or thing in position number 42 of a sequence. 42nd cousin, any very distant relative. 42nd cousins, plural of 42nd cousin. 42nd, plural of 42nd. 42nd, non-standard form of 42nd. 47, the cardinal number immediately following 46 and preceding 48. 47, the ordinal form of the number 47, describing a person or thing in position number 47 of a sequence. 47ths, plural of 47. 46, the cardinal number immediately following 45 and preceding 47. 46, the ordinal form of the number 46, describing a person or thing in position number 46 of a sequence. 46ths, plural of 46. 40-something, alternative form of 40-something. 40-somethings, plural of 40-something. 40 spot, Pardalotus quadragentis, the 40-spotted pardalote, a rare Tasmanian bird. 40 spots, plural of 40 spot. 43rd, the ordinal form of the number 43, describing a person or thing in position number 43 of a sequence. 43rds, plural of 43rd. 43, the cardinal number immediately following 42 and preceding 44. 42, 40 plus 2, the cardinal number following 41 and preceding 43. 48 mo, alternative form of 48 mo. 48 mo's, plural of 48 mo. 44, why a multiple of 40 by 40 times as much or as many. 48, close to the number 40. 48, slightly more than 40. 4 tapni, having a value or cost of 40 pence. 40 something, an indeterminate value between 40 inclusive and 50 exclusive. 40 somethings. Plural of 40 something. Forum, a place for discussion. Forum clause, synonym of forum selection clause. Forum clauses, plural of forum clause. Frm9kvmrea, a doctrine of law holding that a court should decline to hear a case if another court, especially one in a foreign jurisdiction, would provide a more appropriate forum for the parties and evidence. Forum selection agreement, synonym of forum selection clause. Forum selection agreements, plural of forum selection agreement. Forum selection clause, a contractual provision determining the territorial or less often only international or subject matter jurisdiction for a legal dispute concerning a concrete legal relationship. Forum selection clauses, plural of forum selection clause. Forum shopping, an attempt to file a lawsuit in or have it transferred to the jurisdiction most favorable to the party filing the suit. Forum weapon, a short video clip embedded in a reply to represent the replier's reaction. Forumer, one who frequents an internet forum. Forumers, plural of forumer. Forum goer, a member or visitor of an internet forum. Forum goers, plural of forum goer. Forming, participation in an internet forum. Forumite, one who frequents an internet forum. Forumites, plural of forumite. Formless, without a forum. Forums, plural of forum. Forway, to exhaust or tire out with excessive waking or watching. Forwa, to walk someone excessively, weary with walking. Forwalk, simple past and past participle of forwalk. Forwalk, to boil away. Forwander, to wander until weary, wander far and wide. Forwandered, simple past and past participle of forwander. Forwandering, present participle and gerund of forwander. Forwanders, third person singular simple present indicative of forwander. Forward, a surname. Forward and backward, alternative form of backwards and forwards. Forward assess, a button on certain rifles that pushes the bolt carrier forward, ensuring that the bolt is locked. Forward bias, a situation in which the p-type N of a PN junction is connected to the positive terminal of a battery and vice versa. Forward compatibility, capability of interoperating with anticipated future systems. Forward compatible, capable of interoperating with anticipated future systems. Forward contract, a contract between two parties to buy or sell something on a stated future date at a price agreed now. Distinguished from a futures contract in not being standardized or exchange rated. Forward contracts, plural of forward contract. Forward declaration, the declaration of an identifier before it's given a complete definition so that the compiler can know its data type and memory size. Forward declarations, plural of forward declaration. Forward dive, a dive in which the diver faces the water while taking off and lands facing forward. Forward dives, plural of forward dive. Forward echo, synonym of pre-echo. Forward echoes, plural of forward echo. Forward genetic, attributive form of forward genetics. Forward genetics, the practice of finding genes corresponding to known phenotypes. Forward integration, the takeover of a retailer of goods by the supplier that provides those goods. Forward integrations, plural of forward integration. Forward leaning, alternative form of forward leaning. Forward line, the soldiers in the furthest forward position in an army. Forward lines, plural of forward line. Forward link, in radio communications, the link from a fixed location, for example a base station, to a mobile user. If the link includes a communications relay satellite, the forward link will consist of both an uplink base station to satellite and a downlink satellite to mobile user. Forward links, plural of forward link. Forward market, the informal over-the-counter financial market by which contracts for future delivery are entered into. Forward markets, plural of forward market. Forward pass, a pass in the forward direction, advancing toward the goal, generally illegal except in American football, once per play, from behind the line of scrimmage. Forward passes, plural of forward pass. Forward proxies, plural of forward proxy. Forward proxy, a server that routes traffic between a client and another system, which is in most occasions external to the network. Forward reasoning, in artificial intelligence, modus ponens. Forward reference, the actual use of an entity before any declaration. Forward references, plural of forward reference. Forward rendering, a traditional three-dimensional rendering pipeline that sorts light sources applicable to models in world space prior to rasterization. Forward roll, a movement in which one's body is rolled forward by putting the head on the ground and swinging the legs over the head. Forward rolls, plural of forward roll. Forward slash, synonym of slash slash. Forward slashes, plural of forward slash. Forward stroke, synonym of forward slash. Forward strokes, plural of forward stroke. Forward time machine, a time machine that can only allow travel to the future, but cannot allow travel to the past. Forward time machines, plural of forward time machine. Forward transfer function, the transfer function of the forward path of a control system. Forward transfer functions, plural of forward transfer function. Forward-backward algorithm, an inference algorithm for hidden Markov models which computes the posterior marginals of all hidden state variables given a sequence of observations/emissions. It uses dynamic programming to compute the values in two passes, the first going forward in time and the second backward. Forward declare, synonym of predeclare. Forward declare, simple past and past participle of forward declare. Forward declares, third person singular simple present indicative of forward declare. Forward declaring, present participle and gerund of forward declare. Forward leaning, disposed to take action or to exercise initiative, aggressive, bold. Forward looking, having an interest in the future and planning for it. Forward lookingness, the quality or state of being forward looking. Forward thinking, thinking in a manner that takes the future into account. Progressive. Forwardable, that can be forwarded. Forwardal, the forwarding of something, such as a letter. Forwardation, synonym of contango. Forwardations, plural of forwardation. Forwarded, simple past and past participle of forward. Forwarder, one who, or that which, forwards something to another destination. Forwarders, plural of forwarder. Forwardess, superlative form of forward, most forward. Forwarding, present participle and gerund of forward. Forwarding address, an address to which mail should be relayed if sent to the wrong address. Chiefly used when a person has moved but some mail continues to arrive at the old address. Forwarding addresses, plural of forwarding address. Forwardings, plural of forwarding. Forwardly, in a forward manner. Forwardmost, superlative form of forward, most forward. Forwardness, the quality of being forward. Forwardnesses, plural of forwardness. Forwards, plural of forward. Forwards and backwards, alternative form of backwards and forwards. Forwards compatibility, alternative form of forward compatibility. Forwards compatible, alternative form of forward compatible. Forwards roll, alternative form of forward roll. Forwards rolls, plural of forwards roll. Forwards time machine, alternative form of forward time machine. Forwards time machines, plural of forwards time machine. Forewarn, to prohibit, forbid, deny right access to, etc. Forewarn, simple past and past participle of forewarn. Forewarning, present participle and gerund of forewarn. Forewarns, third person singular simple present indicative of forewarn. Forewaste, to waste, waste completely, lay waste to, desolate. Foraste, laid waste, wasted. Forasts, third person singular simple present indicative of forewaste. Forasting, present participle and gerund of forewaste. Forax, to grow to accept, become huge, overgrow, swell. Forax, simple past of forax. Foraxen, past participle of forax. Foraxes, third person singular simple present indicative of forax. Foraxing, present participle of forax. Forway, to go out of the way, go astray, err, make a mistake, sin. Forein, to accustom to bad habits, spoil by indulgence, pamper. Foreweaned, simple past and past participle of forewean. Foreweaning, present participle and gerund of forewean. Foreends, third person singular simple present indicative of forewean. Foreway, to wear out, wear away at exhaust, spend, waste. Forery, worn out, exhausted. Foreries, third person singular simple present indicative of forward. Foreways, third person singular simple present indicative of forwear. Forery, to weary utterly, tire out. Furry, present participle and gerund of forweary. Furry, to exhaust oneself with weeping, weep excessively, of a vine to bleed excessively. Forwell, to wither, decay, fade. Forwent, simple past of forego. Fory, because, for the reason that forwe, to wither away, shrivel. Forwonder, to astonish, fill with wonder or amazement. Forwondered, simple past and past participle of forwonder. Forwondering, present participle and gerund of forwonder. Forwonders, third person singular simple present indicative of forwonder. For, to forfeit a possession, privilege, etc. Ruin oneself by one's own conduct. Fororn, worn out. Forworship, to worship wrongly, misworship. For, to perish, forfare, come to naught or ruin, go wrong. Forearm, to wound or injure severely. Forerounded, simple past and past participle of forewound. Forerounding, present participle and gerund of forewound. Forewounds, third person singular simple present indicative of forewound. Foa, to wrap up or about, muffle. Foa, simple past and past participle of forward. Failed, to pay back, recompense. Failed, simple past and past participle of foreyield. Failed, present participle and gerund of foreyield. Fails, third person singular simple present indicative of foreyield. Forzandi, plural of forzando. Forzando, alternative form of s forzando. Forzandos, plural of forzando. Forzati, plural of forzado. Forzado, synonym of s forzando. Forzados, plural of forzado. Vaz, initialism of freedom of speech. The, plural of fo. Vaz, used to form names of phosphorus derivatives of various pharmacological categories. Frm9kvmrea, an antiretroviral prodrug of the protease inhibitor amprenavir. It is used to treat HIV-infected patients. Frm9kvmea calcium, the salt form of the protease inhibitor drug frm9kvmea used in the treatment of HIV-infected patients. Phosphon, a male given name from French. Phosphoprepitin, a prodrug of peptidant administered intravenously as an antiemetic. Phosphoritabulin, a cumbretastatin phosphate present in cumbretum cafrum that has antineoplastic activity. Phosbroke, a surname. Phosper, a surname. Phosbergs, plural of phosper. Fosbury, a small village in Ticeham and Fosbury Parish, East Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 3258. Fosbury Flop, a high jump in which the jumper leaps backward and arches the back over the bar, thereby lowering the jumper's center of gravity below the body while it is aloft. Fosbury Flops, plural of Fosbury Flop. Foscarne, phosphinophore. Formic acid when used as a drug, synonym of phoscarnate sodium. Phoscarnate sodium, a hydrated sodium salt Na3CO5P6H2O that is administered intravenously to individuals infected with HIV to treat retinitis caused by acidomegalovirus. Phoscoline, a detergent based on phosphocholine. Phoscolines, plural of phoscoline. Phosphonopterin, a drug used to reduce the risk of death from a rare genetic disease known as molybdenum cofactor deficiency type A. Hoste, a surname. Fosdics, plural of Fosdic. Fosdyke, a village and civil parish in Boston Borough, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF 3133. Fostyle, a particular fungicide. Fosdistrol, diethylstilbestrol diphosphate, a synthetic non-steroidal estrogen of the stilbestrol group, used in the treatment of prostate cancer. Phosfluconazole, a water-soluble phosphate prodrug of fluconazole. Phosphomycin, a broad-spectrum antibiotic, 3-methyloxyrin, 2-ylphosphonic acid obtained from certain Streptomyces bacteria. Phosphajai, a monoclinic prismatic snow-white mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Pha-LSI, a monoclinic snow-white mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Huashan, a large prefecture-level city of Guangdong in southeast China. Fa'i, a surname from French. Fashis, plural of Fashi. Thoto, alternative spelling of Fosho. Fosanapro, an angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor used for the treatment of hypertension and some types of chronic heart failure. Phoscytolin, heligolan. Phosge, a surname. Phosges, plural of phosgid. Phosby, a surname. Phosgis, plural of phosky. Phoscolan, misspelling of friscolin. Phosmid, a cosmid related to a bacterial fertility factor. Phosmidial, relating to a phosmid. Phosmidomycin, an antibiotic similar to phosphomycin obtained from Streptomyces bacteria. Phosmids, plural of phosmid. Phosmar, a surname from German. Phosmars, plural of phosma. Fosowski, a district of Kolonowski, Opol Voivodeship, Poland. Phosphonitoi, a water-soluble phenytoin product used only in hospitals for the treatment of epileptic seizures. Phosphorovuconazole, the triazole fungicide 2-R3-R3-44-cyanophene, L1-3-thiazole 2-Il-2-2-4-defluorophene, L1-1-2-4-triazole 1-Il-butene, 2-Il-oxmethyldihydrogen phosphate. MAS, initialism of free and open source software. OS, a surname. Mata, a pit, groove, cavity, or depression. Fossa of Rosemuller, the pharyngeal recess behind the ostium of the eustachian tube. Fossae, plural of fossa, etymology 1. Fossane, a Malagasy civate fossa fossana, resembling the genet. Fossanes, plural of fossane. Fossamo, a town and commune in Cuneo province, Piedmont region, Italy. Fossas, plural of fossa, cat-like mammal. Fossate, having a fossa or depression. Facetarial, relating to a boundary between neighboring habitats. Os, a surname. Fossai, a foss or ditch. Foss Way, an ancient Roman road in England which stretched from Lincoln to Axminster and possibly further to Exeter, many parts of which have been developed into modern roads. Foss, having a foss. Fossen, a surname from Norwegian. Lossens, plural of fossen. Fosser, a user or advocate of free open source software. Fossers, plural of FOSser. Fosses, plural of foss. Fosses, plural of fosse. Vosset, obsolete form of foss. Faucet. Faucets, plural of faucet. Faucet, a surname. Faucet, a little hollow, a dimple. Faucets, plural of facet. Fauceted, a small depression in the crown of a lower tooth. Fauceted, plural of fauceted. Fauces, plural of faucet. Fosseway, a Roman military road with a fosse or ditch on each side to keep it dry. Fosseways, plural of fosseway. Fossey, a surname from Old English. Fozzies, plural of fossey. Fosse, to search for something, to rummage. Faucet, simple past and past participle of fossig. Fossiger, someone who fossigs. Fossigers, plural of fossiger. Fossiging, present participle and gerund of fossig. Fossigings, plural of fossicking. Fossigs, third person singular simple present indicative of fossig. Fossi, an advocate of free open source software. Fossils, plural of FOSI. Fossil, the mineralized remains of an animal or plant. Fossil car, an automobile powered by a fossil fuel. Fossil cars. Plural of fossil car. Fossil Damascus. Damascus steel created from scrap Damascus pieces. Fossil foe, one who uses fossil fuels without concern for their environmental impact. Fossil fuels, plural of fossil fuel. Fossil fuel, any fuel derived from hydrocarbon deposits such as coal, petroleum, natural gas, and, to some extent, peat. These fuels are non-renewable, and their burning moves carbon from underground into the atmosphere via the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide. Fossil fuels, plural of fossil fuel. Fossil gas, gas mainly composed of methane derived from a fossil source, i.e. decomposed plants and animal matter preserved in sediment or sedimentary rock. Fossil-derived fuel gas. Fossil oil, crude oil. Fossil record, the collective record of biological development that is reflected in the fossilized remains of organisms through geological history. Fossil records, plural of fossil record. Fossil resin, copalline. Fossil twister, devil's corkscrew. Fossil twisters, plural of fossil twister. Fossil water, water that has remained in an aquifer for a long time span, usually thousands or millions of years. Fossil waters, plural of fossil water. Fossil word, a word that is broadly obsolete but remains in current use because it is contained within an idiom that is still in use. Fossil words, plural of fossil word. Fossilate, to fossilize. Fossilated, simple past and past participle of fossilate. Fossilates, third person singular simple present indicative of fossilate. Fossilating, present participle and gerund of fossilate. Fossildom, the realm or sphere of fossils. Fossiled, fossilized, converted into a fossil. Fossilhood, the state of being a fossil mineralized remains. Fossiliferous, containing fossils. Fossiliferously, in a fossiliferous manner. Fossilification, Fossilization process of becoming a fossil. Fossilify. Simple past and past participle of fossilify. Fossilifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of fossilify. Fossilify. To fossilize. Fossilifying. Present participle and gerund to fossilify. Fossilizable. Alternative form of fossilizable. Fossilization. British standard spelling of fossilization. Fossilizations. Plural of fossilization. Fossilize. Alternative spelling of fossilize. Fossilize. Non-Oxford British English standard spelling of fossilize. Fossilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of fossilize. Fossilizing. Present participle and gerund to fossilize. Fossilism. The science or state of fossils. Fossilis. A fossil collector or a paleontologist. Fossilis. Plural of fossilis. Facility. The quality of being a genuine fossil. Fossilizable. Able to be converted into a fossil. Fossilization. The process of converting or of being converted into a fossil. Fossilizations. Plural of fossilization. Fossilize. To make into a fossil. Fossilized. Simple past and past participle of fossilize. Fossilized lightning. Effulgurate. Fossilizer. That which causes or undergoes fossilization. Fossilizers. Plural of fossilizer. Fossilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of fossilize. Fossilizing. Present participle and gerund to fossilize. Fossil-like. Resembling or characteristic of a fossil. Fossological. Relating to fossiligy. Fossiliges. Plural of fossiligy. Fossiliges. One who studies fossiligy. Fossiliges. Plural of fossiliges. Fossility. The science or study of fossils. Fossilological. Relating to fossilology. Fossilologist. One who studies fossilology. Fossilologists. Plural of fossilologists. Fossilology. The study of fossils. Fossils. Plural of fossil. Flaschen. A surname. Flaschens. Plural of Flaschen. Fotler. A surname. Fosser. A gravedigger in the catacombs of ancient Rome. Fossorial. Of, pertaining to, or adapted for digging or burrowing. Fossorialism. The head of being fossorial. Fossoriality. The condition of being fossorial. Fossorialization. Modification to become fossorial. Fossorially. In a fossorial manner. Fossorials. Plural of fossorial. Fossorius. Adapted for digging. Fossers. Plural of fosser. Fossila. A small fossa. Fossili. Plural of fossila. Fossilate. Having or surrounded by long, narrow depressions or furrows. Fossili. Plural of fossila. Fossum. A surname. Fossums, plural of fossum. Fosway, alternative form of fossway. Fosways, plural of fossway. Fosse, alternative spelling of fosse. Fosse, plural of fossa, etymology 1. FOSTA, acronym of Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act. Fostamatinib, a particular drug that is an inhibitor of the enzyme spleen tyrosine kinase 6. Flostat, alternative form of fostat. Fostemsavir, an experimental HIV/NTE inhibitor that is a prodrug of temsavir. Foster, an English surname originating as an occupation variant of Forster. Foster brother, a male foster sibling. Foster care, a formal system by which a child is cared for in a foster family by people other than its own parents, but without being adopted. Foster child, a child in foster care, a child in one's foster care in relation to oneself. Foster children, plural of foster child. Foster city, a city in San Mateo County, California, United States. Foster county, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Carrington. Foster fail, the situation in which a person intends to foster an animal temporarily, but winds up adopting the animal permanently. Foster fails, plural of foster fail. Foster families, plural of foster family. Foster family, a family having at least one foster child. Foster father, a male adult who cares for a child who has been placed in foster care. Foster fathers, plural of foster father. Foster home, a household in which a child or animal is raised by someone other than their natural or adoptive parent or owner respectively, especially in the case of a child when that caregiver is otherwise unrelated to the child. Foster homes, plural of foster home. Foster Kennedy syndrome, a constellation of findings associated with tumors of the frontal lobe. Foster mother, a female adult who cares for a child who has been placed in foster care. Foster mothers, plural of foster mother. Foster parent, an adult who cares for a child who has been placed in foster care. Foster parents, plural of foster parent. Foster sibling, a foster child of one's parent. Foster sister, a female foster sibling. Foster up, to raise up something, to foster, nurse, increase, or strengthen something. Foster's rule, synonym of island rule. Foster home, alternative form of foster home. Foster homes, plural of foster home. Fosterable, capable of being fostered, suitable for fostering. Fosterage, the act of fostering another's child as if it were one's own. Fosterages, plural of fosterage. Foster care, alternative form of foster care. Foster, simple past and past participle of foster. Fostered up, simple past and past participle of foster up. Fosterer, one who fosters, one who is designated to care for and nurture someone. Fosterers, plural of fosterer. Fosteress, a female fosterer. Fosteresses, plural of fosteress. Fosteress, Second person singular simple present indicative of foster. Fostere. Third person singular simple present indicative of foster. Foster home. Alternative form of foster home. Foster homes. Plural of foster home. Fosterhood. The state of being a foster child. Fostering. Present participle and gerund of foster. Fostering up. Present participle and gerund of foster up. Fosteringly. In a way that fosters or encourages. Fosterings. Plural of fostering. Fosterling. A foster child. Fosterlings. Plural of fosterling. Fosterme. The act of fostering or encouraging something. Foster mother. Alternative form of foster mother. Foster mothers. Plural of foster mother. Foster. Plural of foster. Fosters up. Third person singular simple present indicative of foster up. Fostership. The relationship between foster parent and foster child. Foston on the Wolds, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, OS Grid Ref TA 1055. Fostress, a female fosterer. Fostresses, plural of fostress. Fostricin, an antibiotic obtained from Streptomyces bacteria that has antitumor activity. But the station code of Fotan in Hong Kong. The acronym of Formula One Teams Association. But pronunciations, spelling of fetch. Fotmastine, a nitrosourea alkylating agent under investigation for use in the treatment of melanoma. A surname. A load, a wagon load, especially any various English units of weight or volume based upon standardized cartloads of certain commodities. Fiery, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, OS Grid Ref TF 3191. Father, simple past and past participle of father. Fatheryo, a surname. Fathergella, any plant of the genus Fathergilla. Fathergellas, plural of Fathergilla. Fathergillian, of or relating to the physician John Fothergill. Fothergills, plural of Fothergill. Fothering, present participle and gerund of father. Fotheringham, a surname from Old English. Fotheringhams, plural of Fotheringham. Fotheringham, a village and civil parish in Northamptonshire, England, previously in East Northamptonshire District, OS Grid Ref TL 0593. Fothermucker, alternative form of Fothermucker. Fothermuckers, plural of Fothermucker. Fathers, plural of father. Fas, plural of fa. A surname from Italian. Foshiakyang. Buddha jumps over the wall. Fotini, a transliteration of the Greek female given name Phi Omega Tau Epsilon Iota Nu Eta Fotini. Phodes, plural of phodi. Thode, nourishing. Fotmel, alternative form of fotmal. Fotmels, plural of fotmal. Fotmal, an Old English unit of weight of 70 pounds, used particularly for lead. Thotmals, plural of fotmal. Modena, alternative form of fortnight. Fotinus, plural of fotinus. Fotine, alternative form of fortnight. Fotinus, plural of fotinus. Photo, alternative spelling of photo. Hada, a photographer. Photograph. I dialect spelling of photograph. Photographs, plural of photograph. Photograph, misspelling of photograph. Photography, alternative form of photography. Photogs, plural of photog. Photog, a town in Logon-Echari Department, Far North Region, Cameroon. Photopoulos, a surname from Greek. Photopoulos, plural of photopoulos. Photos, plural of photo. Phot, plural of FOT. Druk, Fu-H-Sen, synonym of fuxin. Flet, house leak. Flots, plural of flot. Huck, initialism of fluff of unstyled content, a brief glimpse of page content without the proper formatting, before the correct styles have loaded. Foucaldian, alternative spelling of Foucaldian. Foucaldians, plural of Foucaldian. Foucaldian, of or pertaining to the philosophy of Mitchell Foucault. Foucaldianism, Foucauldian philosophy. Foucauldians, plural of Foucauldian. Foucault, a surname from French. Foucault current, an eddy current. Foucault currents, plural of Foucault current. Foucault pendulum, synonym of Foucault's pendulum. Foucault pendulums, plural of Foucault pendulum. Foucault's pendulum, a pendulum on a long wire, free to move in any direction. The plane of its motion appears to turn clockwise in the northern hemisphere as the world turns beneath it. Foucaultian, alternative form of Foucauldian. Foucaultianism, alternative form of Foucauldianism. Foucaultians, plural of Foucaultian. Foucaults, plural of Foucault. Vouch, a surname. Vouch, a surname. Voucherite, synonym of Delvixite. Vouches, plural of vouch. That, a bailiff or magistrate. Foundry, the jurisdiction of a found. Foundries, plural of foundry. Foudroyant, having an awesome and overwhelming effect. Fouds, plural of foud. Fouisnant, a town in Finisterre Department, Brittany, France. Fouis, alternative form of Fouat Housley. Fouet, plural of fouet. Fouette, a ballet move in which either the body or the working leg is whipped around forcefully. Fouettes, plural of fouette. Fufu, alternative form of fufu. Faufas, plural of fufu. Fauge, a kind of land mine of faubas. Faugades, plural of faugate. Faupas, a tape of lattice-shaped bread associated with the area of Provence. Faugasses, plural of faugas. Fauger, a surname from French. Fauger, one of the main olfactive families of perfumes based on the compound coumarin, countable a perfume of that family. Faugers, plural of Fauger. Faugers, a town in Ille-et-Vilaine department, Brittany, France. Faugeri, a trigonal clay mineral that is chemically and structurally related to green rust. Obsolete spelling of fa. But a surname. Fought a losing battle. Simple past and past participle of fight a losing battle. Fought a rearguard action. Simple past and past participle of fight a rearguard action. Fought back. Simple past and past participle of fight back. Fought down. Simple past and past participle of fight down. Fought fire with fire. Simple past and past participle of fight fire with fire. Fought fires. Simple past and past participle of fight fires. Fought for one's life. Simple past and past participle of fight for one's life. Fought it out. Simple past and past participle of fight it out. Fought like a married couple. Simple past and past participle of fight like a married couple. Fought like an old married couple. Simple past and past participle of fight like an old married couple. Fought like cat and dog. Simple past and past participle of fight like cat and dog. Fought like cats and dogs. Simple past and past participle of fight like cats and dogs. Fought off. Simple past and past participle of fight off. Fought one's corner. Simple past and past participle of fight one's corner. Fought out. Simple past and past participle of fight out. Fought to the death. Simple past and past participle of fight to the death. Fought up. Simple past and past participle of fight up. Fought. Past participle of fight. Fought as. Second person singular simple past indicative of fight. Fought. Plural of fought. Faugu. Alternative form of faugu. Faugas. Plural of faugu. Poet. A surname from French. Faugstar. Alternative form of faugstar. Faucheries. Plural of fauchery. Faugedaries. Plural of faugedary. Faugedary. Obsolete form of faugedari. Faugedars. Plural of faugestar. Faugery. Alternative form of faugedari. Valva. A town in Tipaza province, Algeria. Falcusa. Alternative form of Fucusa. Falcuses. Plural of Falcusa. Foul. Covered with or containing unclean matter, dirty. Foul anchor. An anchor which has become entangled or caught up in something, or an image of this. Foul anchors. Plural of foul anchor. Foul ball. A batted ball that lands in foul territory. Foul balls. Plural of foul ball. Foul berth. A berth in which a ship is in danger of fouling another vessel. Foul berths. Plural of foul berth. Foul bill of health. A bill of health that states that there is infectious disease present in either a ship or its port of departure. Fowl bills of health, plural of fowl bill of health. Fowl fear, an animal that feeds on carrion or the like, a scavenger. Fowl feeders, plural of fowl feeder. Fowl fish, a kelt or salmon, which, having spawned, still remains in the fresh water before effecting its annual migration to the sea. Foul language, profane or socially unacceptable words. Foul line, a line from which a player takes a free throw. Foul lines, plural of foul line. Foul madams, alternative spelling of full mettings. Foul martin, synonym of polecat. Foul martins, plural of foul martin. Foul one's own nest, to damage one's environment. Foulette, an instance of fouling out. Foul outs, plural of foul out. Foul play, unfair, unethical, or criminal behavior, especially of a malicious or violent nature. Foul pole, one of the two poles marking the area inside which a fair ball may be hit. It stands above a foul line. Foul poles, plural of foul pole. Foul shot, a free throw. Foul shots, plural of foul shot. Foul territories. Plural of foul territory. Foul territory, the area outside the playing field beyond the first base and third base lines, including the grandstand. Foul tick, a foul ball which just brushes by the back, making a ticking sound. Foul ticks, plural of foul tick. Foul tip, a foul ball which glances off the bat and continues back with only a moderate change in direction. Foul tips, plural of foul tip. Foul trouble, the situation of a player who has committed enough fouls to be almost at the point of fouling out and disqualification. Foul up, to make a mistake, to go wrong. Foul wind, a wind blowing against the direction of travel. Foul winds, plural of foul wind. Foul mouth, tending to use obscene or offensive language, to have a foul mouth. Foul smelling, having an unpleasant odor. Foul spoken, foul mouth. Foul tempered, synonym of bad tempered. Foul tud, foul mouth. Foul up, a disastrous mistake. Foul ups, plural of foul up. Foot, a remote island west of mainland, Shetland Islands Council area, Scotland OS grid ref HD 9639. Foulable, capable of becoming fouled. Fouet, a form of massage involving kneading and pressure against the muscles. Fouet, archaic form of fiola. Fouet, plural of foula. Foulet, any material that causes fouling. Foulance, plural of foulant. Foulard, a lightweight silk or silk and cotton fabric, often with a printed pattern. Foulards, plural of foulard. Foulbrood, a bacterial disease of bees. Foulboods, plural of foulbrood. Foulby, a hamlet in Huntwick with Foulby and Nostell Parish and Charleston Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England OS grid ref SC 3917. Footer, to flash like lightning, to lighten, to gleam, to thunder. Footer, simple past and past participle of footer. Footering, present participle and gerund of footer. Footers, third person singular simple present indicative of footer. Hud, a surname. Foul, obsolete form of foul. Foulet, a light woolen fold cloth. Foul mudamus, alternative form of fulmedames. Foul, simple past and past participle of foul. Fouled anchor, a foul anchor. Fouled anchors, plural of fouled anchor. Fouled one's own nest, simple past and past participle of foul one's own nest. Fouled out, simple past and past participle of foul out. Fouled up, simple past and past participle of foul up. Foul, one who fouls. Foulers, plural of fouler. Foulest, superlative form of foul, most foul. Fouleth, third person singular simple present indicative of foul. Foulies, synonym of oilskins. Fouling, present participle and gerund of foul. Fouling one's own nest, present participle and gerund of foul one's own nest. Fouling out, present participle and gerund of foul out. Fouling up, present participle and gerund of foul up. Foulings, plural of fouling. Fouet, somewhat foul. Thoup, a surname. Thalks, a surname. Falcases, plural of falx. Falx, a surname from Norman. Falxes, plural of falx. Fowly, in a foul manner. Foulmart, alternative form of foulmart. Foulmart, plural of foulmart. Foulmouth, a foul-mouthed person, one who uses obscene language. Foul-mouth, alternative form of foul-mouth. Foul-mouthness, the quality or state of being foul-mouthed. Foulmouths, plural of Falmouth. Foulness, an island off the east coast of Essex where the Thames estuary joins the North Sea. Foulness Island, alternative form of Falmouth. Foulnesses, plural of foulness. Fowage, a village in Pendle Borough, Lancashire, England. Fowls, plural of fowl. Fowls one's own nest. Third person singular simple present indicative of fowl one's own nest. Fowls at. Third person singular simple present indicative of fowl out. Fowls at. Third person singular simple present indicative of foul up. Fowlsow, a village and civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0324. Foulsams, plural of foulshem. Foulsmelling, alternative form of foul smelling. Foulsome, characterized or marked by foulness or filth, filthy, by extension wretched. Foulmart, a European polecat, a member of the Mustelidae family. Foulmarts, plural of foulmart. Foul, pronunciation spelling of found, past tense of find. Found, simple past and past participle of find. Found a friendly bush, simple past and past participle of find a friendly bush. Found another gear. Simple past and past participle of find another gear. Found art. Art consisting of found objects. Found families. Plural of found family. Found family. A non-biologically related group of people who provide ongoing social support to one another in the same way that family members might support one another. Found fault. Simple past and past participle of find fault. Found footage. Misplaced, forgotten, archived, or privately owned motion picture recordings which document past events and which are subsequently rediscovered and made available for public viewing. Found forth. Simple past and past participle of find forth. Found in. Simple past and past participle of find in. Found it in one's heart. Simple past and past participle of find it in one's heart. Found it in oneself. Simple past and past participle of find it in oneself. Found literature. Literature created by taking words, phrases, or passages from other sources and combining or editing them so as to impart new meaning. Found money. Unexpected money that one obtains in a manner that differs from one's usual sources of income. Found music. Music created by taking natural or non-musical, non-instrumental / non-singing sounds and combining them into or as a musical composition. Found object. A natural object or one manufactured for some other purpose considered as a work of art. Found objects. Plural of found object. Found on. Alternative spelling of found on. Found one's ass with both hands and a flashlight. Simple past and past participle of find one's ass with both hands and a flashlight. Found one's feet. Simple past and past participle of find one's feet. Found one's place. Simple past and past participle of find one's place. Found one's tongue. Simple past and past participle of find one's tongue. Found one's voice. Simple past and past participle of find one's voice. Found one's way. Simple past and past participle of find one's way. Found oneself. Simple past and past participle of find oneself. Found ons. Plural of found on. Found out. Simple past and past participle of find out. Found poetry. Poetry created by taking words or phrases from other sources and making changes in spacing or line breaks or adding or deleting text to impart new meaning. Found sound. Any sound that is recorded from the environment without being specially prepared or induced. Found sounds. Plural of found sound. Found the net. Simple past and past participle of find the net. Found time. Simple past and past participle of find time. Found then. One who is known to have been present in a brothel or other illegal establishment, regardless of whether they were actively engaging in illegal activities. Found end. Plural of found in. Found on. A person found by the police consuming alcohol on licensed premises outside opening hours. Found-ons. Plural of found on. Found. Abbreviation of foundation. Foundable. Capable of being founded or based on or upon something. Foundament. Obsolete form of fundament. Foundaments. Plural of foundament. Foundation. The act of founding, fixing, establishing, or beginning to erect. Foundation Day, a designated date for the celebration of the founding of a nation, state, or military unit. Foundation Degree, a vocational qualification in higher education intended to give comprehensive knowledge in a subject to enable the holder to go on to employment or further study in that field. Foundation Degrees, plural of foundation degree. Foundation Garment, an undergarment designed to hold a part of the body in a particular form. Foundation Garments, plural of foundation garment. Foundation Model, an AI model trained on comprehensive data, enabling its application across various use cases such as chatbots and generative AI. Foundation Models, plural of foundation model. Foundation Stone, a stone laid during the construction of a usually important building, the laying of which is usually marked by ceremony. Foundation Stone, plural of foundation stone. Foundational, of or relating to a foundation or foundations. Foundational belief, synonym of core belief. Foundational beliefs, plural of foundational belief. Foundational witness, a witness who testifies to the relevance and accuracy of a piece of evidence. Foundational witnesses, plural of foundational witness. Foundationalism, the doctrine that beliefs derive justification from certain basic beliefs. Foundationalist, a supporter of foundationalism, the doctrine that beliefs derive justification from certain basic beliefs. Foundationalistic, of or relating to foundationalism. Foundationalists, plural of foundationalists. Foundationality, the papi of being foundational. Foundationally, in a foundational manner. Foundationary, synonym of foundational. Foundation, wearing foundation cosmetic cream. Foundationer, one who derives support from the funds or foundation of a college or school. Foundationers, plural of foundationer. Foundationless, without foundation, unfounded. Foundationlessness, absence of a foundation. Foundations, plural of foundation. Foundation wear, corsetry foundation garments. Foundator, synonym of founder. Found, obsolete spelling of found, simple past and past participle of find. Founded, simple past and past participle of found. Foundest, second person singular simple past indicative of found. Founden, past participle of find. Founder, a founding father. Founder effect, a reduction in genetic diversity resulting when a population is descended from a small number of colonizing ancestors. Founder effects, plural of founder effect. Founder member, synonym of founding member. Founder members. Plural of founder member. Founder mode, a management style where the founder of a company is involved in all aspects of the business rather than delegating responsibilities to managers. Founder, simple past and past participle of founder. Founder, one who founders. Founderers, plural of founderer. Founderess, alternative spelling of foundress. Founderesses, plural of founderess. Founderette, third person singular simple present indicative of founder. Founderies, plural of foundry. Foundering, present participle and gerund of founder. Founderings, plural of foundering. Founderitis, a difficulty faced by organizations where a founder maintains disproportionate power and influence over a project. Founderess, difficult to travel, likely to trip one up. Founders, plural of founder. Foundership, the condition of having founded something. Founderships, plural of foundership. Foundry, dated form of foundry. Foundest, second person singular simple present indicative of found. Founded, third person singular simple present indicative of found. Foundherentism, a theory of justification that combines elements from the two rival theories addressing infinite regress, foundationalism and coherentism. Foundherentists, of or pertaining to foundherentism. Foundherentists, plural of foundherentists. Founding, present participle and gerund found. Founding father, any of the men who were responsible for the founding of the United States of America, chiefly used to refer to political leaders who drafted and signed the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution, and to military leaders who fought in the American Revolutionary War. Founding father, a man who founded something. Founding fathers, plural of founding father. Founding fathers, plural of founding father. Founding member, a member of an organization that was involved in or whose membership commenced with the organization's foundation. Founding members, plural of founding member. Founding mother, a woman who founded, established, or started something. Founding mothers, plural of founding mother. Foundings, plural of founding. Foundling, an abandoned child left by its parent s, often a baby left at a convent or similar safe place. Foundling wheel, a revolving crib set in the wall of a church or convent, allowing an abandoned baby to be left anonymously and safely. Foundling wheels, plural of foundling wheel. Foundling hood, the state of being a foundling. Foundlings, plural of foundling. Found out, alternative spelling of funduct. Found outs, plural of found out. Foundress, a female founder, one who founds or establishes. Foundresses, plural of foundress. Foundries, plural of foundry. Foundress, alternative form of founderess. Foundry, a facility that melts metals in special furnaces and pours the molten metal into molds to make products. Foundries are usually specified according to the type of metal dealt with: iron foundry, brass foundry, etc. Founderman, a man who works in a foundry. Foundryman, plural of foundermen. Foundrywoman, a woman who works in a foundry. Foundrywomen, plural of foundrywoman. Founds, third person singular simple present indicative of found. Fount, synonym of fountain, a natural source of water, a spring. Fount of all wisdom, a very wise person. Fount of honor, alternative spelling of fount of honor. Fonzanorum, fount of honor, a fonzanorum, a person with the right to confer titles of nobility. Fountain, a place name. Fountain apple moss, Philanodes fontana, an epiphytic moss in the family Bartramiaceae. Fountain chair. Synonym of soda fountain chair. Fountain chairs, plural of fountain chair. Fountain code, a rateless erasure code. Fountain codes, plural of fountain code. Fountain County, one of 92 counties in Indiana, United States. County seat, Covington. Fountain drink, a soft drink dispensed from a soda fountain. Fountain drinks, plural of fountain drink. Fountain Inn, a city in Greenville County and Lawrence County, South Carolina. Fountain lamp, a lamp fed with oil from an elevated reservoir. Fountain lamps, plural of fountain lamp. Fountain of youth, a legendary spring of water with the magical property of restoring youth and health to those who bathe or drink from it. Fountain of youth, anything reputed to have the power to restore health and vitality or to restore a youthful appearance. Fountain pen, a pen containing a reservoir of ink which is fed to a writing nib automatically. Fountain pens, plural of fountain pen. Fountain shell, a species of sea snail, Elijah gigas. Fountain shells, plural of fountain shell. Fountain syndrome, a congenital disorder characterized by mental retardation, deafness, skeletal abnormalities, and a coarse face with full lips caused by the accumulation of body fluids under the skin. Fountain Valley, a city in Orange County, California, United States. Fountain water, the water of a fountain. Fountain waters, plural of fountain water. Fountain Bridge, an inner city area in Edinburgh, Scotland. ub.idvgtbre NT 2473. Fountain, a surname. Fountained, simple past and past participle of fountain. Fountaineer, someone who makes fountains. Fountaineers, plural of fountaineer. Fountains, plural of fountain. Fountain grass, any of the genus Penistum of grasses. Fountain grasses, plural of fountain grass. Fountain Hall, a hamlet in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Edinburghshire/Midlothian ub.idvgtbre NT 4349. Fountainhead, an abundant source of knowledge, etc. Fountainheads, plural of fountainhead. Fountaining, present participle and gerund of fountain. Fountainless, without fountains. Fountainlet, a small fountain. Fountainlets, plural of fountainlet. Fountain lie, resembling or characteristic of a fountain. Fountainess, resembling or characteristic of a fountain. Fountainously, in a fountainous manner. Fountain pen, alternative form of fountain pen. Fountain pens, plural of fountain pen. Fountains, plural of fountain. Fountains Earth, a civil parish served by Upper Nidderdale Group Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Harrogate Borough. Fountains of Youth, plural of fountain of youth. Fountain waiter, alternative spelling of fountain water. Fountain wise, in the manner of a fountain. Fountful, full of fountains or springs. Fountlet, a small fountain. Fountlets, plural of fountlet. Founts, plural of fount. Founts of all wisdom, plural of fount of all wisdom. Founts of honor, plural of fount of honor. Founts of honor, plural of fount of honor. Tao, initialism of for official use only. Initialism of front opening unified pi. Plural of Fu. Faubourul, a village in Pas-de-Calais department, Hauts de France, France. Faubouriaceous. Of or relating to the plant family Faubouriaceae. 4. A numerical value equal to 4, the number after 3 and before 5, 2 plus 2 is many dots. 4L, alternative form of 4L. 4 ales, plural of 4 ale. 4 and 20, alternative form of 4 and 20. 4 ashes, a place in England. 4 books and 5 classics, Chinese texts that serve as the authoritative works of Confucianism. 4 by 2, a length of sawn wood of cross section 4 inches by 2 inches, most often employed as structural framing lumber / timber. 4 by 2s. Plural of 4 by 2. 4 classic novels. The 4 works of Chinese literature most highly regarded in Chinese literary criticism: The Romance of the Three Kingdoms by Liu Guanzhong, The Water Margin by Xi Nan, The Journey to the West by Wu Chang'an, and The Dream of the Red Chamber by Cao Zukin. 4 color, synonym of process color. 4 color problem. The problem of coloring a map with no more than 4 colors, such that no 2 adjacent regions have the same color. 4 color theorem. A theorem stating that given any separation of a plane into contiguous regions, producing a figure called a map, no more than 4 colors are required to color the regions so that no 2 adjacent regions have the same color, adjacent being defined as 2 regions sharing a boundary, not counting corners, in which 3 or more regions share a boundary. 4 collars, plural of 4 color. 4 corners, the quadrupoints at the borders of Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, and the region surrounding it. 4 corners, the face of a document or its contents, considered without reference to any outside information. 4 corners virus, synonym of Navajo flu. 4 crosses, a hamlet in Hatherton Parish, South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref S J9509. 4-door house. In Taiwan, a house with 4 doors, specifically a house with a garage door that connects to the home, a front door, and a back door. 4-door houses, plural of 4-door house. 4 eyes, alternative spelling of 4 eyes. 4 F's, a set of 4 basic biological instincts: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and fucking. 4 fifths, rare spelling of 4 fifths. 4 figures, an unspecified amount of money ranging from $1,000 to $9,999 or other unit of currency. 4 fingers, the sign made by the manager directing the pitcher to issue an intentional walk. 4 floors, ellipsis of 4 floors of whores. 4 floors of whores, Orchard Towers, which was known for its rampant prostitution. 4 flush, a hand that is 1 card short of being a full flush. 4 flush, simple past and past participle of 4 flush. 4 flushes, plural of 4 flush. 4 flushing, present participle and gerund of 4 flush. 4 foot, the space between the rails on a standard gauge railway line. 4 horsemen, ellipsis of 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. 4 beings in Revelation 6:18 that bring about the apocalypse, each embodied as a horseman riding a different colored horse that represents a different aspect of the apocalypse. 400, a short-lived oligarchy that replaced the democratic government of ancient Athens following the Athenian coup of 411 BCE. 400, the cardinal number occurring after 399 and before 401, represented in Arabic numerals as 400. 4 Knights game, a common open game in chess characterized by the moves 1.e4, e5, 2.nf3, nc6, 3.nc3, nf6, in which both players bring out their 2 knights. 4 Knights game, alternative form of 4 Knights game. 4L, a law student in their 4th year of law school, generally an unusual situation occurring where a student has either taken an extended part-time curriculum or has failed a class needed for graduation and must stay on for an extra semester after the 3L year. 4 Lane End, a number of places in England. 4LS, plural of 4L. 4 Marks, a large village and civil parish in East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England. ub.idvgtbre SC 6735. 4 Noble Truths, 4 central Buddhist teachings. That suffering is an innate characteristic of existence with each rebirth. Roman 2, that it is caused by cravings or desires. Roman 3, that it can be ended by eliminating the cravings or desires. And Roman 4, that the Noble Eightfold Path is the way to achieve this. 4 o'clock, the start of the 5th hour of the day. 4:00 a.m. 4:00. 4 o'clock flower, alternative form of 4 o'clock flower. 4 o'clock flowers, plural of 4 o'clock flower. 4 Oaks, a place in England. 4 of a kind, 4 cards of the same rank. 404, a naive or clueless person. 404s, plural of 404. 4 Olds, the 4 traditional things targeted for destruction during China's Cultural Revolution, usually translated as old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas. 4 On the floor, alternative spelling of 4 on the floor. 411, information. 4 Penny nail, alternative form of 4 penny nail. 4 penny nails, plural of 4 penny nail. 4 pips, 4 of a kind, aces. 4 score, alternative form of 4 score. 4 score and 7 years ago, used sometimes sarcastically to indicate that a past event being mentioned is particularly important. A long time ago, many years ago. 4 score and 10, a human lifespan. 4 score 7 years ago, alternative form of 4 score and 7 years ago. 4 Seasons, a solitaire card game having 5 spaces for cards that reserve in the layout of a cross. 4 Sheets in the wind, drunk. 4 sheets to the wind, extremely drunk. 4 Shire Stone, a stone monument at the point where 4 English counties once met, namely Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire, Warwickshire, and until 1931 a detached part of Worcestershire, which is now in Gloucestershire. 5 civil parishes at one time 7 meet at the stone: Chastleton, Evenlode, Great Wolford, Little Compton, and Morton and Marsh. ub.idvgtbre SB 2332. 4 Species, the 4 plant parts shaken as a unit on Sukkot. 4 Square, a sport played by 4 players where players have to hit a ball into other people's squares and attempt to make a return hit. 4 thieves vinegar. Vinegar mixed with camphor and essential oils, formerly used as medicine. 4000. Cardinal number between 3999 and 4001. 4 treasures of the study. The brush, ink, paper and inkstone used in Chinese and other East Asian calligraphic traditions. 420. Alternative form of 420. 4 winds hat. A hat with 4 peaked flaps, worn by the Sami. 4 winds hats. Plural of 4 winds hat. 4 acceleration. A 4 vector that describes the change in a particle's 4 velocity over time. 4 accelerations. Plural of 4 acceleration. 4L. A cheap ale sold at 4pence per quart. 4 ale bar. A bar that sells 4 ale. 4 ales. Plural of 4 ale. 4 and 9. A cheap hat. 4 and 9s. Plural of 4 and 9. 4 and 20. 24. 24. 4 batter. A home run. 4 baggers. Plural of 4 bagger. 4 ball. Alternative form of 4-ball golf format. 4 balls. Plural of 4 ball. 4 belt. Relating to the 4 forms of professional heavyweight boxing WBO, WBC, IB, and WBA. 4x4. A 4-wheel drive vehicle with a 4-speed transmission. 4x4s. Plural of 4x4. 4x2. Alternative form of 4x2. 4x2s. Plural of 4x2. 4 corner. A method of encoding Chinese characters using 4 numerical digits per character. In some situations, an additional digit is used. 4 current. The analogy of electric current density in 4-dimensional spacetime. 4 currents. Plural of 4 current. 4 cycle. Any 4-stroke cycle, such as the Otto cycle for an internal combustion engine. 4 cycles. Plural of 4 cycle. 4-dimensional. Having 4 dimensions, being measurable along 4 mutually perpendicular axes. 4-dimensional chess. Alternative form of 4D chess. 4-dimensionalism. An ontological position stating that an object's persistence through time resembles its extension through space. 4-dimensionality. The quality of being 4-dimensional. 4-dimensionally. In a 4-dimensional way or manner. 4-door. Having 4 doors. 4 doors. Plural of 4-door. 4-eye principle. A rule according to which decisions and transactions need approval from 2 individuals, typically the CEO and CFO. 4-eye. Having 4 eyes. 4-eyed fish. A member of a genus Anabled-fish in the family Anabled-pidi, having eyes raised above the top of the head and divided in 2 different parts so that they can see below and above the water surface at the same time. 4-eyed fishes. Plural of 4-eyed fish. 4 eyes. A person who wears spectacles/eyeglasses. 4/5. 4 of 5 equal parts 4/5, 0.8. 4 flush. 4 cards of the same suit. 4 flush. Simple past and past participle of 4 flush. 4 flusher. A lowly, disreputable cheat or fraudster, especially at cards, especially a dull or unimaginative one. 4 flushers. Plural of 4 flusher. 4 flushes. Plural of 4 flush. 4 flushing. Present participle and gerund of 4 flush. 4-fold. Rare spelling of 4-fold. 4 foot. Alternative spelling of 4 foot. Four-footed, having 4 feet, quadruped. Four-force, a 4 vector that describes the change in a particle's 4 momentum over time. 4/4 time, a meter or rhythm with 4 beats to a measure and 4 beats to a whole note, specifically simple quadruple time or common time. 4-H club, alternative form of 4-H club. 4-H clubs, plural of 4-H club. 4-half, a drink of half ale, half porter, originally costing 4pence a quart. 4-handed, alternative form of 4-handed having 4 hands. 4-handedly, alternative form of 4-handedly. 4-handedness, alternative form of 4-handedness. 4-hanky, tear-jerking. 400, the ordinal form of the number 400. 4-in-hand, a carriage drawn by 4 horses controlled by 1 driver. 4-in-hands, plural of 4-in-hand. 4-leaf, of a plant having 4 leaves. 4-leaf clover, an uncommon variation of the clover having 4 leaves instead of the usual 3. 4-leaf clovers, plural of 4-leaf clover. 4-leafed clover, alternative form of 4-leaf clover. 4-leafed clovers, plural of 4-leafed clover. 4-leaved clover, alternative form of 4-leaf clover. 4-leaved clovers, plural of 4-leaved clover. 4-legged, having 4 legs. 4-legged emmet, of a 4-legged friend, an animal that is regarded as a good friend, usually a dog or a horse. 4-legged friends, plural of 4-legged friend. 4-legged, plural of 4-legged. 4-letter, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see 4-letter, containing 4 letters. 4-letter word, a reference to any of several of the strongest English swear words that are also 4 letters long, especially those composing the so-called 7 dirty words. 4-letter words, plural of 4-letter word. 4-lined wave, Scopula quadrilinida, a species of Canadian American moth. 4-lined waves, plural of 4-lined wave. 4-master, a large 4-masted sailboat. 4-masters, plural of 4-master. 4-minute warning, a UK government public alert system in use during the Cold War to advise of an imminent nuclear attack. 4-minute warnings, plural of 4-minute warning. 4-momenta, plural of 4-momentum. 4-momentum, a generalization of momentum in 4-dimensional spacetime. 4 o'clock, alternative form of 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock flower, alternative form of 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock flowers, plural of 4 o'clock flower. 4 o'clocks, plural of 4 o'clock. 4 of a kind, alternative form of 4 of a kind. 4 on the floor, a 4-speed manual transmission whose gear shift lever is mounted beside the driver on the floor of the vehicle. 4-peat, to win something 4 times consecutively. 4-peated, simple past and past participle of 4-peat. 4-peating, present participle of 4-peat. 4-peats, plural of 4-peat. 4-penny nail, alternative form of 4-penny nail. 4-penny nails, plural of 4-penny nail. 4-point, to restrain a prisoner or patient, etc., on a bed or trolley with cuffs at both wrists and both ankles. 4-point Calvinists. A Calvinist who believes in only 4 of the 5 points of tulip, rejecting the doctrine of limited atonement. 4-point Calvinists. Plural of 4-point Calvinists. 4-pointed. Simple past and past participle of 4-point. 4-pointing. Present participle and gerund of 4-point. 4 points. Third persons. Singular simple present indicative of 4-point. 4-poster. Having 4 vertical columns, 1 in each corner that support a tester, so that curtains can be hung to exclude drafts from the sleeper. 4-poster bed. Synonym of 4-poster. 4-poster bed. Plural of 4-poster bed. 4 posters. Plural of 4-poster. 4-pounder. A cannon capable of firing shot weighing 4 pounds. 4-pounders. Plural of 4-pounder. 4-quadrant. Appealing to cinemagoers from all demographics, both male and female, whether under or over 25 years old. 4A. Any of various satyrine butterflies of the genus Ethema having circular markings on the wings. 4-ings. Plural of 4-ing. 4 Russians. Method of 4 Russians. A technique for speeding up certain matrix operations by partitioning the matrix into smaller blocks associated with lookup tables. 4-score. Alternative form of 4-score. 4-seam fastball. A backspin pitch thrown with a ball gripped in the direction to cause 4 of the seams of the ball to cross the flight path and released with roughly equal pressure by the index and middle fingers. 4-seam fastballs. Plural of 4-seam fastball. 4-seamer. A 4-seam fastball. 4-seamers. Plural of 4-seamer. 4-seater. A motor vehicle designed to accommodate 4 individuals. 4-seaters. Plural of 4-seater. 4-jeet. A poster measuring 40 inches wide and 60 inches tall. 4-yeets. Plural of 4-sheet. 4-sided. Having 4 sides or faces. 4-speed. Having 4 forward speeds. 4 speeds. Plural of 4-speed. 4-square. Alternative spelling of 4-square. 4 squares. Plural of 4-square. 4-stacker. Ocean liner with 4 funnels. 4-stackers. Plural of 4-stacker. 4-string banjo. Synonym of tenor banjo. 4-string banjos. Plural of 4-string banjo. 4-string guitar. Synonym of tenor guitar. 4-string guitars. Plural of 4-string guitar. 4-stroke. Of or relating to a design of internal combustion engine in which the pistons perform 4 strokes per engine cycle: intake, compression, power, exhaust. 4-stroke engine. An engine that operates on the 4-stroke principle. 4-stroke engines. Plural of 4-stroke engine. 4 strokes. Plural of 4-stroke. 4-stroking. Abnormal operation of a 2-stroke internal combustion engine, such that the cylinder only fires every second cycle like a 4-stroke engine. This occurs when the exhaust scavenging and inlet charging leaves a mixture in the cylinder which does not ignite. but needs a second scavenge/charge to produce an adequate mix. 4,000er. Any mountain on Earth that extends more than 4,000 meters, 13,123 ft, but less than 5,000 meters, 16,404 ft above sea level. 4,000ers. Plural of 4,000er. 4,000. The ordinal form of the number 4,000. 4 to floor. Alternative form of 4 on the floor. 4 top. A table seating 4 diners. 4 tops. Plural of 4 top. 4 track. Synonym of 4 track. 4 track. Having 4 running lines, usually 2 in each direction. 4 tracking. Provision of 4 running lines on a stretch of railway track, usually 2 in each direction. 420. Alternative form of 420. 4 vector. A vector or matrix in 3-dimensional space written in 4 dimensions, which can describe both translations and linear transformations. 4 vectors. Plural of 4 vector. 4 velocities. Plural of 4 velocity. 4 velocity. A generalization of velocity in 4-dimensional spacetime. 4 wall. Relating to the rental of a cinema or theater for a fixed fee rather than a portion of the box office revenue. 4 waller. A company that rents a cinema or theater under a 4-wall arrangement. 4 wallers. Plural of 4 waller. 4 walling. The rental of cinema or theater under a 4-wall arrangement. 4-way. Relating to 4 different directions. 4-way cock. A cock connected with 4 pipes or ports and having 2 or more passages in the plug by which the adjacent pipes or ports may be made to communicate. Formerly used as a valve in the steam engine and for various other purposes. 4-way cocks. Plural of 4-way cock. 4-way stop. An intersection with stop signs on all 4 sides of the intersection. 4-way switch. Intermediate switch. 4-way switches. Plural of 4-way switch. 4 ways. Plural of 4-way. 4-wheel. Having 4 wheels. 4-wheel drive. The state or trait of having 4 drive wheels. 4-wheel drives. Plural of 4-wheel drive. 4-wheel drive. 4-wheel drive when used as an attributive adjective. 4-wheeled. Having 4 wheels. 4-wheeler. A horse-drawn hackney cab with 4 wheels as opposed to a hansom or dog cart. 4-wheelers. Plural of 4-wheeler. 4-wheeling. Off-roading in a vehicle with 4-wheel drive. 4-acker. A surname. 4-ackers. Plural of 4-acker. 4-ball. A match between 2 teams of 2 golfers, each playing his or her own ball throughout the round rather than alternating shots, and each hole won by the team whose individual golfer has the lowest score. 4 balls. Plural of 4-ball. 4-buries. Plural of 4-bury. 4-bury. Deceit, an unprincipled action. 4s. Plural of 4. 4-ball. A set of oil drilling pipes having 4 joints. 4 balls. Plural of 4-ball. 4-cult process. A method of manufacturing flat glass in which the glass is drawn against gravity in an upward direction. 4sh. Having the ends forked or benched and the ends of the branches terminating abruptly as if cut off, said of an ordinary, especially of a cross. 4j. Alternative form of forch forked. 4t. Alternative form of forch forked. 4j. alternative form of forked. Forchet, a fork-shaped structure, specifically the fold of skin where the labia minora meet above the perineum, the frenulum labium pudendi. Forgets, plural of forchet. Forchon flamingo, roseate spoonbill. Forchon flamingos, plural of forchon flamingo. Forty, alternative form of forked. Fordrinier, a machine for making continuous rolls of paper. Fordriniers, plural of fordrinier. For, obsolete form of for. Fori, alternative spelling of fori. Forflyer, alternative spelling of four-flusher cheat. Charlatan. Fourflayers, plural of four-flusher. Fourfold, 4 times as great, quadruple. Fourfolded, simple past and past participle of fourfold. Fourfolding, present participle and gerund of fourfold. Fourfoldness, the property of being farfold. Fourfolds, plural of fourfold. Forfeited, alternative form of four-footed. Fourier, an act of group sex between 4 people, a foursome. Fourges, plural of forge. Forde, a French baggage wagon. Fourgons, plural of fourgon. Fourgram, an engram consisting of 4 items from a sequence. Fourgrams, plural of fourgram. Four-handed, having 4 hands, quadrumanus. Four-handedly, with 4 hands in a four-handed manner. Four-handedness, the state or quality of being four-handed, having or using 4 hands. Four-horned sculpin, a species of fish of the Cottidae family, Myoxosalus quadricornis, found in Canada, Finland, Greenland, Norway, Russia, Sweden, and the United States. Four-horned sculpins, plural of four-horned sculpin. Forest, 4 times. Fode, a surname from French. Fourier analysis, a field of study concerned with the representation or approximation of general functions, such as arbitrary waveforms, by sums of trigonometric functions. Fourier coefficient, a coefficient arising from the Fourier transform of a function or signal. Fourier coefficients, plural of Fourier coefficient. Fourier cosine series, a Fourier series consisting solely of cosine functions. Fourier series, any series resulting from the decomposition of a periodic function into terms involving cosines and sines or, equivalently, complex exponentials. Fourier sine series, a Fourier series consisting solely of sine functions. Fourier stability analysis, plural of Fourier stability analysis. Fourier stability analysis, synonym of von Neumann stability analysis. Fourier transform, a particular integral transform that when applied to a function of time, such as a signal, converts the function to one that plots the original function's frequency composition, the resultant function of such a conversion. Fourier transforms, plural of Fourier transform. Fourier-Muquet transform, a functor phi k between derived category of coherent sheaves dx right arrow dy for schemes x and y, which is, in a sense, an integral transform along a kernel object k dx times y. Fourier-Muquet transforms, plural of Fourier Mukai transform. Fourierian, of or relating to the French mathematician and physicist Jean-Baptiste Joseph Fourier. Fourierism, the cooperative socialistic system of Charles Fourier, a Frenchman who recommended the reorganization of society into small communities living in common. Fourierist, a supporter of Fourierism. Fourieriste, of or relating to Fourierism. Fourierists, plural of Fourierists. Fourierite, of pertaining to, characteristic of, or associated with Charles Fourier or his socialist and philosophic theories. Fourierites, plural of Fourierite. Fourish, any time close to 4 o'clock. Four-legged, alternative spelling of four-legged. Fourleg, one of 4 children born at the same birth, a quadruplet. Fourlings, plural of fourling. Form, a surname. Formans, plural of foreman. Formoreri, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and uranium. Forno, the chamber of a mine in which the powder is placed. Fornos, plural of forno. Forno, plural of forno. Farness, the papity being far in number. Faudier, a surname from French. Fournier gangan, a kind of necrotizing fasciitis affecting the perineum, most common in elderly men. Fournier point, a former point size of about 11/864 French inches, or by 1,799,345 microen. Fournier points, plural of Fournier point. Fournier's molar, synonym of mulberry molar. Fourpartite, quadripartite. 40, to win something 4 times consecutively. Forpiede, simple past and past participle of forpete. Forpiede, present participle of forpete. Forpeets, plural of forpete. Fourpence, a monetary amount of 4 pence. Fourpences, plural of fourpence. Fourpenes, plural of fourpenny. Fourpenny, a hamlet in Sutherland, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NH 8094. Fourpenny nail, a nail 1.5 inches 3.8 centimeters in length. Fourpenny nails, plural of fourpenny nail. Fourpennyworth, a portion worth 4 pence. Fourpennyworths, plural of fourpennyworth. Fortpiece, a group of musicians and sons or singers comprising 4 people, a quartet. Four pieces, plural of fourpiece. Fourply, synonym of quadplay. Fourplex, a quadplex. Fourplexes, plural of fourplex. Four-poster, alternative form of 4-poster type of bed. Four-posters, plural of four-poster. Four-pounder, alternative form of 4-pounder. Four-pounders. Plural of 4-pounder. Fourpoil, the chronologically 4th part of any series of works, especially a series of films. Fourquil, plural of fourquil. Forage, a surname. Forager, alternative form of forager. Forager, a braided cord awarded to a military unit for distinguished service and worn on the left shoulder. Foragers, plural of forager. Foragers, plural of forager. Forages, plural of forage. Fore, a harbinger, someone who provides lodgings. Fouriers, plural of fourier. Fours, plural of four. Fourscore. It is fourscores, plural of fourscore. Furses, a light meal taken out to agricultural laborers in the afternoon. Fourys, a call in any children's game, such as jacks, where 4 actions must be performed. Forta, a group of 4, a quartet or a game such as golf played by 4 players, especially by 2 teams of 2. Foursome reel, a form of the Scottish Highland dance in which groups of 4 dancers alternate between solo steps facing one another in a figure of 8 style with intertwining progressive movement. Foursome reels, plural of foursome reel. Foursomes, plural of foursome. Forespy, having 4 spines, used in the names of species. Four-spine sculpin, Caudus casica, a freshwater sculpin found in Japan. Four-spine sculpins, plural of four-spine sculpin. Four-spot, the four-spot flounder. Four-spot flounder, a species of flounder, Hippoglossina oblonga. Foursquare, having 4 equal sides, square. Four squares, plural of foursquare. Four Stones, a village in Warden Parish, Northumberland, England. ub.idvgtbre NY 8867. 14, the cardinal number occurring after 13 and before 15, represented in Roman numerals as Roman 14 and in Arabic numerals as 14. 1400, the number 1400. 14 words, a white supremacist slogan. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. 14er, a mountain rising to more than 14,000 feet above mean sea level. 14ers, plural of 14er. 14-fold, by a factor of 14. 14ish, of about 14 years of age. 14us, the property of being 14 in age or number. 14 pence, the monetary amount of 14 pence. 14 penny, having a value or cost of 14 pence. 14s, plural of 14. 14th, the ordinal form of the number 14. 14thly, in the 14th place, 14th in a row. 14ths, plural of 14th. Fore, the 4th of July. 4th class, a former class of male in the United States and Canada. 4th contact, the moment during an eclipse or transit when the smaller body is entirely outside the larger body, moving outward, also known as exterior egress. 4th contacts, plural of 4th contact. 4th cousin, any of a number of people who have a common great-great-great-grandparent. 4th cousins, plural of 4th cousin. 4th cover, the back cover of a publication. 4th covers, plural of 4th cover. 4th cranial nerve, synonym of tropier nerve. 4th cycle, synonym of tuaquachi. 4th day, Wednesday, the 4th day of the Judeo-Christian 7-day week. 4th dimension, the 4th coordinate indicating a position along the 4th axis. Fourth down. The fourth down in a series that has a maximum of 4 downs, often used to punt the ball downfield or attempt a field goal if not punted or converted. The opposing team takes possession wherever the ball is. Fourth downs, plural of fourth down. Fourth estate, a hypothetical fourth class of civic subjects, or fourth body in Britain after the Crown and the 2 houses of Parliament which govern legislation. Fourth finger, pinky's smallest finger. Four fingers, plural of fourth finger. Fourth freedom rights, the right of an airline of one country to land in a different country and board passengers traveling to the airline's own country. Fourth gear, the fourth of the available gears in a transmission or other gearbox. Fourth gender, a category, a gender present in societies which recognize 4 or more genders, which is neither cis male nor cis female. Often, such societies consider trans men to constitute a third gender and trans women to constitute a fourth gender, or vice versa. Fourth genders, plural of fourth gender. Fourth grade, the period in school that comes after 3rd grade and before 5th grade. Fourth grader, a pupil who is in 4th grade. Fourth graders, plural of 4th grader. Fourth grades, plural of 4th grade. Fourth industrial revolution, the rapid technological advancements seen in the early 21st century. Fourth market, direct trading between institutions without the services of broker-dealers. Fourth markets, plural of fourth market. Fourth normal form, a stage in the normalization of a relational database in which a database is in Boy Scout normal form and all multi-valued dependencies are functional dependencies. 4th of July, the national holiday of Independence Day in the United States, celebrated on the 4th day in July to mark the anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence from Great Britain in 1776. 4th of July, plural of 4th of July. Fourth official, the official who keeps things at the dugout in order and displays substitutions and the amount of injury time. Fourth officials, plural of fourth official. Fourth part, synonym of 1/4 of 4 equal parts. Fourth person, a variety of the third person sometimes used for indefinite reference, such as one, as in one shouldn't do that. Fourth point of contact, the ass, buttocks, or anus. Fourth points of contact, plural of fourth point of contact. Fourth position, a position in which one foot is placed approximately a short distance in front of the other. The heels may be aligned open fourth position, or the heel of the front foot aligned with the toe of the back foot closed fourth position. Fourth rail, an extra rail in addition to the third rail, live rail, which is used for current return purposes, mainly by London Underground, because of problems caused by using the running rails for current return underground. Fourth rails, plural of fourth rail. Fourth rate, alternative spelling of fourth rate. Fourth rates, plural of fourth rate. Fourth Reich, a hypothetical resurrection of Nazi Germany, Third Reich. Fourth Republic, ellipsis of Frankfurt Republic 1946-1958 from the adoption of the Constitution to the Algerian crisis of 1958. Fourth siding, the former name of the city of Orska, North Dakota, used throughout the short period of 1872 to 1881. Fourth slip, a fielding position to the offside of the third slip. Four slips, plural of fourth slip. Fourth stump, a position or line one stump's width outside the off stump, i.e. where the wicket's fourth stump would be positioned even if it existed. Fourth trimester, the period from the birth of the baby till when the baby is about 3 months old. Fourth trimester, plural of fourth trimester. Fourth ventricle, one of the 4 ventricles of the human brain. Fourth ventricles, plural of fourth ventricle. Fourth wall, the imaginary invisible wall at the front of the stage in a proscenium theater, through which the audience sees the action in the world of the play. Fourth wall joke, a joke that intentionally draws attention to the illusion of separation between the audience and the fiction itself. Fourth wall jokes, plural of fourth wall joke. Fourth walls, plural of fourth wall. Fourth world, collectively, peoples living nomadic, pastoral, hunter-gatherer or other ways of life outside the modern industrial norm. Fourth World War, World War Roman IV. Fourth year, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see fourth year. Fourth years, plural of fourth year. Fourth class, a former class of mail consisting mostly of heavier printed matter. Fourth degree, at the fourth level of some system, particularly. Fourth dimensionally, in a manner relating to the fourth dimension. Fourth party logistics, a logistics operation that uses third-party logistics services on behalf of its customers, rather than controlling a fleet of its own vehicles. Fourth right, of a Royal Navy ship of the line in the Napoleonic era, having 50-60 guns across 2 gun decks, a complement of 320-420, and weighing approximately 1,000 tons burthen. Fourth rates, plural of fourth rate. Fourth wall, alternative spelling of fourth wall. Fourth wall joke, alternative form of fourth wall joke. Fourth wall jokes, plural of fourth wall joke. Fourth walls, plural of fourth wall. Fourth wave feminism, a period of feminist activity that began around 2012 and is characterized by internet activism, intersectionality, and a focus on sexual abuse and sexual harassment. Fourth, simple past and past participle of fourth. Fourth hand, having been relayed by 3 intermediate sources. Fourty, a 4th grade student. Fourties, plural of fourthy. Fourthing, present participle and gerund of fourth. Fourthly, in the 4th place, 4th in a row. Fourthness, the quality of being or coming forth. Fours, plural of fourth. Forties, misspelling of 40s. 40th, misspelling of 40th. Fortino, any astronomical object on the edge of the Kuiper belt whose orbit has a 1:4 resonance with the planet Neptune. Fortinos, plural of fortino. 40, obsolete spelling of 40. 40y, misspelling of 41. Four-wheel, having 4 wheels. Has, a surname. Favis, plural of fowls. Fouvet, a surname. Fouget, plural of fouché. That's a archaic form of fossa carnivorous mammal. Fauces, plural of fausa. Faust, a surname. Fausts, plural of Faust. Fausti, Fusty. Huff, initialism of flash of unstyled text, a brief glimpse of text in the default font before the correct font has loaded. Fouda, a piece of thin patterned cotton or linen fabric used like a bathrobe in Mediterranean countries, originally Tunisia. Fouda Jalan, a highland region in the center of Guinea in West Africa. Foudes, plural of Fouda. Fouch, a surname. Fouches, plural of Fouch. Fouder, a despicable fellow. Fouders, plural of Fouder. Path, abundance. Plenty. Favli, ample, plentiful, free in giving, generous, hospitable. Foudra, a trifle, an insignificant amount. Foude, a surname. Foudies, plural of Foudy. Fouts, a surname. Foutses, plural of Fouts. The initialism of field of view. Thove, a slight depression or pit in a bone or organ. Fovea centralis, a small pit of closely packed cones in the eye, located in the center of the macula lutea of the retina and responsible for sharp central vision. Fove, plural of fovea. Felva, of or pertaining to the fovea. Foval avascular zone, the part of the retina lacking blood vessels, that is the center of the macula. Foval avascular zones, plural of foval avascular zone. Foval zone, synonym of foval avascular zone. Foval zones, plural of foval zone. Fovalization, migration towards the fovea. Fovalize, to migrate towards the fovea. Fovale, towards the fovea. Foveas, plural of fovea. Foves, having slight depressions or pits. Fovete, simple past and past participle of fovate. Fovates, third person singular simple present indicative of fovate. Fovide, present participle and gerund of fovate. Fovation, the act of fovating, angling the eyes to fovate. On an object. Fovations, plural of fovation. Fovox Strait, a strait between the South Island and Stewart Island, New Zealand. Fovavirus, any virus of the genus Fovavirus. Fovaviruses, plural of Fovavirus. Foviform, resembling a fovea. Fovacanaliculate, having prolatocanaliculate type pores with larger openings. Thovala, alternative form of foval small fovea or depression. Fovole, plural of fovola. Fovola, relating to the fovola. Fovolas, plural of fovola. Fovolate, having small pits or depressions, like the receptacle in some composite flower. Fovolated, alternative form of fovolate. Fovolately, in a fovolate manner. Fovo, a small fovea or depression. Fovos, plural of foval. Fovole, plural of fovola. Fovomacular, relating to the fovea and the macula. Fovascices, separation of the fovea from the retina. Fovi, plural of fovea. Fovea, one of the fine granules in the protoplasm of a pollen grain. Fautally, plural of favela. The plural of FOV. The initialism of fall of wicket. Fo W. Initialism of fall of wicket. Ha, to clean, cleanse out, as in cooking utensils or house maintenance. Power, one who cleans fowls, as in cooking utensils or house maintenance. Vowers, a surname from Old French. Fowerses, plural of fowers. Fowey, a small town and port on the south coast of Cornwall, England. Falk, a surname. Falx, a surname. Fowl, a bird of the order Galliforms, to which belong chickens, turkeys, pheasant, partridges, and quail. Fowl paralysis, synonym of Merck's disease. Fowl pests, synonym of Newcastle disease. Fowl house, a building where fowl are kept. Fowl houses, plural of fowl house. Fowl-like, alternative form of fowl-like. Fowl lore, the knowledge, study, or science of fowls, bird lore. Fowl run, an enclosure for domesticated chickens that has enough space to let them to walk about. Fowl runs, plural of fowl run. Fowl, a surname. Fouled, simple past and past participle of fowl. Fowler, a surname originating as an occupation for a hunter of birds. Fowler dead space, synonym of anatomic dead space. Fowler flap, a split flap that slides backwards before hinging downward, thereby increasing first chord, then camber. It may or may not form part of the upper surface of the wing. Fowler flaps, plural of Fowler flap. Fowler process, a process for producing fluorocarbons by fluorinating hydrocarbons or their partially fluorinated derivatives in the vapor phase over cobalt Roman 3 fluoride. Fowler's, the Fowler's position. Fowler's method, a method for measuring anatomic dead space by analysis of nitrogen concentration when the patient breathes out after having taken in the vital capacity of pure oxygen. Fowler's position, a physical position where the patient's head is raised by 45-60 degrees to promote oxygenation via maximum chest expansion. Fowler's solution, an aqueous solution containing arsenite and potassium, containing 1% arsenic dioxide. It was historically used in treatment of leukemia, but has since been discredited. Fowler's syndrome, a rare disorder in young women in which the urethral sphincter fails to relax to allow urine to be passed normally. Fowler's technique, synonym of Fowler's method. Fowler's toad, the North American toad Anaxyrus fowleri. Fowleria, of or relating to Henry Watson Fowler 1858-1933, English lexicographer and commentator on usage of the language. Fowleries, plural of fowlery. Fowleri, a variety of rhodonite that contains zinc. Fowlerites, plural of fowleri. Fowlers, plural of fowler. Fowlery, a place where fowl are raised. Fowls, plural of fowl. Foulest, superlative form of fowl, most foul. Fowl house, a building for keeping fowls, a hen house. Fowl houses, plural of fowl house. Fowlicidin, a catalysidin and microbial peptide associated with chickens. Fowlicidins, plural of phallocidin. Fowling, present participle and gerund of foul. Fowling piece, a light gun with smooth bore, adapted for the use of small shot in killing birds or small animals. Fowling pieces, plural of fowling piece. Fowlings, plural of fowling. Fowlish, like characteristic of or resembling a fowl, fowl-like. Fowl kind, all fowl, considered as a group. Fowl-like, like, resembling, or similar to a fowl or fowls. Fowlpox, a disease of poultry caused by viruses of the family Poxviridae and genus Avipoxvirus. Fowlpox virus, the Avipox virus responsible for fowlpox. Fowlpox viruses,